some great illustration from you two. Great explanation. I'll do my part in saying nice things. Also, the camera work, absolutely amazing. Shout out to Easy, I believe, for all of that as well.
Yep.
To make it look it's very pleasing on the screen, I will say. I'm sure we'll see more Clash, probably in this first matchup already even. I mean, Secret are Shield enjoyers, I think we've seen in the last stage. They're playing against Wolves today. I think Wolves was a little bit on the struggle bus last week.
Look at me. What's going on, Allie?
With a loss, but improvement
Look at me.
from day one
No
to
coffee.
Day 2,
Yeah.
if that's what
Here
they
we
do in
are.
24 hours, I cannot wait to see what they'll do for the stage.
They found themselves on the struggle bus before they played around when Leo put them 9 in his power rankings. I will say I disagreed with it then. I still disagree with it now. This team's got a lot of substance, and I think
Wolves?
it's just about unlocking some of
9th?
their potential.
God damn.
They did have a difficult play day 1. I don't think they played as they would expect to have played up against G2.
They have a command.
They came
Oh,
they had
yeah.
real resolve last week in that game against Fnatic.
Oh, yeah,
That was
they
a
do.
huge comeback.
Oh, yeah, they
Trying
do.
To be fair to these teams, and the reason I placed them was obviously because of the poor performance in Malta. I have to say, last week
We might have to update ours.
They lose 7-4 for
Just-
me. That's
just kidding.
already a win in some sorts. They were not looking
What do I
good.
want to
They were
grab?
getting stomped. That's
What didn't I
they
do?
did. They played
I
against
tweeted.
them and they beat them. So there's still potential in this team, and they've just proven they can be that annoying dark.
Oh, I
horse
gotta respond
that
to
on any
Trev.
given day in a BO1 can take you down and avoid you qualifying to playoffs.
So
Oh,
in
boy.
Like, Secret might really struggle with a team like Wolves potentially. I mean,
Morning is
looking at
flying
Secret,
by.
they should pretty
EUL,
be pretty
oh,
contending
EML.
for first
Sorry,
place.
the EML
Secret
just
versus
throws me
GTS,
off.
overtime loss versus G2.
Same with the
Wolves are
SAL.
very good.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
I was supposed to say BR and EU.
That lineup. He's looking very, very happy, and he should be because Secret have played.
I did respond to that.
It was an
I did
excellent
respond to
game
that. I
against
ignored
G2.
Trev, and I responded to that instead.
And it was an unfortunate, I would say, overtime loss. They're not going to be too upset about that. I think Secret are playing some great Siege. They've brought in some great signings and increased their firepower.
Realistically, one of the most consistent teams, as Noah is looking at it.
Noah's like, is this a mouse? What do I do with this?
What? Oh,
Oh,
do I have to click?
I click, I shoot people?
Yes, yes, that's how you found it. Great. So now you can go and tweet that Jack is awesome. Perfect. Yeah, looking at these guys, they've been one of the most consistent teams out of Europe. If not for VP, these guys would be in my opinion, like the first seed in Europe. Their unfortunate loss to G2, like you've said, they could have taken it. It was either way. One of these two needed to walk with it. They still took a point.
Yep.
Today, they proved they're still very dominant against what should be on paper a weaker team.
Honestly, that clip will be so funny if Noah drops like 20 kills today. It's gonna go from like, oh, mouse, until like dropping 20 kills. But as you can see on the screens as well, he's no longer sitting next to his former teammate. The big storyline with this game, Noah and Azur, who had been on the same team for about a year, now play against each other in this matchup at the EML.
What's up, Troy? What's up, Herm?
At the Manchester Major, and this is how that went.
Yeah, honestly, Manchester Major performance was like one of the spotlight moments for ITB. This roster that came out of nowhere. At this moment, Azur and Noah, remember, no one knew these guys. They were coming from, from tier 2 in the UK scene or everywhere in Europe. No one knew who they were, and they stepped up massively. In my opinion, these two guys parting away.
Sad music.
As we see them part ways, these two games, the guys are right now the spotlight players on each of their rosters.
It's sad to see that it didn't work out on either ITB or when they both went to Fnatic afterwards as well. And they're now on separate rosters, but I think they're both enjoying their time on their separate rosters, as you can see from the EPS and the stats here of the head-to-head of two players. Playing slightly different roles, it is fair to say. However, they've both become linchpins for their team, despite not having actually been there very long.
And I think back about the very first times we saw Noah in competitive and how hard Fabian was going on him, because it wasn't an easy start for him all the way back here, but he's really become a staple in his current roster as well, looking back at the... Because we just want more memes in the EML as well. We're looking at it once again. I mean, it is a big storyline.
I heard it's loved by everyone, so we're just making more memes.
Exactly,
We're just the meme generators, basically.
Yeah, I think we should have fun as well. I think that's what we're here for as well, right? Watching these games together, having a good time, but we need to find out where we're heading to as well. It is a best of one, as we mentioned earlier. Let's have a look at the map veto, see where this matchup will take us. It'll take us to Lair.
Yeah, so it's instant redemption, I would say, for the side of Wolves. They played it up against G2 on play day 1. Now, if you remember that game against G2, they got a 3-3 attack split, which I think for Lair is pretty decent with how the map plays out. It's pretty expected, but also against G2, that's pretty good. Where Wolves went wrong, which is where they're starting, is their defenses on Lair. And in Kendra's timeout, it felt like they were really not sticking to their game plan. So it was a big, it's a big chance now in play day 3 shot at redemption on that specific map.
Yeah,
We're gonna go Lair.
It's not. They're not
Okay.
big fans of Lair. They've played it twice.
Team
in
Secret, not a
2025,
big
lost
fan of
it
Lair.
twice,
I feel like
one at SI, and one at
Reload, right? I feel like, yeah, I seen him play it at Reload.
Yeah.
They look pretty good against Furia.
I thought they actually looked pretty good on it.
Secret right now are not necessarily in a weak position to play against Wolves.
I'm going to give you, I said I'd give you which games have the upset potential. Game 1 has the upset potential. I'm calling it.
All right, I'm happy. I'll be very excited to see that. I mean, thinking back about the timeout or the interview with Kendrew as well. I mean, you mentioned it's kind of like a comeback for them if they do better now on Lair. Kendrew's telling us last week as well, once you get that first win under the belt, the confidence is just going to be so much better. I mean, we're looking at that today, hopefully, for Wolves, but our matchup should almost be ready. It's time to bring our casters in. We do have Dev, Marta, and Pengu joining us. Guys, it's very good to see you back on the EML. How are we feeling?
I'm great. I'm feeling a little bit excluded though, Anne. You guys are all in Denmark, and here I am all the way down under. Where was my invite to Copenhagen?
Whoa,
Guys,
Echo.
Looks like he's in the studio with this orange
He
light.
does, yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
that's
it's a vibe.
nice work on the lighting.
It's a vibe.
You're just there.
Yeah.
You're with us.
Thank you.
I asked Dev this morning, like, hey, what's that color? He goes, it's EML orange. So yeah, he's got to figure out the colors for sure.
All
right,
orange. I need to go back
done.
to Markplus, I think, to find out what exactly
Not ignore
the shape
Trev.
of
Guys set for practice today.
Guys,
What's going on, Shady? What's going on?
this could be a potential
Toledo.
upset. Do we
Jabba
believe
semi-delivering
this
milky
is going to
milk.
be a
Yeah, nice. I need to make an OnlyFans. Wait, what, Herm? Wait,
My
what?
take, I don't feel like there is an upset story here. I feel like it's pretty even grounds for me, at least as a spectator of this matchup. I feel like it's up to who's the better team. And
Yeah, we love Lair. We do stand Lair here. I do love watching me some Lair. We gotta stop this echo though.
Like Wolves kind of got pretty handily taken down. Team Secret took them to OT. I know that at the start of the stage, you guys on the desk were very much saying, I think it was you, Leo, saying that you thought Secret was one of, if not the best team in EML at the moment. And we haven't seen that so far, but
Up, Chris.
they put Wolves away handily, and maybe they're on the way to proving
We
it.
haven't seen that so
Where
far,
is
really.
Stompin'?
I guess
Stompin' is
we've
at the end of the
seen
stream.
in week 1. I mean,
Last
this game,
game.
they thought they would first win, and then
They take on Wild. Evan came in here, just absolutely saying he was going to shit on the king.
EML for the first week. It's okay. Before this gets out of hand, before you guys start literally arguing,
Have I already decided the full Sub Wars roster?
So Dev and Pengu, please
I
take
haven't.
this
So here's actually I made an adjustment to my plans with Sub Wars. So this is how I foresaw it going. I was gonna pick full teams, and then I was gonna give some dates that me and Dream are free, and it's gonna be split. People are gonna be like, I can only do this day, I can only do this day, and I can only do this day. So you know what? Thinking ahead, I should have thought about this in the beginning. I'm making Dream and me pick a day. Dream's just gonna give me a time and a day that works. I already asked him, and I'm waiting for him to DM, but he's bad at that. As soon as he gives me a day, I'm putting it in chat and or putting it in the Discord with the people that I already chose. If anyone can't make it out of those, we're just gonna replace. But they're gonna get first opportunity to stick on the team. But I think that's just gonna be easier. Instead of coordinating a date with 12 people, I'm just gonna set a time. If you can make it, that'd be fantastic. If not, we're just gonna choose somebody else because we gotta get this going. So as soon as I hear something back from Dream, I'll update everybody on the day time that we're kind of thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen
Yo, what up, Hayes?
of shape them out ever since we got brought in.
Please tell me we're gonna fix double Dev Marta, please.
Becoming so much more adaptive. It's less about just having your strats going in there. The game's constantly becoming more and more about
Please.
We saw that years ago, Pengu, when we had attacker repick come in. Everyone was speculating how that would affect the game, and man, it is now just like a stately part of the identity, the DNA of Siege. That's the way the game has gone. It's all about adaptations. We say that with the operator bans as well. In terms of operator picks, we've seen Leader on this Maestro. He was actually trying to hide that operator pick at the start of the round by hiding inside.
All right, at least we also remember to turn off the music in the background. God, that drives me insane on the Brazilian stream. I don't know how I don't see any of you complaining about it. I just hear this little Latin music happening as they're casting. All right, Lair, a little bit like Clubhouse. Every single time I watch this map, same kind of takes, same kind of things you'll see on this map. It's usually one or two different takes on most of these sites. It's who's better at the fundamentals. It's one of those kind of maps.
kind of strong operator, let's say the Maestro in this case, every single round, then it gets banned, then you no longer have
So right here, it's looking like we're doing a bridge side take, a green take that I like to call it. But I'm not seeing anyone go under. I mean, we'll see a Deimos probably take under here. Also, no wall denial at all. And we're not seeing Noah do what STOMPN does and open up the outside mask wall, just because you can. So because there's no wall denial, you need a little bit of time waste. We got a Mira and a Tachanka. A lot of people have been doing this Tachanka. I feel like... Okay, so he is going to do this, but you actually don't need to go for a repel before you throw that thing. You could do it from the roof if you know the lineup.
To stop this wall from getting opened up. Yes, you could pick up a mute, but what's that gonna do really, right? One secondary EMP, one Doom Deimos down.
Alright, so we saw, I feel like Spirits do this with Tachanka. This is the first team I saw do this, is DZ. With the Mira, I think this is fine. I'm not a fan of this, like, you heard me say this multiple times, like, I don't think the Tachanka Fires do that much damage. And this guy has a launcher in his hand. Half the time, I feel like you could just walk through the fire and kill this guy. But he does have a mirror window, so that makes it a little bit different. Like, here we go. We're seeing the aggression exactly. Don't let that Tachanka just sit there and waste your time. Counter it with some up-tempo play. And that was really good from the Wolves. They had mask open. They just walked in. Yeah, that was really good. Wolves thought they were just going to do a normal bridge take there and just sat there firing it off. Seeker kind of did an Anaconda. Hit multiple things at once, up-tempo. Big fan of that. Big fan of that.
The thing is, when you're playing these bomb sites and you have all these different grounds to cover, right?
I have it too low. You talking about the Brazilian? See, I'm not sure like what a good...
There will be a gap somewhere.
This shit's, it's loud in my ear.
Going on, you know, on Pro League about the current meta, the current generation of how you play Siege, and then the old one. And the old one, you kind of sit down, you play your defense, the attack comes from one direction, maybe they have a backstabber. This newer style of playing the game is a lot about putting out feelers all the way across the map on the attack and just figure out where's the weakest point of entry, where's the least path of resistance that we can just strike and then get the round as easy as possible. Mowgli found it, and with that came the round.
Mowgli's one of the best EU players at the moment. I mean, Mowgli has been good. The problem is he's kind of been held back a little bit. I hate to say it. I hate to say it, but he was on Wolves. And I don't know if it was really a system to kind of shine there.
Then Secret will have to figure out which one, again, they would least like to deal with. So Wolves, yes, they didn't get the round victory, but they are showing a lot of capabilities and flexing their operators to each.
Okay, we also saw Cade Bandit ban.
And what I really like about this as well is Tyrant is now on
So we are going to see a clash get played. And another Tachanka. I guess we can highlight Tachanka again. Why not? I am such a Tachanka hater. I just think it's so bad.
By playing trap operators, Lesion, Fenrir, Ella, etc., you can put traps in certain areas and not have an active gun watching them. If the trap gets destroyed or triggered or creates a sound effect like an Ella or Gumine, you then know...
Any Turtle games today? We're waiting to hear. We're waiting to hear from people in SGC.
Very kind of mixed.
Even for CEO, are you talking consulate? Right, I think it's a niche. That one makes sense to me. CEO and consulate makes sense to me.
I think with the changes,
but like
overall, I think Clash is a weaker operator. That's my hot take. Because now you're putting
other than that, I do think Tachanka should be used like as in addition to Smoke. But the concept one makes perfect sense to me.
Like how you play the Monty. With the current Clash in effect, players might put down the shield sometimes and die, and now the operator, the gadget, is completely...
What NAL teams do you think will be the best?
If you play Clash perfectly in a round, I do believe the current
M80 historically has been pretty good internationally. Not the organization, but the team. Definitely not the organization, but the team. The core of the roster. I do think DZ looked good at reload, and I think they will continue to look good. And then we got to see how Shopify looks by the end of the stage as well.
Wrong decision gets punished. But it's again the gap found by Secret.
Because we all know
June goes in,
Troy's
trying
pretty
to
dang good at
protect
international
their falls
events.
as well. One by one, they will go down.
Ooh.
Noodle single point of HP. Great shot from Lido though to try and bring back those numbers. But once again, the bomb side, the biggest focus point for the attack, is getting weaker and weaker as time goes on. Waiting with Joom's second tracker. Surely it's gonna go very soon.
One of these garage side takes where you threaten
Timing, nope.
being able to go fast like this at any moment,
Look for a second.
which makes defenders go back into sight. And then as soon as they go back into sight, you take the map. Adrian ended up taking the map with Ram there. However, he did fall.
Yes, 1 HP. Leader as well, but they're stuck in each of their corners. Looking for a crossfire, can't quite find one. Savage rotating.
They are in the sight though, yeah, and Bomb's gonna go down. Both Wolves players 1 HP pretty much. Ooh.
The flank is there. The shots go wide.
Just gotta, you know you're using purple, just position with the bomb. In a good spot here. Why are we not planning? Why are we not planning there? You know he's in purple. He shot at you.
Instead going for a kill?
Just plant on the other side of the table.
You don't have the information. They had the bomb side at the very end there. Guess what saved
Disgusting.
the round? The
Disgusting
inferior
call.
mind, sound cue, nearsightedness to give the defenders just a little bit of a bigger
exactly
chance.
What Azza just said.
Tech time
We
out
are
from
giving
Wolves.
them the map control. Like we realize they're doing a full like clear, right? And we're giving them the map control in literally 20 seconds. Like realize what players they have. They have a jackal, right? They want to go for a full sweep.
Shh,
Like
we gotta be
can
quiet,
bring
James.
you again, like last game day, to extend and like deny their info. If we want to bring a tub as well, guys, to like do like a rat play like underneath like fucking Dokkaebi calls and shit like that. Also, like when you go to these power positions again, Azami's up, guys. Azami's open again for Master, for example. Like you can play King with the Azami, and then you just hold the entire site. You know what I mean? Like mute Mozzie is up, Vigil is up. You know, like don't leave so early, guys. Like extend early and then fall back.
So
We got a king call out?
seems
Hell
like
yeah.
fighting
We got a
more,
king
not
call
giving everything
out.
up for free. But I will also say
We're in 3 to 4 tournaments, so yeah, I'm in early tournaments. I truly don't know when these games are happening. I'm gonna be honest. If I pull up my Google Calendar right now, we are still scheduling them. As soon as we schedule them, I will let you know. Also, I don't know if I'm gonna be covering any of these. My focus this week is on co-streaming. I don't know how much Turtles we're gonna focus on this week. I'm just gonna let the guys kind of rock and practice. But we'll see. It'll be kind of spotty. Maybe there's a game I'll kind of watch. But this week is kind of like my transitional step back.
Give me the brief. Like, let's say anyone's just tuning into the stream now.
Yes.
What's the laydown of what's happened these first 2 rounds? Have they looked good at the start for Secret, and then just an awkward?
You clearly haven't watched Vets Tachanka video. Clearly I have not. Clearly I have not.
Yes, so very first round.
I got my own opinions about Tachanka. I don't need no video telling me
The
anything.
windows, the doors, the breach. Moto just runs in the breach at the perfect timing, gets 2 kills, the bomb site falls. Secret very much victorious in the 4 versus 1. In that second round, we had Krex on the Clash, just like the notable operator, and he died very early on by getting shot in the back. And when Wolves they lose these early power positions, like Kendra was
Next
saying,
element quals
they
this weekend.
had a very good
Friday,
rotation
Saturday,
on plan
Sunday.
B. So again,
That I will
they
cover.
fall apart, they die. Secret on the bomb side, but then they clutch through time running out.
Actually, for the most part, because I think NAL's going on Friday, huh?
Manpower loss for the defenders.
I'll cover it when we get a chance.
Aggressive. A little bit of damage taken here to Savage. Gonna have to be cautious as Noah's down on the ground, and Secret do appear to need to regroup. They don't want to turn things down. Look at how deep we've got Mowgli here. He's so tempted to go for a swing. We need the rest of this squad to recompose. And there we go, Noah back on his feet again. Already a lot of ground taken here by the Secret side.
All right, just a meeting side clear. Wolves did go back early again. I don't know if they really listened to their coach as much. I believe that's Coach Kendra, right, for Wolves? I mean, we're not running that Azami. We're not really contesting things that he was talking about, running the tube. And we see them fall back and then try to take fights and just getting absolutely picked apart, like once they're in their little bunker. I just don't think we're taking fights at the right power spots on this map. Did you get 2 at the pump there?
From Krex, but it's not to be. And another confident round from Secret. puts them in pole position this game.
Don't think we were, yeah, quite going at the right
It's brutal.
times
I
there.
really think right now for defenders, Wolves, it means like figure out your first 60 to 90 seconds of the round where either you don't die or you hold on to map control, because there's been
Still
two
love the
situations
EML, how we're able to hear
where they
timeouts,
fall
by the
back
way.
really early and they don't
Can we
take the
bring that
fight,
to like
or
NAL,
they
please?
take the fight,
Please.
lose it, or take an improper one, lack information, lack a crossfire, and again they lose the manpower and they lose the bomb site, or the map control as well. So it's just been really, really messy early on. Cracks, you know, big prospect, a lot of, you know, big praise in the CL or EML qualifiers, having a good time and good intentions, really struggling right now with these first couple of play days, but finding his footing. Yes, he gets a collateral too.
Oh, he did get a collat. Yeah, I thought so.
Those are purely impactless, you know, exit frags. It doesn't matter. He's
All right,
still
again,
free on my scoreboard.
we're not running the Azami that we talked about.
Yeah. Where do we kind of place Wolves at the moment?
Is it maybe the Wolves hasn't
Essentially,
like
they
practiced
should be
that before,
down.
and then Kendrick's
We
just
do
kind of
come in
calling
at
it?
this stage that this is obviously a very fresh Wolves roster, not the Wolves that kind of went to.
Because this looks kind of like a bunker-ish setup again. Like we're gonna give them the walls because we have to. Waldenau's banned. Sure, we brought mute. Cool.
Bottom of the standings, bottom half of the standings perhaps.
But then we're running a Maestro, so it almost seems like we want to bunker a little bit heavier. We're running a more aggressive mirror here, sure, but very easy for this mirror to get pushed back. All it'll take is Jum on Deimos to kind of go underneath here.
Third ban, Clash and Ace. I don't know if it's gonna change too many things here. This is gonna be like, when you play certain maps, maybe not so much layer, we're gonna see double, maybe triple heart breacher bans. And right now it might be very strong and very effective, but as time goes on, I'm very curious to see what the evolution of these new operator ban systems will be as teams get better and better at dealing with the issues, essentially.
Yeah, I don't see why they can't either,
Clash
Hayes.
ban will do too much here towards the
I don't see why
Wolves.
either.
They had the Chashanga, and those are still up and available.
I mean, hey, I'm thankful we at least get one region doing it.
Secret are looking very well poised.
Oh.
Taking
Oh, what are we doing here?
Playing things nice and safe.
So if we're claying that
Middle of the room.
and claying this,
Noah's making his way forward.
this is
Worried about
looking
his
more
match.
like the bridge side.
Roma downstairs. Near the bottom of that
Interesting
staircase.
claymores.
Another
If those
claymore.
get somebody, that's
Just to make sure
insane.
Anyone going for a flank to try and contest downstairs.
Like, what are we doing with cap attack? Oh my god!
Of Azza downstairs.
That should have been a kill.
Does manage to just weave between the
He's always Tachanka fired off.
The side. The fire's gonna
Oh yeah, see, Mickey Mouse fires. Oh my god.
more damage, but does get back upstairs and to site safely.
We're in a great showcase on the Siege X sound propagation change right there for Noah with a sound
Let's just
wall
a
bang.
trial, seeing if it works. That's true. It could be. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. All right, so that's basically clearing out Death Spot. If anyone was maybe they call that King. Is STOMPN play there? Nah. King's got to be that hallway, right? Where he plays with smoke. So they're able to get Mez. Again, I'm not really seeing much contest coming in here from the Wolves, if that's their game plan, because now they just gave everything. They don't have enough Habanas, though, to open up Mask. So this is good.
Let's see here. Tappity tap goes a DMR.
Like, they have to walk through a doorway now. I think they need to kind of push backside for kills. He actually got the Claymore kill. Oh my god. Azur's got to be so mad. Here we go. A little bit of aggression. They're just trying to Tachanka fire and avoid gunfights. Oh, need a little bit of pressure on this guy.
Another smoke getting popped from the attackers. Where is the way in? Red pings.
Nice job from Krex for the double. Holding down display. Krex for 3. Give him the 4th. Oh, the fire got one. Alright, they didn't aggress, but honestly it was the right play there. Couldn't get any walls open, just had to walk in a doorway. Walk down the bathroom hallway. Right into Krex. That was actually good. Bad lineup by Secret there. To not be able to open shit. I mean, the ace is banned, but we could bring some other shit to open that wall up.
Team Wolves, a little defense W there.
Is Dev talking? And we just can't hear him.
All right.
All right, solo Pengu cast.
So I can hear James on my end, but we cannot hear you like the stream, James. So you are not connected right now. So I look like I'm talking to myself. So I'm just gonna talk to myself actually, because I'm gonna respond to your points. I'm gonna look crazy. But yeah, essentially. Oh, I was gonna point this out actually. No one put down that claymore downstairs. And you think to yourself, why would you do that when it's just like a hatch drop? You'll see it, you'll shoot it, whatever. With
What's up, mine?
Launch. When you're dropping down a hatch, jumping out a window, you're forced into a hip.
We're not late. STOMPN don't play till later.
On your way down, if you don't check for a claymore before you drop down that hatch, and you only see it as you're midair, you quite literally have to pray.
I was thinking though coming into this though, this might be the game of the day, but we'll see. I'm excited to watch some of the other teams, but as far as even wise,
I'm actually back for real. HLTV confirmed.
Nice.
I would say this map is pretty even, so 3-3 is fine.
This has been a pretty one-sided game so far. I think Wolves are pretty happy with the 2-2 score.
Yeah, Wolves should be happy.
So now they're down in the basement again. Now this was the one that they clutched up, but the rest of that round didn't look too hot for them.
Exactly.
And if Secret had played a little bit more carefully, then they likely would have won that round. They just needed to force down a plant. Now they've looked to have taken a lot of ground floor control, locking down these staircases, but we still have one roamer at large.
The benefit of not having cracks on the clash, like
All the leagues, all aren't the best this season yet. Should it be benefit of the doubt due to being CJX? What do you mean? Like with problems? Like tech problems and stuff like that?
That's worth it. Aster in this corner, if he gets found out, should be a free kill.
Could give him benefit of the doubt in that case. This guy's stuck. He's getting some help though. He's trying to swing. This should be 2 kills for Secret. There we go. They tried to play an aggressive, weird spot. Didn't end up working for them.
Noodles found something. It is just up to him and his iconic duo of leader. The two of them now in a 2 versus 4. A minute and a half still to play as that Dokkaebi call rings out.
I've seen this one before. 2v4 previous time around as well. And yes, the first Dokkaebi call got a lot of value, but that second one not anything.
Holy reaction time, Batman.
Shot missed there from Noodle, but
Oof.
has a good read, loses the gunfight. 4v1 for leader instead, going upstairs.
He's got gas babes to work with, but just an SMG 11.
Here comes the desperation smoke flank. He does end up getting one, but it's not the. Where is the case? Okay, case is down in purple. They're picking it up. Should be able to just go into the other bomb site, get the bomb down.
Diffuser is on Adrian. Down on the side.
Another good secret attack.
To force that down. Leader forced to rotate down the staircase, and it just doesn't look possible. He's going to have to hit some of the best shots of his life to make this work.
Ooh, there's one of them. There's one of them.
That's a shot and a half. Now he's got gas babes.
Habana's low.
We might be cooking
ish.
Noah's already low HP. Savage
That's a Blackbeard. Don't even. Nah, okay.
Careful not to aim down sights, but he takes the risk, and it pays off. They don't fumble the 2v1 this time.
A lot of it's online compared to offline, so using TeamSpeak. Yeah. Yeah, I don't fault too much for the online stage. I don't know how much better production can be for online in general. You know, I haven't really watched other online leagues. Like what are your like what esport do you guys enjoy watching the most? Like for me, it's CS:GO, but I actually haven't watched an online league of CS:GO in a while, so I actually don't know what it's like.
Right as he enters the room, the phone starts ringing, and Savage backs off, and in return they get 2 kills.
But I feel like it's not bad. Like they're doing a great job.
And it wasn't even necessarily.
And LAN events is where it's all about, right? Like that's where the hype is for sure.
What we've seen as well is every single time there's a numbers advantage here.
R6, I don't watch any other esport. Hey, that's our goat right there.
Have a way to fight back into it safely.
Hell yeah, Goyo.
They did all of the natural ways that you attack that bomb site.
Sometimes CS.
Various angles.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm about to say, like, mostly all I watch is Siege. I absolutely love the game.
As soon as there was a numbers disadvantage, Wolves really only had one choice.
Every once in a while, I'll check in with Counter-Strike or even Call of Duty. Even Call of Duty every once in a while.
Typically, I would say like a 4-2 favoring defense or a 3-3. I would say it's a defender-sided map more often than not, but of course it depends on operator depends who you are as a team, what happens.
I was unfortunately a COD fanboy. I can only drop shot.
2v1 on that first basement attack. They'll be up 4-1 currently. Definitely beating the bar of attacking rounds here on the map.
Scump watch parties, it? Yeah. No, that's my favorite way to watch COD is the Scump watch parties. I think they're super sick.
Secondary MPs in the pocket of the wrong player, perhaps, as Doom is on the opposite side of the building.
Super sick. I almost wish there was more. I mean, I've said this before, but I almost wish there was more like washed up old pros like myself that can do like a Scump watch party-esque thing for Siege.
Because you don't want to risk his position. There's a little bit of a spray, so Krex is a bit suspicious. Oh, the read is perfect.
Wow.
The timing could not have been better for Doom as Krex
SMG 12 things.
and he used the hole that Krex
Opening pick here. Is he going to be able to hack that cam? Oh, he's going for another? Okay. All right. They got the Chris Kyle mirror. Although the wall's reinforced, which, I mean, it's fine because last time Secret did a meeting overtake, they ended up opening the server wall. That's when that mirror would be really good. It also holds the bathroom hallway anyways. The Secret look like they just want to get into sight. They do have a warden on board, though, unfortunately. So they're not really going to be able to just smoke. But they have the sense. This is giving me the... if you guys watch the Oxygen game... But you could basically sense a bunch of sense walls and plant right to the left of the door. Immediate left right here. We're exactly where he's looking. Warden can't see you. I think that's what we're about to see. And he's not even going to try. Bomb's going to go down for free, or is there a C4? C4 ends up missing. Oh my god, they get the bomb at the last second, though. That's insane for the Wolves. Yeah. What's the pivot? Do they have to get aggressive top?
That C4 destroyed the protector wall, gained the visibility for the player upstairs, a shot on the plan with less than 1 second left, I think, by my count. Now, you gotta go for broke. You're desperate. You gotta rush on in and just pray it's gonna work.
Oh. I mean, this isn't gonna work out. There's no way. Somehow
there's no way they can get the bomb down. They get all three below. I mean, they're just gonna have to fight up the holes. They're gonna find a spot and just look up.
Has to land his shots through the vertical angles. Noodle as well trying to work it. There's not enough info on this.
Miss it. Oh, please don't blow that up. Oh my god, imagine. Bomb's going down. They just have to fight. Oh my god. How did that work? That was desperation. Oh my god. That's insane.
That is ridiculous. There are so many.
That was so panicky.
Really poor for one team or the other. The C4
wow.
That makes the attacker survive. The miss in the verticality, the running on in, the coverage with the
absolute desperation.
1 point of HP, by the way. One straight bullet, one hip fire shot, anything in the top.
I'm not looking good for the Wolves here. Only 2 defenses, and I think Secret actually didn't look that bad at reload on this map versus Furia.
To kill all the defenders.
Thinking this is going to be... I mean, I would have predicted Secret anyways, just based off the tier list.
But with 1 second to spare, Wolves...
Secret is a... I do think Secret is a top 4 EU team.
Let's see it here.
Special, like, the addition of Mowgli is... I mean, he is definitely one of the best players in EU. I don't think he gets talked... I mean... He gets talked about, but not nearly as much as some other EU players. And he's so good. I mean, look at him planting the bomb right there. Wow. What can he do?
This Secret player that was planting could get it up. And it just came down to everyone from Secret saying, guys, look, we lost our main win conditions.
You're going to be learning a lot of the production aspect at uni. This is the arena they have. Oh, really? Oh, wait. You're when you were telling me about it, you basically learned everything about esports, right? From production all the way to, like literally everything, right?
A little bit messy, he says. Yep. That is one of the messiest things ever, but no, you're right. And what I really like about Secret as a roster, when you look at the names, right? You see Mowgli, Adrian,
oh, this is sick.
Noah. You probably think all of those players, maybe with the exception of Noah, they will do the crazy play. They will hit that nasty shot. They will seek that opportunity. This entire roster can really go for those, you know, invest everything into one thing and believe in it, strat. There's not going to be any small ounce of doubt.
Sorry, guys.
The call is there, guys. Walk in.
Sorry, guys. Pulled us away. I was reading an article real quick. That was interesting. Okay. We're back. We're back. We missed ban phase. Ace Mav. All right. All right. We're leaving up all the cheese and the shields, so we're gonna see Monty Glaz, Kate Azami,
This year, the Ace plus Maverick ban opens up.
So they had a did they not have a zombie? Wolves, the entire defense didn't use it once.
When Secret would attack it, it banned Bandit and Kaid, meaning you couldn't do any sort of wall denying except with the Mugus again.
Hey, look, it's Crex.
This is
Yeah.
on the attack to always have to
This is that support fragger, right, guys? This is who we were talking about?
Or a great nade in the floor. The 50-50 gets there on the wall, wrong for Mowgli. Of course, he was trying to play it safe because that nade created a gap in the floor itself. But that's the first step done. This little mini game between the wall denier and the Harpy's destruction. This buys Secret a lot of time. In the future, if that defender downstairs.
All right, we're just gonna try to go for a plant here with the glass coverage. Ends up missing the C4. Another C4 comes out. I think it gets shot out of the air. Smokes missing too. Bomb down. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. Hang on. I think just reset. We got a clash to retake. Yep, all the players here getting picked off. Bridge is super strong for Mask. Still got clash up. Might be able to do some kind of cheese plant behind the shield here. Go below. If it wasn't for the below guy.
Protect that diffuser and make sure that that post plant is perfect for
Alright, good attack from the Wolves. Not a bad start. Not a bad start. They know how to cheese the site. Do they know how to do a default take? To be honest, do they even need to though? They got all these cheese ops up.
Just be on the roof. Just bait the angles. So they had 3 different ways to win out in the post plan. So it wasn't just a crazy pocket shot out of nowhere. Guys, let's just rush the breach. It was very well thought out from step 1 and all the way through. I wanted to see, a clash in the breach, denying the angles and granting cover and seeing a counter defuse. We didn't see it, but even if they tried, again, the IQ
Alright, clash again.
Stopped it.
Extra thing about the IQ as well from down below, of course, you can deny the counter defuse just by using that secondary. With your gadget up, you can actually see...
Probably not too heavy of a roam. This is kind of what I call like an archive roam. You reinforce those, what is the actual call out to that room? Armory? I think it's Armory. Where Mowgli is. Reinforce, have a player play in there because you can't do top down in that room. You can actually play in there pretty safely. You just protect the hatch. A little bit of time wasted there. Usually there's a rotate in the medic as well. You have a player helping you. Again, not too heavy of a roam. I see 3 players on site. Wolves, I think the correct call here. Whenever you see this defense, I personally like to full clear. Let them do the time waste, but if you have a good enough execute from the hatch, we are going to see Aurora. So I expect to see maybe some doors getting shut from the hatch. Maybe stock door.
The shield's gonna go sideways, it can be vulnerable. You can't do anything if you are Blitz, Multi-Fuse Shield, or Blackbeard up against the Clash.
He said, yo, get behind me, I'm bashing through.
Or wherever Aster goes, rather. I wanna see Noah follow.
The moment Doom is the one that's being chased around downstairs by that Blackbeard. Noodle looking to support on the Ray.
Alright, so they are kind of falling off a bit.
EYD rings on out. Wolves are going to continue lapping up this map control.
Mowgli back onto the blue stairs. Losing smoke is pretty big. I think he died through the floor there. That's pretty big, but we do see Joom still upstairs in reception.
Very early, and here comes the ram ringing on true.
Might be some flank potential because we're already taking filter.
To find safe positions to play on site for Secret.
So many different ways to attack. That's right. The Aurora gaze are denied.
We are giving sight at this point, forcing an execute. But Joom's got a really good spot here.
So many different tools now on the attack. Secret's only
This is the X factor.
Doom flanking upstairs on the Goyo as he's hiding inside a reception, or maybe Clash finding an angle somewhere, or granting a line of sight, protection, and aggressive swing. It's not going to be a reliable way for Secret to win here.
Even if he stands up, doors are kind of shut here. He does have the impacts to flank, but he's going to give it away. Clash going down. That's a big pick. Joom's got to make something happen here. I don't think he can just be laying there anymore. Bomb's already going down. Joom, we got to do something, buddy. Joom, we got to do something. Joom, the bomb's down. It's a little too late. That was a good execute from the Wolves. good execute from the Wolves. And I personally think there's too many operators. Yeah, like you gotta cause a problem on that archive roam. That was too easy to give map control. The attack had a lot of really good operators to execute. Blackbeard, the Grim, the Aurora. I think Secret have to contest a little bit more.
That buys you, 6 seconds or so, since planting takes 7 seconds. If that C4 did get the kill, Doom would have been right on schedule to get the second kill on the planter, and then you're playing 3 versus 3. That's perfect. Now you're in a great spot, and you got the vertical pressure. But because the C4 gets shot right as it lands on the ground and doesn't get to explode, Doom's flank is now late. He doesn't kill the guy planting, doesn't realize the guy watching him above either, and he dies too. So that was a, person saying, guys, I got the C4, don't worry about it. Except he didn't quite have it.
Yeah.
Small things.
Did you manage to see what happened?
Looks like they're hiding the bandit here.
It looked like it disappeared into the ether, into the shadow realm. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, I mean, credits. Was it a deliberate shot? Because I thought that it was.
I assume so. So they had two guys on the vertical.
And that might be pretty good because this is looking like that exact same take that we saw Secret do with the Sense. I think they're going to want to just try to open green wall here and try to go for a Sense plant in the door.
Just went for a crazy flick. The crazy thing is the C4 threw a smoke grenade and landed just on the edge outside of it. The fact that it got shot is incredible.
This bandit might be a big problem here.
Wolves have got hands when it comes to this attacking side. Undefeated. So
might have to see the Wolves pivot.
Solid. Both times a successful plant. Both times.
Just have to watch out for this Twitch drone. Here it comes.
So as we continue
Ooh, is he looking away?
Here, Pengu. Secret have gone
I think he just saw it under the door.
Bomb site where it really comes down to the battle of the top floor, or whether you've got a cheeky execute directly onto the site. And at the moment, I'm seeing Wolves just try and suss out.
Yeah, no EMPs on board. It's literally only relying. He's gonna try to Flores drone. This is absolute desperation here.
Not gonna find those batteries.
We're gonna see the other Twitch drone come out now. This is not a good attack. They did not properly think this out.
That Sense wall execute that we saw Secret do just a few rounds ago when they were attacking is like the #1 way to.
Here comes the last Twitch drone. Jim just have to shoot it.
Difference here again. The bandit is open. Secret are playing it, and they're denying that first step. Mowgli finds a 2-piece out of nowhere.
That's just Crex and Leader, I think, trying to take some space because they knew the take wasn't working.
And of course, the Flores to self-destruction.
Now we're just jumping in. Yeah, this is complete desperation. This is definitely plan D, E, F at this point.
At this point, you just
we're just walking.
I don't know how Mowgli got away with
Ram was lost in the prep phase.
Swings for 2 in this hallway.
Boom.
Yeah, Wolves had not been aware, and here comes a C4 from Doom. It's going to find Tyrant looking for another one. He's got his position on lock, though he doesn't even need to swing. Noodle goes hunting. It's up to him and Az that are just trying to find a kill here or there, but Secret really do not need to give them an inch. Straight to the dread mine. Bit of a pre-fire. Really, you don't need to peek here.
Really, is defending Lair really this difficult? Are these guys just burgers? I definitely don't think they're just burgers. I mean, I didn't like the Wolves defenses. I will say that. Not a fan of those. Secret, we're doing some default defenses. Wolves just kind of had the right answers on attack. Like you will see a lot of teams in NNA do the same thing. Like for lower site, they'll just kind of contest and give it up. But I don't think it's the meta defense. The meta defense is like full roam. Look at Furia, look at Shopify, look at OSG, look at the most teams. They're kind of heavy roaming, contesting the map control because the executes are just too strong.
But this round is pretty much a done deal regardless. He'll drop straight down into the waiting arms of Mowgli, who really put that round to bed. His third 3.
What team do you think has the best executes in EML?
Once again ahead on the scoreboard.
Sure, you see a bandit bank come out here now just to ease up the attacking lineup because right now you have to deal with the vertical.
It's kind of a broad, I don't know, kind of a broad question. I haven't watched too much EML because I was focused on the Turtles the last like week and a half, 2 weeks. So I have missed some play days. I do think if you let VP execute, it's usually bad. Those guys just, I've always just been historically, they know how to execute. So I mean, yeah, usually it's probably like some of the best teams.
The IQ below. But on the flip side, right? If they send IQ downstairs in that top floor defense, surely now Secret are expected to make a similar adaptation. Okay, hey guys, we can play a castle setup downstairs, play traps, whatever. Just having a single roamer downstairs.
All right, taking off Glaz. Last time they went to this site, we saw that Glaz cheese take through mask wall, and we're getting rid of Clash. Secret has been running a ton of Clash. So now we're kind of back to a default Siege. Glad we're seeing the Bandit come out. We did just see them struggle with wall denial. Might as well run it. This Falcam right here is really good for the lurks if they do a meeting take. Usually you'll see Deimos, so Azur, we'll see where he comes in from, but usually they walk through sentry, get underneath the mez wall, so that Falcam is really good for retakes. That one as well, really good if they do a bridge side. Bridge side take, you'll see Azur get underneath, try to Deimos track anybody under the site. Let them know if they can power. It's kind of looking like we're going to be doing a bridge side take here. We do see Noah playing the king spot with smoke, wasting time. Krex, I think, just opening that wall just for pressure, but I don't know if they're going to hit it. Maybe late they will.
Yeah, they want that breach. And that question is, can Azur and Tyrant get the job done below? Noodle has Skybridge. So they're trying to cut the map in half right now, essentially, and just buy space. Take all the time you need. You need this to happen successfully.
Yeah, we don't have any players from Wolves in the building down below as of yet. As I say that, Tyrant actually makes his way downstairs. He's looking to try and take control and put that pressure.
All right, so we do see Az running here, and he got the Valcam.
Now made his way in as well. This is the first step from Wolves. As you said, it comes down to that roam hunt straight into...
This is the same as the G2 take, actually. Do we not see Doki doing this same exact angle in the G2 game?
He looks to try and enable a roam, or at least some kind
Azur does go down. One of the best ways to counter the vert play like that is just honestly have holes that you can look down and challenge yourself. Azur goes down. Now he's able to back up and reinforce alt because the pressure from below is gone. See if they rotate the bandit, but I don't think so. I think they're just going to give him the wall.
Back into R6 room, reinforcing off this wall, preventing that ground from being taken. They take the advantage and they fall back.
It's sad because Krex outside the building the entire round on the roof, waiting to do his job. Now inside instead on Skybridge. Gets this wall.
All right, go ahead and open it up with the Hibana. That's just gonna. They're not gonna be able to go through it at all. It's just a line of sight, but that's not their plan. They have sense. They have leader on sense. They just need to make sure no one is to the left of that drone, which there is. Right now it's Savage on the Valk. They need to clear Savage out, and they can go for a plant.
C4 does go out, doesn't find any kill as of yet, but Noah does time his peak.
This is where losing the Deimos really hurts their attack. They have no way to properly clear some of these power positions. I can't believe Mowgli hit that shot. What a trade.
Leaving leader in a 1 versus 3 with 10 seconds to play. All he's gonna do is make kills here. As you said,
Wolves' attacks seem really linear, where if plan A doesn't go correct, they have no chance to pivot and try to kind of savage the round. Their first 2 takes went perfect, right? Both their plan A's, they did a rush, ended up working, and then they did like an archive execute or filter execute, ended up working. But like the next 2 rounds, Secret presented problems. Bringing the bandit, they couldn't solve it. That was like the worst round I've ever seen. Lost it in the prep phase. And then that round, as soon as Deimos died, they had no other plan how to clear some of the power positions that Secret were in.
Deimos dying from the verticality, not being able to utilize the gadget below, finding the kills, and losing that map pressure downstairs. That's a
Salvage.
in that round. Just like when
well, that's why be putting a guy named Savage.Secret? He's on my mind.
Like we saw as well back in round number 2, also the round can just completely be broken apart. So these early stages of the round is defining so many things in those final 2 minutes.
It really didn't feel like that was plan A for Wolves though, right? We know that last time they attacked that bomb site, they wanted to go for that external breach. That was in theory what the strat was here as well, try and kill that bandit, Deimos down below. didn't work out. They had to pivot, they had to go for an R6 room attack, and like you said, that's walking into a dead crossfire. It's a bit of a Hail Mary to try and make that work with the Sens. So Wolves, they're being met with contention at every turn, and I think that's where I want to credit Secret. They're here ready
So
to
this is a good adaptation from Secret. Next time we go lower here, we're now running more of a roam, like I was talking about. We have a guy on the 3rd floor. I think we have at least, so we have Noah up there playing operations. We got Joom up there as well, playing on the blue stairs. Savage is in armory. Mowgli's in reception. We only got one guy's site, which is more meta. We're actually giving problems. Wolves running the same exact attack as well. They just don't have the Grim.
On the bomb site, basically. They want to fight for map control and try and choke out Wolves on the
But they got that Rora, so they're probably trying to do this similar. So here's plan B for Wolves. They're contesting. Let's just hit the site.
danger, isn't it? You go for a heavy roam strat, you're vulnerable to a rush, and I think Wolves have identified the lack of presence on the side. The goo mine from Legion might slow things down. A Vulcan fire can be popped as well. Here comes a big entry, the E1D, and a big.
I mean, this is a good call.
And now we can
This is why Siege is a number game.
a lot of pressure.
Too many roamers, hit site. Not enough roamers, like the last time on Labs, take the map.
2-player advantage, and now they go for the re-roam, forcing all these Secret
So that
players
forced
back to
all of them
the
back to
side.
site. Now 5v3, they have the map.
Genius. You take the bomb site, the Finners fall back downstairs. You say,
Noah's the only one upstairs again.
now it's completely free for
But they should be able to just roar off the doors. He's got no impacts or anything.
He's so far away though, no action here for him. Wolves can slow this down, do the vertical destruction, get those lines of sight. They can do the exact same plan as previously, where Blackbeard walking on in, holding those vertical angles, using Aura, and this should be a free plant. There is no plant deny whatsoever, no C4, no nothing. Just that Goya fire.
Yeah, and that's going to be gone in 20 seconds.
They got plenty of
40
time.
seconds to play.
Plenty of time to just
To worry about
execute.
those goo mines can be easily shot out. This is, like you said, picture perfect here from Wolves' beautiful attack. Use that early aggression, whittle down the numbers, and then play it slow. Play it as if it's a 5v5. Noodle takes a lot of damage.
Don't rush the
there.
execute here.
I do
Here we
be
go.
careful, though, in
Close
these
off that
20
door.
seconds not to lose
I don't think you can
players.
close off the loaf door one, huh?
Advantage right now,
That's
the
fine.
numbers. Hazard forcing that plan down.
Oh, please. Where's the top down? You guys.
Savage allowed to sneak through.
Fine, 30
1 HP,
seconds.
But he's still got a dream. As the plan is going down from Tyrant, a re-attempt now for Wolves, 25 seconds.
Oh
to
my.
go. Noah
They're gonna
does
clutch this, aren't they?
2v2 in the post plan.
Okay, bomb down.
Try and stave off defeat,
1
but
HP
he's
Savage. Not a bad try.
They need to make magic happen now, and it's all up to Savage. The magician who made the plan denied in the first moment of that attack.
All right, that was a good attack from Wolves. So we've seen that they do have a B plan sometimes. That was a good call. Too many roamers hit the site. Then flip it again.
They had 2 or 3 separate I think it was 2 Goyo canisters on the default plant position.
Something
And what they had
different,
done,
maybe trying to
for example,
take the
Secret,
top floor.
Got timeout.
If they don't just
They're doing the same side, the same attacks like every time.
Same
Like,
side, the same
they can
attack.
just
So
bring
what we can-
some impact. We can just go for the same shits. Like yeah.
So what we can do, can we adapt some Goyos for these default positions on the site as well for late rounds? Because if we can remove their drones and not make them clear those positions, it will fuck them up for the execution as well. And maybe we can try to flank at the same time that they're trying to go for the execution because the gridlock is...
Listen. We just play. Let's play Marshall. Let's play 2. Let's play mute for sides. Let's give them sides, and then let's play the Valk to flank like the dark side. Okay.
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 I can
And it's
play
gonna go
mute,
for the
alright.
sense side to like as long as we go in packs and the 2 we're out, we can deny everything.
Yeah, done.
Confidence up, guys.
I can play the maestro.
Huh. Very specific things there. They're just
Huh.
like, building one shot and saying this is what we're gonna do with it.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Ghosty.
The time deny.
Hayes had like maybe it's a trial, you know, maybe we're trying it out and then we'll run it in the other leagues, but I wish we had it in NAL.
Let's do this. I need more Goyos over here. And then another player was like, no, guys, can that? We're gonna use Tubarao. We're gonna use. What do they say?
So we are sounds like we're going back lower and we're stacking everything.
Yeah, so I think it was Twister starting off.
So we are going back lower. We're going top. We're going bunks, okay. Because we know that they want to do
Well, obviously, when you have a coach and you have players in the server,
that sense plant. So we're stacking. Look at 2 Meisters there. Maybe he put his third there as well.
Feel the pressure and intensity what happens
We also
in
have
the game
Valcam, so we're stacking vision for the plant.
This is what we see. When you
Solus would have
have
been another good idea if you think they're gonna do that.
Savage right now,
Problem is, I don't think there's any way
was saying, guys, this is the actual problem from the
I don't think there's any way Wolves try to just open the wall and go for the sense plan again. They're, yeah. Double shields, full clear. This is a good call from the Wolves, actually. They're switching their take. They're abusing double shields.
Yeah, to their credit, I think it was the right call from Secret.
With a Finka. AKA, this is a death ball, if you guys know. Turtle stuff. Double shield Finka. Death ball. And a Grim. So if they do get top floor, Grim's going to be very, very good. I kind of like this. We just need to watch out for Valcams. Here we go. Here we go. Death ball in. Death ball in. Don't get C4'd. I like it. Mowgli's dead here. Mowgli is a dead man walking. Oh, he gets one. Oh, they get two. The day got... Oh, my... What? Oh, my God. Mowgli somehow took down the whole team. Tyrant, though. Oh, my God.
Holds his ground on the top floor, and out of nowhere, Wolves fall to Secret. A big game and a very explosive round to end it, but the deed is
Oh my God. What the hell was that? That was... Oh my God. Mowgli basically 1v3'd at that. Holy shit. That is insane. That is not a spot I want to be in with a Valk, seeing two shields walking at me with a gun behind it. Strategically, I like the call there from Wolves, but they kind of fumbled to themselves. But in theory, they should have been able to kill the Valkyrie, and then you see Tyrant backstabbing right there, right? Noah's running over here with smoke. They should be able to make all those players fall. Tyrant hits a good backstab right here. In theory, that should have worked. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
Maybe they don't practice the death ball enough. It's a niche skill you got to put into the playbook. Oh boy. Did Blitz not listen or see the grenade? I don't know. I bet comms got pretty antsy there. Yeah, I don't know if there's you can blame them. I think comms just got pretty antsy. They're like, Valk, behind desk, I'm updating up. Oh, man. 7-5, though. That's about what I probably would have expected. Wolves' defenses did not look good. They got 2. They need to be better on the defenses for sure. But I thought it would be a close game. And next up, we have Fnatic VP, which I know there was a lot of drama with Fnatic and Wizard, and Fett made a video about it, #1 Zim player. But, you know, I'm not going to mention his console past, really. But he is an up-and-coming young fragger that's supposed to be hyped up to EU, like, EU STOMPN, right? We saw him drop, what was that? The only game I really saw was this one where he dropped, like, which one? This one, where he dropped, like, 14. And they were making the comeback against the Wolves, and they end up losing the game. However, I think might get a little bit of a... Might take a step back. VP's in the lobby. Best EML team, according to my YouTube video. Are they the best? Are we going to see them just absolutely shit on Fnatic? Probably. But let's hope for a good game regardless. Prediction for the next match score-wise, 7-2 or 7-3. 7-2 or 7-3. That's what I'm going to say. Bum 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 bum. So many Pearly players were Zim, sadly. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, if they were from console, maybe. Yep, VP playing a lot faster now. Exactly. We saw him, like, we literally saw Joystick walk through a doorway a minute 30 into the round, just hitting sight by himself. And then, yeah, the ping. They're boot camping in Serbia. They no longer have the ping issue that they've, you know, notably have complained about on Twitter in the past. Dan, Joystick, and Always, longest trio. I think we were talking about that. I think yes. Was I a pro player or a coach? Which one was pro past? I was both. I was a pro player since year 1, season 1. I need to make a video about myself because I'm realizing, even like people that go to my YouTube, unfortunately that's time. People don't know who I was, who I am, but I was a pro player, in-game leader for like 8 years. Played for DZ, SK, Flipside. Became a coach for DZ. Won the Charlotte Major with DZ. And then joined Unwanted. We were the Orgless team at SI that went top 4. Yeah, the OG Blitz player. There we go. That's my most notable. I got a lot of aces out there on YouTube. Mickey Major. All right, get him out of here. Get that guy out of here.
And even most of them Moogly. I think Moogly was doing amazing in this entry department. He was amazing at opening the door for the Team Secret. And if you look at this, it was a heavy domination, but also Wolves fought back. And they fought back especially in these attacks that we're going to see here. With the rehearsed attacks, the basement attack that worked 2 times, by the way, the rush plant on the bridge wall. All of these things were really well thought and well worked, I think, as an attack team.
Even the very final round that you're going to see here, but for, I think, a miscommunication. A nade and a blitz pushing onto the same nade.
Would have had a couple majors under my belt. Tokename should have won that. But there's a guy out there that was talking to underage emails that powered up. And
it's another result where they've gone very, very close.
Beast Coast Major, the one they won. If we didn't lose to the Falcons, 100% I think we beat Beast Coast. Mickey Mouse, Hot and Cold can say whatever the hell he wants. We literally owned those guys. Absolutely own those guys. If Falcons BDS didn't power up to get to their 2nd place finish that they always do, because they can't win a goddamn major.
And like you said,
if they didn't power up, Beast Coast was going down.
Explosive, just popping up, big double kill. He's opened up the round, and then the reason that I like Team Secret, they play off the back of that. They match the pace that Mowgli brings. We didn't always see that in his previous team. It used to just be Mowgli, and then
not that it's better. Hey, no comments on Pi. Yeah, we're done. We're done with that.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
Not like that. Jesus. How did I read that line? The Navi dig is crazy. Hey. Tokoname was ours. That was another Mickey Mouse major. I don't care, but that was ours. Like, there was no way any of those teams were better than us at Tokoname. Holy cow. That was the freest event. Just didn't show up during that fucking Navi game. Literally just did not show up, and that guy just popped off.
Wolves, had some great insights and some great.
Fett in almost every video says he won the Atlanta Major. You should too with your career.
I think like losing that second basement.
I might get to that point
and losing 2 players early
where I do start saying it in videos, maybe. But like, I don't know. I just when I first got into content, like I just
so that they could have seen what was to come, Leo.
It's a beautiful.
Like being completely honest with you guys, I thought that stuff was cringy to do, right? Like boast about like your achievements and things like that. Like you just kind of hope like people just kind of know who you are. But as I'm getting into content more and more, I'm starting to realize like it's not cringy. Like that's just it's like sales. Like you have to just sell yourself, right? Like that's just the thing, right? But like it does sound like an ego thing, and I'm not trying to have an ego thing. I'm not trying to be clickbaity. I do think that's cringy, but it is. I mean, I don't fault anyone for doing it. It's like sales. I just don't even know like what I would say. Like, hey, won the Charlotte Major. Like, I mean, that was ages ago at this point, you know?
I
top 4. Hey, I got top 4 at SI with Unwanted. I mean, that's kind of the most recent thing people know me for. But I also do kind of want to be known for that I played the game at a very high level. Like, that's kind of my thing to, like, and again, no dig at Fet. Fet, absolute GOAT in my eyes. But, like, that's kind of, like, my thing to kind of separate myself from Fet in a sense. Is, like, he was a coach, you know, and he only really, I believe that major was, like, his best event for sure. I mean, obviously, Charlotte Major's my best event. But, like, I was also a pro player for 7-8 years. I was also an in-game leader. Before I was a coach, and then I had the coach career where I made many LAN events.
Old ITV players, I guess we can only wonder where these attacks are coming from in this game specifically. But we get to speak to
at the end of the day, we just keep rocking over here.
Joining us for the interview, good to speak to
Having a pin video on YouTube on the Go Over Your Pass would be a solid move. It would be. I just don't even know how to like format it and make it. Ali knows how my brain works.
We knew what they were gonna do on some attacks, but I think we kind of
being honest doesn't give you money, Ali. Jesus.
No, I think so far you guys have looked so dominant and consistent throughout this stage, but also at Reload. I'm wondering, what was it against G2 that made it you lost in that?
Was it Citizens only event win?
To take that win against G2 last week.
Yeah, right. He wasn't on the G2 team that won, right?
Game for us. I think it was like those again. There was like those small.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mistakes that kind of got in there, and they really hit the crack.
No, Ali, you were not digging for clips. I actually have.
In that game, I think we would have gone a different way. I think our attacks as well in the beginning were phenomenal, but there were.
I actually have already done the digging for clips. I think it's on my old computer though. Before I got this computer,
So the first one is
I just thought of that
the map of Lair. Obviously, you chose to go there against
as I
Wolves.
scroll through my
Was the fact
desktop.
that you'd already seen Wolves play this map against G2 like an influencing factor as to
Oh,
why
wait.
you chose this map? And then the second
See?
question,
Is
which
this- did this
a
pop up?
answer, is what are you feeding Mogul?
All right, I actually did already think about this video. Where did that? I have so many. Oh, here we go. Right. Because I was even gonna make like just like a little montage kind of thing, but like, you know, obviously we all know the Blitz Ace. There we go. I'm sure everyone's seen this 30,000 times. I know I have. Everyone comes in here. Is that you on the Blitz? Did you ace a Blitz? Okay, whatever. We already know ace there. Where did my notepad go? Boom. Then we have Tokoname, where I feel like I was starting to get known for how good I played the blue stairs. This was my spot. Many 2Ks, 3Ks, and this was an ace on the stairs. And then eventually I get the ace. Eventually they come to me, but we're not going to watch all that. But yeah, long story short, I got a bunch of clips. Are we on a break now? Would this have been a good time to go over this, or are we starting the game? Oh my god, we're on a break. Okay. All right, what else? Yeah, of course we got the 3K Han Solo. Modern, of course, here it is. One of my favorite clips of all time, of course.
Himself as well, but not before Fultz puts a bolt off, but there's still a lot of remaining members of Dark Zero inside. Jaeger gets traded out 2v3 in favor of SSG. They're putting the diffuser down right now. Canadian currently at 2 seconds. Mint gets a pistol with the Han Solo of all guns here. Diffuser's gonna go down. It's gonna be Hyper down, so Mint in a 1 versus 2, excuse me.
Sheesh! Pick up Hyper. And then my favorite part about this clip is look at Fultz's face after.
Jump on, he can rotate this and try and find something. Min with 2. Oh my god.
We're screaming at him.
Not supposed to be able to do that. I'm gonna have to say it again. Kyle Landry.
Which is not even my last name, by the way. Fucking Stokes. But Fultz is just stunned.
God's name is that?
I think Bacon was screaming at him. What else? I think this was that same bank game. Okay. Fuck.
From that engagement. This is what play. They're going for reinforcement. Meeting your own teammates in person. So there's a lot to
What did the score go to back then, huh? I think there's a rehost right here. Yeah. Okay, now I found it.
Have you drank water within the last hour? Yes or no?
This lobby take here is still happening to this day. Bank is still like played basically the same way. Cause look at this. Except back then we just flashed. We didn't capital, but it's still the same shit. You walk up, you take banana. Hyper gets the first one. But I have the IQ LMG.
And there's another one for Aerowolf as they keep on tallying these players of Dark Zero. What a shot for Mint through the wall. And he's gonna get a second. He keeps putting these together, and Dark Zero's gonna win this round for sure. There's the third.
They just kept on swinging me.
One player.
Freebies.
On Banana. His position
Yeah, the back in the day, no bad.
actually make this happen. He's behind, but Mint seems to know now, and he's gonna get the fourth. Mint a 4K.
We got a Nick sighting. We got a Nick's R6 sighting right there. Yeah, anyway, there's a few. And there's more, but like there used to be someone that made a Mint montage video, which was sick, because I don't even remember all my clips. Those are like the only ones I can really think of. There's like two more that are like kind of mid, but I also couldn't find my 1v or my ace on cafe. I think I had my ace, my 1v5 on, what's it called? What fucking team was that? Bravo Dog? Yeah, the Bravo Dog team.
That could be changing though, because these players could be the stars of tomorrow. And we're starting off that.
This is when the evil eye froze the game. It might have been. We in a rooftop? Hell yeah.
Welcome to Stars of Tomorrow, and today we're gonna be speaking about
Dude, EML production's kind of sick. Oh my god. He looks just like
Yeah, we've
STOMPN.
seen him come from the console community. He's only actually been on PC relatively recently, played for a team in Challenger Series called Good Intentions. And I think that's quite surprising, Leo, because he's very new to PC Siege.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just transitioned right now, and if you look at his stint, that's the only thing we have about him. It's just Challenger League matches with his team. He was the best rated player of the Challenger Series, despite his team having struggles collectively. And that's a big thing for me, is that he already dropped massive statistics, and he was a really looked up on prospect for EML.
And that team, Good Intentions, that he played for through the Challenger Series qualifiers, they genuinely took everybody by surprise. It was a full collective of players that had come across from the console scene onto the PC. They
Oh, it was full console team? Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't know that.
But actually, they put their names on the map.
And now he's joining Fnatic. Huge name, huge organization, and he has big shoes to
Fnatic's in a bit of a rebuild mode though.
Their coach, Tristan Scythus, he was giving us really good insight.
I said it in my tier list video. Like, I feel like, you know, they're obviously that Dark Horse like, maybe can steal some games, but I feel like they're in a rebuild mode. Like, we'll see more from them in stage 2. Like, give Wizard some time. He is obviously looking pretty good in some games here, but I think there may be another roster change or two away from actually competing for, you know, top 6 even.
Was it high up there on the rooftop, or was it?
It was hot. It was. A few of us got sunburned. Well, Pengu got sunburned. We were good.
Maybe it was my accent. Sorry, I meant high. Like, was it really tall? I mean, I have a fear of heights. I don't know. You don't, right?
We were climbing a ladder that was like pretty decent. Not that high. We're fine. Yeah.
In that case, I'm glad you two got to do it. I got to stay here on the couch and not have to worry about things like that. But yeah, good content piece. We're talking about Wizard, him potentially being a star of tomorrow. I think we've already highlighted him in his game that he's already played. He's put up massive numbers.
Don't know why Groovy's on shields. Yeah, that's what, like,
because if you want to be
things don't look like exactly the right pieces. I would expect another roster changer or two for stage 2.
these leagues, like the Combine you're seeing on your screen.
But I think this is they're getting the step to the right direction. They're getting some really young, good players. I just think they need to figure out like their identity. They need to figure out their roles. Like this is like this is a good stage 1 for them though. Like they're gonna learn all this stuff. Maybe they'll put some good performances together.
There's 2 more competitions again this
But they are in rebuild mode.
You could then become like Matchgo did. Play at the tier 2 finals, get enough points. Sorry if I'm taking all your points away from you. But then you can find yourself playing the Challenger Series and having that shot at getting tier 1. It's so important for people to get into the tier 2 competition.
It's the first step on the pathway. Obviously, the 3 tier 2 competitions all combined together to create the finals. Combine's got its own LAN finals going on in August as well, over in Germany as well. It is Germany, right? Yeah.
Wait, Combine has its own LAN? That is sick.
Starks, who played in the Combine finals last year, he got picked up not too long after that by Fnatic.
That is sick.
So these top pro teams, these tier 1 teams, they are looking at these events and looking for talent.
These tournaments, therefore, the guys in the chat are saying, "Oh, I could have done better."
We could sign up.
Yeah, we could sign up. You guys can sign up. Anyone can sign up, and that's the good.
The turtle logo on Vince's page, nice. But we can't have our own Liquipedia page yet.
It starts there. It started there for me. I started in tier 3, grounded through tier 2, and then I got the tier 1 opportunity because I got the spotlight from tier 2. This is the kind of moment that matters if you try to make a living of your dream.
It's absolutely huge to have this possibility to be able to qualify yourself through tier 2 into tier 1 as well. I mean, for everyone sitting at home, if you think you have what it takes to compete as well, make sure to sign up for the Combine qualifiers. If you want these 2 guys to jump on the rooftop again and make this video about you in the future of being a potential star for tomorrow, make sure you do sign up for the Combine qualifiers. And I'm also really glad you mentioned Starks, because he is in fact playing this matchup. He was playing, like you said, the Combine finals just less than a year ago. Traveled to the other side of the world already to play video games, and that is just how it could go. But when we look at Fnatic, I wonder, is it too early to get happy for this roster? I mean, it was a good start against
White Monster low-key sucks. Hot take. Hot take. Whoa, Groovy 10 and 18. Oof.
24 rounds, they played 23. They always try their hardest.
4-0 in the entry wizard. Jegs 5-1. Sarks. Daypack, they got a support goat.
They're still maturing. The problem is the results are inconsistent.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. It really is the big problem, is you don't know which Fnatic's going to turn up on the day, or even inside of a given round. You know, you look at that game against Wolves last week, they seemed seemingly in control. Let it go, and you're thinking, oh, Fnatic are from one, and then they do the nearly...
I mean, they're going to be inconsistent. They're a young... I feel like a young team, besides Daypack. Daypack's been around the block.
With the smooth, I think, with this roster, they bringing on so many rookies, they're going to have games.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of rookies.
It's about keeping their spirits high, nurturing those rookies, and hopefully, the potential you've seen in them, you will realize that at some point.
Wait a sec. Like, am I crazy? Hang on.
It was an inconsistent first week.
Wizard, Wizard of Oz, huh? Wizard, Liquipedia, R6, Fnatic.
The only team that has managed to get the 6 points out of the potential
No photo?
points from last week. So a huge improvement. If we're looking at the
Wizard.
We're seeing them for the
Is there an
first
image?
time on Siege X. But there's another thing that has changed.
No, we're looking at the other wizard.
Playing on some decent ping.
Oh,
I'm just saying, like, does STOMPN not look a lot like Wizard? Do they not even look alike? What is this picture? What the hell is that?
95% cost per Shepherd.
Yeah.
Oh, here's our Russian goats.
The rest of them have all got great costs.
I'm not gonna lie.
0 entries.
Being a support during EML with
20 ping enjoyers say hi. Nice, dude.
They are clearly enjoying. They're calling themselves the 20 ping enjoyers.
I'm a big fan of the Karzeka pickup too.
Stage 1 of EML, they're playing from Belgrade at boot camp in Serbia, and I'm not going to say this is the only reason why they're doing
This is gonna be hard, guys. This is gonna be hard to keep my bias down here. Big VP fanboy. Love these guys.
When you look at Virtus Pro and their different kind of performances on the different pings that they've been struggling with in these.
Oh wow, we have a complete meter. That's insane. Yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, notably. They like to complain a bit. Karzeka's, yeah, Karzeka coach. Karzeka was the one that played that close, yes.
Pattern for years. VP struggles to qualify to international events. When they reach international event, they're playing LAN on 0 ping and they destroy everyone. Usually, it's very rare that...
Also, I love that we have an Intero couch pillow here.
Events. It happens from time to time. They had a 12th finish at some point in 2024. But if you take that out, and you look at their records, when they go to SI, they always make main stage. When you look eventually at their STR events, they almost always make main stage semifinals or grand finals. These guys, they're master of Siege. When they're given the right conditions,
Team Empire is back.
They're a dominating team.
Ooh, I have that same headset. That's the Razer Black Hawk V2 or something like that. Black Shark. I don't know, something like that. I got that somewhere.
Look at that first post dating back all the way to 2018. That's when I already started talking about, oh, you know, I'm struggling with the ping that I'm playing with. It makes it so difficult. We've all been there before. If you play with friends on a different region, you feel like you're shooting someone, but
all it cares about is good ping. Joystick only cares about ping. The Razer Black Hawk. You know? The Black Hawk. I don't know, man. Look it up. Type that into Google. See what pops up.
It affects your mental state. With Fnatic obviously having to play on 110 ping when they were stuck in Australia and APAC North, that was a struggle for us. You have to somehow take it into account. You have to play in a certain way. You have to swing a lot. You cannot be holding angles. It means that you have way less variety of ways of playing the game. And it's a handicap. It's a clear handicap.
And I think with the way Virtus Pro plays, it compounds that as well, because they play in such a style that playing slower is definitely a detriment to them. So
EML broadcast higher quality than the other gets stuck full headset team.
Takes an extra 20, 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, and they get timeouts, right? But yeah, the studio is sick. Studio is sick. Hey, no need to compare though. We don't gotta compare.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Anne. None of this.
But I've been loving watching EML so far. Loving the production.
They will improve whatever happens. Now we'll say this VP for the longest.
VP border. Ooh.
But one of their 5 map pool.
Yeah, I was gonna say they only got a 5 map pool.
I would say fundamentally over the long term, teams have been happy to take them there because it doesn't necessarily fit their traditional style. That being said, new Virtus Pro on this.
Yeah, Virtus Pro's fast now.
Version of the game on this ping, I would actually argue that this map would feel very comfortable for them.
I just like Romalio's accent. Yeah.
They bring the blitz.
Salty NA. Hey, we all want better production, but like, let's enjoy the EML production, and maybe they will teach them. They'll send the secrets to NA, and we can hopefully get some good fucking production.
will benefit from the season, likely having reworked that map during that time.
All right, awesome. Well, I hate to be the king subject once again, but
Brazil. Yeah, I did Brazil over the weekend. Modern.
I mean, it's really good.
Pretty much, it's full watch parties right now, except for really Wednesdays, because there's no Pro League Wednesday.
The former world champion, bring us to border, please, for this next matchup.
Thank you very much, Anne. Can I just say, I thank you so much for the comparison here. I feel like we have similar levels of experience, Pengu. Like, I can't remember how many world championships you won, but I personally don't remember you, like, at a show match at SI24, so...
I've never won a show match, so you got this, me on this.
Last level studio in New York soon, so maybe Anna will get a space as well. Ooh, that'd be sick. That would be sick. That would be dope. Look, we just gotta hope for the future. What are we crunching on? Oh, that's this ice. That's my bad. Forget how sensitive this mic is sometimes. All right, border. VP on attack. Gonna take out the Azami. These guys, they can take out Azami every single map now, and they get a bonus ban because of the new ban phase. Oh my God, what are they gonna choose to take out? Clash. Makes total sense here. Perfect bans for VP. Ban phase working in their favor, and teams taking out pretty default ops against VP. Nomad, very good on this map to contain the aggression on border, running out of East, running out of books. But Twitch ban, are we gonna see them abuse some traps, some Goya with the Twitch ban? Thank you for the... Hey, I appreciate that, Ash. I'm glad to hear that we're enjoying those as well. I mean, this is the most fun. I will say, this is like #1 fun for me streaming is co-streaming and watching pro matches. I don't know if that's what the majority of the people that watch me right now want to see, but I will say for me, it's the most enjoyable. And if I could choose the content, like, this is all I basically would be doing. Because I just love Pro League, and that's again, we talked about it yesterday on stream. That's pretty much my whole goal, is to try to make Pro League interesting to watch, break things down for everybody, try to make it as simple to understand as possible.
Very claustrophobic map. This is the smallest map in the pool, and it can be very attacker-sided. As long as those attackers can dislodge these key...
More demo reviews. I would love to do the demo reviews. I need to send a message to someone in production if I'm supposed to be doing those, though. No one said anything to me about the Spoit one, but I feel like it's kind of not scummy, but kind of scummy to do as well, because I didn't know the general public doesn't have access to those. The thing is, like, all the pro teams have access to them, so I'm not leaking anything like brand new. You know, like if I go show STOMPN's POV today, anybody from pro can go and watch those and break and find his drones. Like I was pointing out Spoit's drones. Usually that's kind of like a but like other coaches should be doing that. They should be pulling that match replay up and finding if there's like consistent drones being used and countering that shit.
VP, though, they can start to take their control of Office. Actually, a reinforcement inside of Office of that single wall will establish another beachhead for Fnatic to play off of. That numbers advantage, though, taking down Joystick, one of the key killers for VP. That's huge. Always starting to flush out this control of CCTV. Pasha coming to support as well. Good progress.
All right, when you have Monty up, and anytime you guys see Monty on border, it's what it's called is an East take. They take East stairs first. They unfortunately lost Joystick taking East stairs. But after you take East stairs, you walk CC side. It's a lot easier to isolate players on the CC side. You can work the break pick. You can work the CC pick. Fnatic, though, all fell back. Gave up everything, not being isolated. They're playing a fountain bunker here in a Rooney. Or with a Rooney, rather. But the wall, like, they have... Here's the problem, though, is they didn't shut the fountain wall in the back. All the walls are reinforced. So Groovy should die here, but he's going to get one on Pasha.
Coverage from fire extinguisher behind him, and then 180s to find that kill. The hard breach is going to expose.
Looking like a pretty good defense from Fnatic. They got a lot of crossfires.
And a fadeaway opportunity from Grubby as he falls back down that hatch. VP inching closer towards the side, but
Pretty sure you can download demos from the RSIC website.
the newest addition to this roster.
They're just like behind though, right? Like I think the last one on there was 2013. Okay, this is actually really good. Good picks from VP, 3v3. There is a C4 on board, but he's so deep. They should be able to get a bomb plant here, but Sark's huge kill. He's kind of shaken. Bomb's gonna go down. Wow. That round shifted power so many different times. When it was 3v3 with the bomb down, that was like easily could have been a VP round.
The poor situation they found themselves in, and I gotta say, if the Blackbeard doesn't go for the ADS swing, aim that 3-on-3 as the bomb is going down, maybe that round plays out differently. Kudos to Fnatic for fighting.
Well, Mike that isn't constantly peeking. Not according to my OBS. My OBS says this shit's red. I try not to, it's not that I don't try to yell. I'll yell, like, if, you know, something... We saw Zonky clutch an element, and I was screaming for joy, but... You know, I also got a dog. I also got a girlfriend in the other room. I'm not trying to scare anybody. That door will fly open and be like, can you calm it down?
Near the end looked pretty close. Just goes to show the power of VP in their current form.
The more I think about that last round, the more I have questions about, like, what if they planted...
Wait, is that the match replays? Oh, sorry, guys.
By the window, or like all these small mini
Okay, it didn't work for me.
When you're a player
Oh, no!
VP, for example, you don't have time to think about the patch. You gotta think about
anyway.
Because, yes, this map of border will tend to play...
We probably will, I'll probably do another POV today. I was kind of hoping, no lie, kind of hoping STOMPN just kind of pops off. And I would like to get a POV. Because I did a POV as STOMPN in his very first, like, his debut game on Lair, and I did record one, but it was pretty boring to watch. And I didn't want to put that up. There was like one good round. Otherwise, it was just kind of doing nothing for 2 minutes.
Important utility operators, right? Ash can deal with the mirror windows and Capital for the fire and for the smoke. I'm curious right now, who's going to make that first entry? Who's going to take that first gunfight? Always can always walk up with the Monty and get information. But who's going to be the
Okay, same thing. We have Mountain, so we could do these east clears, clear CC as well. And now they're going to walk Armory side. They should have someone on the AC balk, right?
Reinforcing the back of Fountain now for Sarks. Fnatic are in a little bit of an awkward position. They're falling off these.
Trying to tell what's what. Pedestrian Customs, West Balcony. What is West Balcony? Where's the west side? Dan? Okay, so Dan was AC balk early.
Piece by piece, mirror windows are done. They got security.
Okay. Now they're going to want to go for a full clear, so they have to clear out Fountain here.
Second step, Armory and Archives. Once they have all these 3 areas, it's just about
Why put the mirror like that? You put it far right so you can see them walking down the hallway or the catwalk, right? The Armory's player's position is to be able to call if they're about to jump CC window. If you put it far left, someone could walk up to the window and shoot the guy in CC or jump through the window, and you wouldn't be able to call it. Yeah. That is a great point, by the way. VP's running triple shields here, guys. Not one, not two. What? Did he just 180 him? Oh my god. This guy's trick shotting out here. Can't even be mad to die. We're running triple shields, but I lacked experience on them because you could just look away from the blitz. Holy cow. That shit was cold.
Absolutely disgusting attempt there upstairs. Planned halfway through. Can this happen? No, gets shot. They swing at the same time.
Fnatic looking good on these defenses, not backing down. VP bringing 3 shields to make a move.
But in a 1v3 at 15 seconds? I don't know, man.
Straight into the line of fire of Jags. What a round there from Fnatic. What credit to them. It really came down.
Wow, this guy's just drinking his water. Little smirk right there. He knows what he did.
I don't know about you, but
he knows
the way that Blitz flashes works, because it used to be it doesn't matter if you're looking towards him or away from him, you get flashed the same.
It does not blind you if you look away.
So I'm not sure if the 180 was necessary or just
People are getting really good at looking away from Blitz.
I will say this, the flashbang
Sheesh.
Blitz's flash radius is actually almost melee radius. It's very, very hard to land a consistent flashbang with Blitz. And this is one of the things I was going to talk about. VP are not really a shield team. They don't really have shield.
Wizard looks like a sleep-deprived STOMPN. He does look like STOMPN, right? I'm not crazy. Like, I know gameplay-wise and, like, career-wise, coming from Xbox, playing in the Challenger Series, he's supposed to be STOMPN, but he actually looks like him.
That's like a quote-unquote rookie shield mistake. The Blitz flashing from
With, like, a little bit more of a mustache. I don't know. Maybe STOMPN can't grow a mustache. No hate. No hate on the mustache, of course. I can't grow a beard, so hey.
From the Blitz player Pasha, but also a great play from Sarks.
Yeah, credit to Sarks. Really saved that round.
What's up, Stevens? How you doing this morning?
Fnatic off to a good start on their defensive side. Certainly not what we expected.
All right, we're dropping down from 3 shields back down to 1 shield. Dan playing Blackbeard. I think he's playing Blackbeard AC, which is so interesting. I mean, Twitch is banned, but playing Blackbeard over there instead?
Still in a rebuilding phase and has been unfortunately mediocre for quite some time. Now they're looking solid. Can they keep this momentum up?
Yeah, I mean, I think my prediction for this was like a 7-2, 7-3 at best.
King could grow a mustache if King wants to grow. Okay. All right, my bad. That's on me.
They've had a very clear plan that second round, fast in, peel it back layer by layer. And dare I say, if Sarks doesn't get that 2K, I do think that round is going to be a pretty clean one for them. So
This Twitch ban is pretty good. They're just abusing Fenrir. I'm wondering if something like that is what we are going to see get taken off the board.
Okay, we got that one defender left, a castle that can change the landscape of the map itself because of that clash in the Sami ban. So therefore, VP to say, okay, these castle barricades are going to be very valuable. Let's pick the floors, just spend the first, half of the round, clear them out, enable all these long sights, long angles.
Dan's like, yo, let's open this up. Come on, always. Pasha, good lurk underneath. Solus is a big pick as well. Fnatic kind of like not giving any early picks to VP besides, you know, that one right there, but not extending onto East, not playing really in CC, like just pretty bunkered up, making VP work for these picks.
Yeah. Sarks has re-roamed over to Customs. So there's still a lot of control on the ground floor here for Fnatic.
I think the Solus plan here, ideally, is to just figure out where the plan is going to be going down. Without that Solus, unless you have a ton of verticality, this plan attempt might just be doable.
We're seeing a little half clear. So because Fnatic chose to back up,
To have the perfect counter, or they can just go for a plant here.
just going for a half clear. However, they're all downstairs at this point. Top is full clear. And I don't know if Pasha knows because he's just flicking flank camps. He is trying to play a little aggressive now in Archives, but he's just holding on to hatch control. Again, he could take top, and he's got breach charges. Wizard. Big kill on the plant. Yeah, it's a little too late now. 2v2. They're holding hatch control. Daypek goes down. Just Wizard in the 1v2. Can he get an angle? Oh. You should know the guy's back. Wow. The kings of the late round, VP. That was still a good defense, though, from Fnatic. Probably should have closed that one out.
I mean, dare I say it, it's one of those really ugly 50-50 decisions. The Warden holding the active angle on the hatch drop finds himself injured by the pre-fire. If you don't hold that angle and you let the ash drop in the air, you get a free kill because they're forcing that hip-fire animation. With that being said, if you don't hold the angle and you lose the gunfight after, the result's all the same. So it comes down to those small details once more. But I gotta say again, praise to Fnatic, having the counterplay, locking down the bomb site, and most importantly, they swung 2 or 3 people together on the one attacker outside main door. They were stuck window, they were bottom main staircase, and they were on the A bombs door by that server rack. They said,
sorry guys, dog got into trouble here.
So that we can focus all of our guns in the same direction for that actual bombs that execute from bathroom.
All right, call for opposite wall next to mini or box. Half wall? Are we talking about half wall?
But the Blackbeard on the other side, I think, has its merit as well. Dan has played that every single round.
Oh, back in my day on DZ, we called that cone. I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to think what the default call is now. Like basically the mini door, huh?
Blackbeard is definitely like the odd one out because it has that primary weapon and brings the frag grenades as well on top of it.
Dog doesn't know how to do anything but look like an angel will get in trouble. Yeah. Dog got like 3. Supposed to have a cup of food every day. There's only like 3/4 left. I think she knew that she was missing food. Girlfriend went to the bathroom, and she found like a treat sample and decided to dig into that and get some more food. Make up for the calories she was missing, of course.
Yeah, that's right. You're essentially banning 3 operators that are of a similar class or style here from VP, Azami, Clash, Castle, all of which put down util.
Did I say cone? Yeah, that's what we used to call it. There used to be a cone on the floor there. Ruby opening pick on Dan. That's the AC player too, right? Yep, that's the outside AC player. That is, if a team's gonna get aggressive, that's usually the player you get aggressive on because they're almost always alone. The rest of the attack usually comes from the other side of the map. The cone's still there. Heard.
Now, with the line falling early, this gives me round 1 vibes. It was joystick on IQ getting C4 outside E stairs.
Pasha underneath tellers.
Outside on the rappel. Just got
again another East take here. Except Shepard is just on Capital.
They tend to slow down the game even more so.
EMP break always will come up. If there was a player playing in break, that wall is now open, so they should have fell back. Next step is this CC player. However, Groovy creating problems here. Not letting them walk onto East stairs.
They do just that. Yes, Scorpion finds a kill, but he's playing quote-unquote safe instead of office, not getting too overzealous. It's very good from them.
Yeah, this is really good from Fnatic. Not playing in any of those positions that VP wants to clear, like East break 90. Those are like the first 3 main positions to clear. Fnatic's not really playing or contesting any of those. Instead, getting kills, more mid-round aggression.
Not looking too hot, I'll be honest. These attacks have been very rough around the edges. They found one, but it's going to be a 1-3 scoreline, more likely than not.
See if they can clutch up Guman down the hedge.
Nice.
They gotta go fishing for kills. I mean, 2v5, that's all you can do. Hope they make a mistake somewhere. Catch them off guard 1v1. But there's 5 guns up. No one's watching cameras. Fnatic, again, they're ready for a fight.
Freebie. Yep. At least always have found one.
He got his. He got his. He's going for 2. Off the sound. He does get 2, but the Guman trying to get out. Wizard takes him out. Shepard 1v3. Does have a fire. He could shoot it over the archive wall if he thinks someone's close. That's exactly what we're going to see him do. Man, I'm a genius. Doesn't matter, though. Jag's going to take him down. Not the best looking attack. Like, they're doing they're doing very default basic East takes that you'll see almost every single team do at this point. But they losing to early aggression from Fnatic's constantly. And Fnatic is not giving them the free easy picks. Can we fix Wizards, Camera, please?
The Twitch and the Nomad was the first 2 choices here. Of course, Nomad is about locking.
Yeah, not looking as good on border as they do on some of these other maps. But VP defensive border, I think they look very, very good. So we will see if we will see when we get to that spot. I think VP just, I mean, 1 more is obviously pretty good. I could see them winning 4 defenses. But obviously you don't want to not win like 3-3 on attack here.
Those Twitch shows get a lot of value very quickly. I do like these kind of, once I say targeted bans from Fnatic. It does, again, I keep saying this, it feels like there's a very clear game plan. They're all committing to it, and Virtus.pro can't figure out exactly how to deal with it. Whether it's a player dying early, them being too slow in the round, them just not finding the right problem solving, or then, of course, when they finally find all of those things, Starks clutches it out in the round, getting that 2k against the Blitz, for example. Virtus.pro, they need a lot of things to go right, and there's always something in each and every single round that doesn't go their way. Even the round that they won comes down to a super close
It's Fnatic. We don't need a timeout to beat them. Border's one of those maps, though, like, I don't know if I want to take a bunch of rookies to border. Alright, this is like a team I wouldn't want to play a T3 team on. Is this map. Pasha going for an early play radio, but there's a frost trap with the smoke. This shield east is pretty good, too. Again, they're just creating problems for VP, and I don't think they're expecting. Like a shield here looking at east. Like, what is that? Oh, yeah. Oh, Joystick's just walking. Oh, it does end up finding him. No SMG 12? C7? Yeah, Joystick, you lost. Nah. What are we doing? C7?
Yeah, cut your losses. You got 2 kills, Blitz and Deimos, massive value, and Grubby even did damage onto Joystick. Just let him bleed out upstairs. It's fine. Half the round still to play.
Joystick wants him. Yeah.
Virtus.pro, when they had the 2v5, we saw always step up. But he's dead this time around. It's Shepard, Joystick, and Dan, who's all been having a bit of a hard time in the individual gunfights so far against Fnatic.
What's it with Doke and anything but SMG 12? Yeah, you're right. We saw the... Was that the Doke Gone 6 we saw in that clubhouse match yesterday? If the guy had SMG 12, he literally wins that round.
They have so few tools to create space to find openings.
Ooh. That was a very close shot there from Dan.
Alright, they got top control. Shepard could rotate up. He's probably got to do some top down here. We're going to see him breach right now. Try to dislodge some of these players out of workshop. See if they can get a pick. Fnatic should just back up. But if they back up too far, might be able to see VP get a bomb down.
This might be plannable. The question is, do you sprint across and plant by the bathroom stall or right by the hatch on the soft wall? That's the
I
question,
think you
because
plant
they're both
close.
risking each of their own ways.
If you go deep, the teller's guy can swing you.
They can't cover everything, but they can cover most.
Good flash. Here comes the entry as well. Joystick opening up this hatch.
Wow,
The DMR
good
has
pick.
to open the angle as well onto Wizard.
And they end up killing the teller's player. Oh, we gave too much space to VP. Too much space given.
Remaining. They get stuck in his rotate hole as well. VP, not sure if they're aware of the position, but what we do know for sure is they have the side, they have control.
Ooh.
And well, with
What a flick.
down on the floor, information as well on the Jegs' position. 2 versus 1 here for VP. A player above and a player on the rappel. Jegs has to get up nice and close. And
Yeah, they retook vert control. It's all over from here.
exactly where he is, and
This would have to be a monumental throw.
untouchable here. Nothing the Jegs can do.
And we're not going to see it. I'm telling you, Fnatic are not timeout worthy. All right. All right. We'll see.
On this attacking side.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say that VP, they want to play a perfect round of Rainbow Six.
Can they get, if they get a 3-3 attacking half, I mean, it should be pretty comfortable for Fnatic, or for VP. Fnatic is a team, again, I think they're going to struggle because they're a newer team. I think they will struggle on attack. Defense is going to be easier for them.
And the big thing, they didn't just have Shepard drop, go for an instant plant. He dropped, he was holding angle, they're feeling
I'm one of the only people that wish the Pro League map pool rotated way more often and put in more bad maps, just so the meta can be properly established. Some of those maps get more reworks.
3 versus 4, and it was in bathroom. So
I don't know if I would just say more bad maps, but I would say, like, I do wish it updated more. Personally. Selfishly. I've always liked to innovate and play on the new maps. I think,
Been pretty good in this game so far, but that lead could very quickly slip.
yeah, I don't know. It creates a different skill ceiling in a sense.
And a chance to end the half even. Is it likely? I don't know. VP, they looked a little bit rusty in some of those earlier rounds. A little bit of lackluster shield play, as you said, from them. But that last round just gone by, that looked nigh perfect. Fnatic were locked out. But a lot of the time it comes down to these early kills as well. How many times have we seen an early frag and then the opposition just simply unable to fight back, unable to get back into this game?
Tech pause.
Especially because border is always spoken of.
I bet voice comms are so quiet for VP.
To have any other play, you feel very claustrophobic, and with the clash, Asami
They're just chilling in the tech pause. Just straight meditating.
In the game so far. And I don't know if it's because there are so many shields in play from VP most of these rounds that we don't see a lot of like long-range gunfights, or the fact that Garbage gets like an opening kill half those rounds himself in E-stairs.
Stomping?
But often we see border being played in other matchups. Attackers are quick, get towards the building, open up windows, doors, long rounds of sight.
VP is, they're still really by the book and believe wholeheartedly in that book. One of the only teams that don't really benefit from the timeouts. Yeah. Not sure what their timeouts would even really talk about, because you're right. I mean, it's like, just run the next strat by the book. Can you talk on a tech pause? Technically, no, but like online, do people talk? Yeah. At a LAN event, you have an admin behind you. But yeah, they'll like cut your mics and stuff.
Could be the first loss that VP suffer in EML so far.
We would just learn to talk in code during tech pauses, talk in Minecraft terms. Bo would just start talking about, next site we should go to the winter biome, and we should run Iron Golem, and maybe some snowballs, stuff like that. Because you're not allowed to, they would just say you're not allowed to talk about the game. So we would talk about a different game.
And even Wolves
Just talk about Minecraft. We're just chilling. We're just Minecraft enjoyers.
a loss for Fnatic when they played them last week. On the VP side, I mean, they really set the expectations very boldly when they took Falcons down, which were perceived to be the best team in the region, 7-2 in the opening play day. That was such a statement for VP, and that's why we're so surprised to see them trailing behind
3-2 is the score currently in favor of Fnatic on the defensive side with one last chance for Virtus Pro.
Super random, but what's your favorite DZ skin? Pamba says his is the ARX.
When you're in a situation like this as a player with a tech pause, of course you see the mouse. They can't really talk amongst each other. That's not really allowed.
Yeah, I'd say the ARX. Probably. The T5 still holds a special place. Because it was like the very first one. Before everyone was kind of doing that kind of stuff. But the ARX is really dope. Not a fan of the Zofia one.
Sometimes I've seen it myself. I've been there. One thing that was called out really well from Fnatic was that frost trap on the office window.
I am really curious what's the next BZ skin though. I'm excited for these esports skins. Like, can they just drop them already? What are we waiting for here? Tuesday? Wednesday?
Rewind 3 rounds prior, Blackbeard was on that office window every single round that they were trying to attack office. So
Abin's mute the TS now? Okay.
What are the odds of a shield jumping in that window instead? Like a real shield, you know, a Blitz or a Monty. That's where the Frostmat goes down. It's genius, and it got them a freebie, and it could have gotten Fnatic the
We should rush site with a Blackbeard and Blitz with a Deimos backstab in Minecraft. Yeah, but every operator can be... I mean, you probably... I don't know if people watch the Turtles when I'm coaching the Turtles, but we pretty much have figured out every operator in the game. There's some Minecraft-related thing that's close enough, right? Iron Golem obviously being Montagne, for example, or Glowstone is like Blitz, right? Everything, you can kind of codename everything.
Fnatic are looking surprisingly comfortable despite going up against such a strong opponent.
I thought we were about to hop back into the game. I was ready.
The question is, can it continue? And if these rounds start getting closer and closer, 3-3, 3-4, 4-4, when it comes down to it, often experience ends up winning. And when you compare the years of competition, the majors, the finals, the SIs, whatever, I feel like one team gets really, really far ahead over the other. And that's Virtus Pro, baby. These guys have been playing at the highest level of play in Europe for, well, as you said, even back when I played Pro League, all the way back to like, what, 2019?
Yeah, more tech. More tech timeout.
Yeah, I've got the career debut I've noted for Joystick and Shepard being back in 2018, which is 6.5 years ago. For Joystick and Shep, and of course the rest of this roster has been playing for a very long time as well. It's crazy to think that this team, VP, have been a full roster for 2.5 years, even with this exact 5-stack. I mean, you compare that to what Fnatic have. I mean, Wizard has been on this roster for 18 days, at least his official debut onto the roster. And even before that, you know, Grubby has only been on the team for 3 months. Sark for 9 months. Deepak, obviously, he's been on the team for over 3 years.
Lossy, thank you for the brand new sub and welcome to the candy jar. W subs in the chat. Thank you very much.
Infamously never makes player changes. Of course, they speak Russian while they play.
We said like VP has like the long. I mean, they have. I'm pretty sure they have the longest 4-stack and 3-stack, right? Core. These guys have been around. These guys have been around before dinosaurs roamed the earth. Back when I used to play the goddamn game. Sheesh. Still going at it.
Back in 2018-19, of course, every team's playstyle is different. It's been so much time.
Lost to these guys in Milan. I'm trying to remember what year it was. And then that is when we picked up Hyper, said, and I told them we'll be back. And we were back. We ended up beating them SI with Eclipse Skies.
That's how they started the first 2 or 3, maybe 4 years of the Pro League.
But man, are they annoying to play.
Nowadays they're a bit more fluid, of course, but they have the same style with the same players with the same like core principles and philosophies for such a long time. I can imagine it would be hard to make a change because it's such an integral part of how they play as a team. Slotting in a new player into that kind of design might be much more trouble than you actually think it is.
Was Milan 2019? Was it? Was it 2019?
Used to play the game like chess.
I really don't remember the year. I remember the venue. I remember most things about that event, but I don't remember the year. I'm pretty bad with those.
of course, these days you have to really keep up with the meta. You have to play much more dynamically, especially as we see that third operator ban come out in the third round of each half. But as we've said, Fnatic banned out that Blackbeard, which we saw plenty of from VP.
I almost thought, by the way, we were going to see like a Brava ban as the third ban for Fnatic.
VP have been flexing their muscles on a couple of different options.
And then we were going to see... I thought VP was going to get rid of Fenrir. Then we could have seen a lot more Melusi, but we are going to see both here, Fenrir and Melusi.
Again, get that map control. What we haven't seen too much of is a very lethal gun behind him. Yes, they've done it once, but you gotta do it every single time you play the Monty. Monty, as an individual operator, is very non-lethal. You're not supposed to get any kills. It should all be near impossible. It's all about what happens.
Always just hear good stories from VP players outside the server. Super says he drinks with them at events and such. I mean, yeah, they're really cool guys at events. They're obviously like super dialed during the event, after the event. They're hilarious.
And there are soft walls this time. Now we're gonna see those long lines of sights being enabled, which should favor VP if they choose to go for it.
Well, good control already, and always can continue marching on forward. No pressure on the CCTV as of yet. The detonation of that fire extinguisher opens things up.
All right, East take again, but I think we might be pivoting here. We're opening a radio wall. Okay, because it's vent. So we might see them do that half take clear again, where we just push this player out of Archive's position. This is all the control they took last time. Now, do we see them take any more, or do they rotate down? Okay, we are going to see them go for a full clear here. So now they're going to try to get the CC player out. Pushed him down. Just absolutely hurting people with Montaigne. Don't even need to go for kills.
He's here in Armory.
Absolute freebie for Daypack. Wizard with the C4 kill 2 on a joystick. IQ is down. Now we might be able to see some actual usage out of the Valkyrie as well. After they fall, you got to hold on to the supply room, because if they drop and try to play at cage or wires, and you have a C4, which we don't. Daypack falling. Okay. Now let's not back up too much, because technically I see an opportunity here. VP could just plant inside the cage desk. Might be able to get a bomb plant here. And another pick. Oh no, the Kings of the late round. Here we go. Inside that cage desk cover like I was talking about. They have no C4. Nothing able to really stop them here. Shepard gets off the bomb plant and kills that guy. There's a player front door that's holding this. One. Bomb down. VP. They were given the room that they needed to plant. Fnatic fell back with no real win con. Big mistake from these guys. Fell back just because they had man advantage, but no real win con. No C4s to actually stop that cage plant. And you only need 3 people alive to do that plant.
Just waiting, playing separately, playing tag team. Grubby has to watch every single angle. Pasha from
That's just 3v3 theory. Really, really good from VP. Experienced team. That might be about it at that point. They just needed 3-3 attack. VP's defenses are very good on this map.
They literally cannot play, like, they cannot allow VP into 3v4 situations. They are so good at 3v5 with that. They find those openings every single time. I mean, again, they need 1 guy to plant, 2 guys to cover. They do that, and somehow we didn't quite see it, but then found kill after kill after kill, seemingly out of nowhere. I assume because Fnatic are over-rotating.
Okay. Ban system in the VP's favor again. We're able to get rid of him. I'm sure double shields at this point, yeah. Montaigne gone. East takes are a lot weaker. And then Ying. Okay. Good Ying ban. Almost expecting that Warden ban. So Montaigne's gonna kind of neutralize the East takes, which are like the default clears. And then Ying's gonna get rid of a lot of the cheese plays. Are they gonna be able to abuse Glaz here? Or are they gonna pivot?
Great finish off to the half for VP. Now we flip things. It's defense time, and Fnatic have banned away the Fenrir and the Warden, both of which they used.
VP has 100% win rate on defense here. And I literally could see them going 4-0 here.
As is the Blitz.
They are very good on defense.
Neither of which have been picked, by the way.
Specifically for border.
This does a lot of aggression for Fnatic, right? The Fenrir, of course, is gonna stop you from entering, taking those gunfights because of nearsightedness. The Warden just opens up a lot of both planting, but also what we call cheese strats, right? The Ying, that's been out by VP, really great read there, but also the glass, smokes in general, can be so effective.
This is kind of looking like a default take from Fnatic. Maybe the Ying ban really hurt him here.
Nothing too like out of the ordinary.
Little scared for him here.
Pack a punch. The Lion, of course, combined with the Deimos is very great. Either stand still because Lion charge and move, but Deimos can still see you. Wizard self-destruction.
All Fnatic does warband does to take smokes. I mean, yeah. Like, it could be really good for like a site like Vents, when you just want to plant and not have to worry about a warden above. But on a site like Armory, and you only got 2 flashbangs up with Sarks. How? How did Groovy not just kill him? Why was he running? The guy was air jabbed.
Into the air jab, found the injure mid-air so he doesn't die. I mean, that is so worth. Deep at 20 HP, Grubby 20 HP. They've spent 2 toxic babes, but I'm gonna say it again, it's worth it. Fnatic now feeling so much pressure from the beginning of the round. Despite having the perfect counter operator, that play still happens. Pasha finds another on the staircase.
Pasha. These guys love running a Rooney on this map.
Low HP, Grubby almost killed by the gas babe, thrown long range from Shepard. He can't move. He's so trapped right now. Can't afford to walk into a goo mine either. Always has
Ooh, a little aggressive east.
Big swing from Dan. The round is over. Surely Deepak desperate inside of office. He finds Dan attempting to dash on out of there. It's just him and Jegs now. The 2v3 may be possible. But after such a strong start from VP, I'd be very surprised if they let
VP is really good at playing crossfires on border.
VP known for their discipline. We see it in post plans. They never go for ego swings. And right now,
oh, Shepard's going for an ego swing. He wanted him.
Shepard finds a freebie. Deepak now left all alone.
Little punch hole from Pasha. Clinical defense. I don't know if Fnatic want to play a default border against VP. I don't think that's the right play here.
When that play then works out, let's just fall back, hold our angles, play our numbers. Nobody has to do much work in this round.
Can't wait to see that replay from.
Usually pick ops for guns they like? No, yeah, no, 100%. Like, I'll see other teams do the same thing with the Aruni. Is there better operators to run than the Aruni? Yeah. He's putting it on break, he's putting it on east. You could put a Fenrir trap for both those, but this guy just wants the Aruni DMR. I don't blame him. It's one of the best guns on defense.
But he didn't manage to get that shot.
I think he hopped on drones. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he was droning at the worst possible time.
No, I don't think he was. He had his gadget active. He had a death mark going.
Oh, maybe it was caught in the timing because it's an animation at first. He could like literally not shoot back. I'm not sure. But regardless.
Good teams pick ops for guns. I mean, literally sometimes you do though.
I mean, this is always we're talking about who, across the first 2 playdays, is by far and away the best player in the league. Absolutely untouchable.
I do think there are better ops to run than Aruni. If we're just using the trap for break and we're just using it for east, but you also, it's like a trap with an ACOG, which is a big thing. ACOGs on defense are huge.
Does that make it? Oh, main door, I guess. Okay, I was gonna say it doesn't make the roof. I'm not sure how I feel about Brava in rounds like these. I'm not saying it's a bad operator.
Look at what he's getting right now.
I'm seeing this. But like, these Aruni gates are such bait value. They don't actually give you much in the round, in my personal opinion. Maybe they will, we'll see. I just feel like it's one of those, is it actually valuable to hack these or not? The bulletproof camera I fully get. But there's 2 of those at most in this round. Even by hacking both of those, you could just clear them out with other operators, but whatever. He did find some value there, that's for sure.
Well, perhaps those internal Aruni gates are more valuable.
Pasha, another kill. That Aruni DMR. Guy just tried to walk in the front door? No way.
Find a kill though. Did Sarks poke his head on into sight? If so, I'm not sure why. Perhaps it was the vents window he died from. Good start from VP. Numbers. Ground very slowly being taken from Fnatic. Wizard the only player with boots in the building so far.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the effect of Deimos.
Sometimes these stops are actually useful. It's not clear why. I mean, it's true. Sometimes people just power up on certain ops in different spots. I don't know. There's no perfect science to it. Sometimes it's not worth trying to run the absolute perfect lineup on defense.
I'll tell you what, Wizard has been in
That's something I learned a little bit time at DZ. People would be more comfortable with certain guns. Shit, even with the turtle, sometimes Trev will just get on alibi. But he's good. He's good for 2 to 3. I mean, who am I to tell him? Like, that gun is so good. It still technically kind of traps in some of the spots that we need, like intel-wise. Is it the best operator to bring? No, not at all. Top floor control, but like no real. I mean, it's just super shorty and a Deimos making holes. Kind of desperation.
These vertical holes are just lines of sight. They're not finding any real players right now. The plan attempt could very well be real though.
But every single one of these defenders, as you say, has retreated from the side to escape that vertical game, and that enables things for Fnatic. It opens the gate.
Solus here is really good. They just dropped for a cage plant. He did. He can ping him. But again, VP might have the exact same trap as Fnatic fell for, which is backing up way too far with no clear win con. That cage plant is so good, and Wizard with 3. That is the best plant on vent site. It is so hard to stop. And if you just give it to him for free like that.
Another great round from Fnatic, where they've had so many moments in this matchup where, despite everything,
like, I think they should have abused the fact that the vert was not very good and just tried to play in sight at least a little bit.
Okay, Fenrir is gone. There's areas around the map. If they're playing super Aggie at the start, remember, we can come in behind them, yeah? Fenrir is literally gone. Also, like I said before the game, Warden ban, first of all, that's a C4 gun. Bomb like tellers they could take here. They usually like to play the C4 on that from the Warden, yeah? One less C4. Guys, that round, did they even take a C4? They had nothing. No. Just try and get a head count on the operators. Try and see, importantly, where they're not playing as well. Yeah? If they want to play really aggro at the start, boys, but they don't have the Fenrir to hold all the backstabs, as we know they do, let's drone around the map. Let's see where they're not playing, boys. Yeah? Jags that round, he hacked everything by vent instantly. All of it. There was nobody playing there. Yeah? Start thinking about the operators. They got to start thinking about how we're playing. But good fucking job, boys. Come on. Keep it up.
Go play glass, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finding the gaps, classic C. Yeah, but it's very clear, very like precise, and it's what happens. What you gotta do. The only kind of thing about those words is that it sounds a lot easier than it actually is. Just drone it out, figure out the operators, where they're playing, and where the gap is. It sounds so simple. Executing it, however, not so much.
Yeah. Those words are just kind of filler words to me. Because it's like, we can do this, you know, hey, we could drone this and maybe we could do this, but like, I don't know, yeah, it's not always that easy. If we're not used to doing that kind of stuff, not always that easy. Like, I actually think what they did there was great. They took top down. Went for the cage plant. VP is early aggressing. They do need to watch out for that. But like, other than that, VP's kind of fallen.
On the sentry, but he's not. He's the only one in this lineup that even has the option of bringing a Nitro cell.
Yeah. Well, it's true. I think Tristan Sathis, coach of Fnatic, said they like to go, you know, bathroom tellers, and that's where the Ward and C4 comes in. So if they don't have it, they're not gonna have one. So you're right. Like, they have the perfect read. They're also playing 4 beat boops, as I call them, likely to replace the Fenrir ban as well, because it acts similar, right? You walk in the door, the beeper goes off, you know they're there. Fenrir does the same, beeper does the same. But now the Brave pick also
B boops? Are we talking about proxies?
Because if they're banning the Fenrir, and VP will play double beepers to replace that operator, now you're playing Bravo to hack those beepers, they won't work anymore.
Here we go, now we're abusing that warded ban.
So backstabbing, very high potential. If Bravo gets in, if Twitch gets in. Utility game, Fnatic definitely winning. but they gotta also win their first gunfight.
Yeah, there's also Banshees you can hack as well, in terms of value you get out of that Brava. Good info as well, lot of info. I mean, when you bring Brava and you bring Twitch, that's a whole lot of extra drones that you usually don't have available. Information becomes aplenty for Fnatic, and they've got themselves into the building a little bit as well. They really want to try and take that kill. They take a little bit more ground. There might be an opportunity here to go for an attempted plant with the Glaz to cover. Brava once again into the site, hacking.
There's the value.
There's the beat boot, as you say. There's the Banshee as well. Wizard likely to catch a player here.
I like this so much more than last round. Again, much more higher value targets to hack.
I do like this. This looks like a horizontal tag. He's just got to figure out. I hopefully they don't go for another pick unless it's a free kill. We should be able to just find our way into the site, smoke and plant. Got rid of the BPs.
It's not going to work out though, unfortunately.
Are we taking down joystick? Our glass fell now though.
Next to him as well, and this exchange is not really going to happen. But
because we are in the plant spot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you just gotta land those, buddy. All right, I think we stalled a little bit there.
VP, we're ready for everything. Despite it feeling like Fnatic were in control of that. Excellent utility usage, everything that you think.
Should you not make a rotate bathroom anymore? I don't think you should until late round. Or else what teams do is they'll just like blind you in bathroom and then just jump like a shield in and just take bathroom. I think it could work against you as a defender.
I assume VP,
but it could be good to make late round.
Attack because of it. It was just Wizard backstepping by main stairs and ventilation. That was really it. So it was a 4v4 on side essentially, which typically favors defenders. The Brava ban came out. I was gonna say this makes a lot of sense. And no surprise there at all. Again, the value that we're gaining from it with the Femur ban especially makes so much sense to me. A smoke ban. Now, if you're not gonna play C4s and you're not gonna have a smoke available, do you have any real plant deny? Not really. But now with the Brava ban, you can play Maestro to a 100% effect rate because you can't hack those Maestro Evil Eyes, or you can bring out Tashanka from Shepherd.
It's Tashanka.
Options to deal with that smoke ban.
I do wonder what Fnatic intend to do to play into it. Last round, like you said, they went for a... First we prep with util, with the Brava, and then we go for some kind of an execute. And when the smoke is banned, when your opponents aren't running many C4s, that, like you said, is when that execute heavy strat comes even more powerful. Especially the glass, right? You don't have a warden, you don't have a smoke, you're not running C4s. How the hell are you planning on countering this glass? Which has now been brought out. You mentioned this Tashanka. Shepherd does bring it in this round, but it's still
Maestro, man,
not a guarantee.
I would love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 bulletproof cameras at least.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's like a mini Maestro, if you will, but Boulder's the bomb site itself, very close to each other.
All right, back to the armory site. One of VP's best defenses here. Still seeing that Aruni. Now we're bringing it to Tashanka. He's just going to fire east, and this is just going to be total time waste here.
So half the Maestro spots are like near impossible to grenade, and very least it's hard to comfortably grenade them. So Maestro's value right now is Giga Stonks. The only weakness of Maestro, you need a person to be actively on the cameras, and on border, you don't have a lot of safety as a defending player. So you might not have a person for that job. Sark's finds always, he goes down early, can watch the cameras now, but his teammates also falling apart. Great pre-fire.
Wow.
Sark's once more.
Pasha down. That's the final boss right there.
Yeah, this is huge here from Fnatic. Doesn't matter.
Air jab off, triple rotate. No longer can they get aggressive.
These air jabs and these angles here from Sarks.
They got to back up.
Down the defense, dashing back, Dan looking for safety, but it's not a good look here for VP. Fnatic are surfing the bomb site. They're setting up nicely. They still have smokes in pocket here to enable that Glaz when the execute eventually comes on through. And Dan
Glaz falls though. Giving a 1 there is a bit of a troll, and same with Sarks. It's a 5v3. Just do something together. Do not give them 1s. Oh my god, Shepherd almost killing Blackbeard there. That would have been massive value. I think we're going to see VP just stack over here.
He's now getting into a bit of a make or break position inside of.
Do you have fires for any plants?
Have a chance to flip things. They can go for armory here.
Yeah, he did do that in the first one.
Blackbeard lead the way, get the information. There is one player. Where is the second? Once they find out them both, they can kind of locate that from the gadget you strike.
So he's got late round fire lineups, huh?
So now they can cut them out in half of playing beepers.
I think Fnatic needs to not play for the plant really and just kind of push through here together.
The Tachanka needs to have an impact here. Slowing down this
Here we go. We're seeing them push deep like I was just talking about. They know where both are. We need to go. Go together, boys. There you go, Jags. Nice little two-piece there. Both Lions scanned.
Big round from Fnatic. It has been back and forth all match long, but Fnatic are looking like they are here to play. They're fighting tooth and nail.
VP, big hardest match, Fnatic. We did say Fnatic would be able to be like a dark horse team here. They're putting up a good fight against VP.
Kills from Sarks in that round, and I'm looking at Virtus Pro going, they're playing Oryx and Monty's banned. He's just kind of running around them. Yeah, sure, Dan is getting kills. He's getting value from like the
Wiz too good. Wiz is he's having a game.
VP might be a bit blindsided by the
I wish we didn't rehost because I feel like is he at 10 yet? Because he's 7 and 3 right now.
Lower value operators in my mind.
Pretty sure he's way over 10 at this point, huh?
When it gets very close, we gotta speak about experience. That's a VP to pull ahead tenfold. But Fnatic are so well prepared on both the defense and the attack, they find themselves in a 5-5 scoreline. And that alone, regardless of what happens from here on out, is a massive success for Fnatic as a team and as a roster. But of course, when you're here, you can taste the victory. You want to go all the way. So now, what did Tristan say? Figure out the 5 defending operators, or as many as possible. Count the bodies. Figure out what they really care about or what they're missing, and then find the gap, find the counter.
What up, Spada?
One, get those early kills by winning a good gunfight or a good pre-fire.
Get Wizard and Stompin on the same team, please.
The second option is picking apart VP and saying, hey, we want to attack this bomb site. To do that, we gotta clear these positions and keep it very simple. I think from that
Or is it the same player?
Don't try too thin. Have a duo system where you always have a player nearby to help you achieve your goal.
Oh, we got events? Alright, vents. Absolutely hate this site. Feel like it's one of the easiest sites to rush, especially with Warden banned.
Sitting at the top of the standings, undefeated.
VP is running the Solus, though. That can kind of call things.
Fnatic have a chance to give them a run.
This is looking like a classic CC take. People forget about this hold exists. Not checking CCTV is a big troll. And we see Shepard down there holding CC window jump. Blackbeard down. Sark's also down. It's a 5v3. Wizard, though, does get another pick.
Wizard on the board. They'll need a hell of a lot more than that. And again, elsewhere, another run out from VP.
But this mid-round is where Fnatic has actually been pretty good. Getting picks back. Making things work.
They got the Solus, plenty of information, but they can't get caught watching cameras.
They got no way to open walls or anything. They just kind of have to walk.
Top floor control. They can go for that same kind of plan like before. VP should know this. They need to hold on to the ground that is going to be armory for as long as possible. In that 3v4, VP know it themselves. Planting is definitely a real possibility.
VP has to be, I mean, so they are going to give, but they got to be careful giving complete too much control like that. They're getting caught layering just like that. Dan goes down 3v3, and if they get the same control they did last time, they could just drop down into the cage and plant. Very easy 3v3 execute. Rotate a guy to the front door to watch the cage door. Put a guy on vert to watch for site push-throughs and plant the bomb. So right now Shepard is guarding it. They are playing more aggressive here. Posh is also denying this plant by holding the hatch.
How do you make this one work?
You break apart the floor and choose your plan spot. Do you go B window?
No Deimos tracks is actually pretty big, so they should continue to aggress and contest the plant. They are going to go for this hatch drop, but Shepard looks like he's holding it perfectly here. Shepard actually goes down. That's okay. Posh is still in a really good spot. Wow. Okay. That was good from VP to not back up too far. That was really good. Almost costed him, though. I don't know how Shepard lost that fight, but sheesh.
One thing that I didn't really have was verticality. And this is where a change to Sophia really comes into effect. Sophia
would a Yang on sandwich window spamming half-all Yangs while they hit site for plant work with no warden? Yes. However, they would need a way to pressure the Solus, right? Because yes, you would be able to blind everyone above, which is fantastic. But you would need a way to, again, yeah, pressure the Solus. So what they could do, if like they had a prepped attack, obviously Ying's banned, right? So they can't actually do that Ying take that you're talking about. But in theory, yeah, if Ying was up, they could spam that and then use Deimos, and Deimos tracks Solus. So that way Solus is just pressured and can't sit on a scanner and call plant. And you will see teams do an attack similar to that if they have the ops up. But again, Virtus.pro taking out the Ying there, they kind of expected something like that. Why do they not drop onto the cage itself? I don't know. I don't ever think planting close to the door is ever a good idea. The best plant is inside the cage itself. And then obviously dropping onto the cage itself, they'd be able to take gunfights way sooner. So I don't know.
And will continue if they can win right here. Fnatic though, they need every point they can get to guarantee that they end up at the top end of the standings here. They're currently sitting on the outside looking in 5th place. And we know how quickly it is that Fnatic can fall down in the standings. It's a rare time these days that we see this Fnatic roster at an event. Of course, we saw them at Reload. They didn't even have to qualify. Can they qualify for the next event? Remains to be seen. VP holding on to the site. Fnatic poised to look and pressure on the top floor first.
The pressure they're building. If you make a mistake early on right now, it's an attack on the entry, and you've died first, you put your entire team in a much worse position. Fnatic, normally in the building fast to go for kills, now holding these.
What side are we on? Okay, we're on bathroom. Looks like a full clear from the book side right now.
With a perfect read, avoids that long line of sight, takes a bit of damage down the rotate, but gets in alive. That's the most important part. VP aren't giving up anything for free.
I say just have to clear this player out of this CC position. VP doesn't look like they want to take any fights. They're going to give it up.
Might just be a problem.
Yeah, it will be, because Fnatic were banking on getting a kill on that rotation upstairs, but Pasha managed to escape.
Fights should take place in the fountain. This is more so where you'll see it on the site. It's a lot easier to defend as a defense. It's where you can actually bunker up a little bit on the site, and you have the top down, so if they decide to hit site, you have all the vertical. A lot of things to play behind. Okay, get off the drones, please. No, we're bugged. Okay. Double walking down the hallway. Can't tell what's happening. Dan's got to go absolutely massive in this spot. And he does not. Okay. Good pick for Fnatic. But 50 seconds left, and they have this Tachanka fires really far back. If he has the lineups, he can hit everything. Wizard, another kill on the always. They're going for an aggressive play on the passport. Pasha goes down. That's a really good pick. Fnatic just working these guys. This guy just needs to Deimos track the Tachanka, and he did. Now this Tachanka doesn't have, can't fire anything. Okay, I feel like we should still be pressuring the Tachanka. Kind of a troll. Oh my god, please don't tell me we're going to lose the fires. No, no way. Joystick also got an aggressive position in the bathroom. Tachanka down. This is a free plant now. Nice. Fnatic's best attack, and they saved it for last. Saved it for last. I feel like VP's got to contest a little bit more than they have been.
Not being given anything for free by Virtus.pro. They gotta take office with 0 drone information. They gotta say, guys, we gotta walk in this room, clear all the corners, all the angles, and cover each other. And they do it flawlessly. No one dies, barely anyone takes damage. They do the vert, they get the track, and they get down into a safe plant position.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that do make comm videos. I still like watching like the G2 ones.
They were attacking from, you know, the
and now you got the king over there, so good content.
Once they get that control, 2 players.
And I feel like nowadays more players have even been dropping full comm videos, which is cool.
They're really playing the map. To make things even better, Fnatic are staying on the attack inside at OT, VP on defense. And with how things things are going, I think this is exactly where Fnatic, they were hoping they were gonna end up at.
My Pangu VP are being pushed further than they've been pushed so far, and God, I mean, you look at the matches that they've played Falcons, for goodness sake. They were meant to be one of the top teams in the league. Gen G, yeah, bit of an easier opponent perhaps, but Fnatic, we didn't expect them to be at the top of EML. We didn't expect them to be vying for one of the top places. They've been a middle of the pack team, maybe lower middle.
For the first half, yeah, it was 3-3. EP ended up bringing it back 3-3.
Taking points off the big boys and gunning for a win. And onto the attack now as well. They looked very solid at second end of that half. Can they keep that momentum?
Often they cut out like prep phase comms and stuff, which would be very interesting. I agree. But that is why we do that on Turtles. We do include everything, all comms. And I do teach the guys specifically what to talk about that, you know, we have talked about on some of the T1 teams that I've been on. But, yeah, most of that stuff is hidden. All right, this is Tachanka here playing the suicide position, and this is kind of why it's suicide, because you are definitely going to get a lot of util thrown at you. It's very hard to play in this spot. Nades, though, are generally not what's going to get you out of here. You need to see something a little bit more. Cap fire, something, a Grim and someone underneath. VP getting a lot of picks. 5v2, it's almost impossible at this point. Wizard's also down.
Always hungry for more though. This player looking to sneak on inside. It is Sarks. Don't think Always knows he's already inside. But it doesn't matter because he'll take his head off anyway. It's up to Jags now, and he'll take
Run away, Jags. Nice, you got yours. Call that minute 20 timeout.
Entry into overtime here, not looking quite as hot as Fnatic were hoping. Very lackluster, but you can't really put it down to much other than Always went absolutely nuclear, and the rest of VP held their lines.
Yeah, get the chunk. Go, go. Oh my god. The Chonka got a kill. Always so angry he lost at 1 point. Oh yeah. They wanted the perfect season.
It really gave him no choice. And that is match point now for Virtus Pro. A second match point for them. A chance to right the wrongs of what happened just before we went into overtime. But of course, they'll have to do it on the attacking side. Fnatic, though, I mean, they've already claimed 1 point from this match, but there's a second one still up for grabs if they can win these.
I mean, 1 point, like, we got to say, 1 point, whether Fnatic wins this or not. Fnatic looking like a dark horse team, able to compete. Again, this is the team where I can see them in the future be able to compete once they figure out a few more things, like, you know, their map pool, their identity, making sure everyone's comfortable in the roles, things like that. Like, they actually looked and were able to compete with VP. Like, this is good success from them this early on in stage 1. Now, obviously, they would love to close this out, but this is kind of where the experience shines in overtime. This is where VP wears you down.
Because you're going to be having more rounds to adapt to it, essentially. So that's why we're seeing these different operators coming out, Sense being brought in, Sledge all of a sudden, Virtus Pro going for a very different approach than data regulation.
Yeah. Of course, you mentioned target bans. That's exactly what Fnatic did when they were on that defensive side in regulation. It was Nomad, Twitch, Blackbeard, all of which were specific targets onto these VP players. I'm reloading! And VP struggled, surprisingly, on their attacking side. That first half was pretty rough for them. It started off with a 3-1 lead for Fnatic, but as you said, Rainbow Six is a game of adaptations these days, and that's where we need VP to step up. It's a different beast to regulation now.
Almost a similar defense here we're seeing. We got the Aruni and the Legion again.
Good news, there's no
almost similar. VP going for a books walk. With the sense too, so they have the oh no, is he? Oh my god. Are we gonna see him jump CC window with the blitz? Or are they gonna run at the armory player using the sense? So they are gonna smoke out. That's kind of a little bit of a troll, because that exposes
And another kill as
The
well.
blitz. Now they're going to throw the sense wall. I feel like we trolled this attack. That was an awful books walk. That was an awful books walk. That could have been so much better. Wow. That might have been the worst attack I've seen from BP yet.
Going all the way to round 15 in the most lackluster of ways.
Unfortunate time to do it, but we're going to go all the way. Max OT here.
A second point out of this match.
Would have liked to see like sense on the rappel, as normally where you would see it. Sense on the rappel, and then he senses off the bookstore like an armory. Oh, hang on, timeout. Can we understand anything?
How's he Russian?
Alright, we can't understand it. Ooh, I heard Tachanka. I heard Tachanka.
We did not enter the building fast. I think we should literally just open the fucking main door. Literally one of you maybe get a Bravo or pitch behind me.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We have VP dialing in on some strat because Karzeka was rattling off something. And Groovy is just like, let's just hit the site.
Damn. The contrast between these two teams.
Rate that attack on a scale of 1 to 10. That was like a 2. What I was trying to say is like having sense on the balcony like that is a troll, and then using smokes, because that guy's Warden. That is Warden on the armory wall. What are we smoking? Blitz died for 0 reason there. Sense should be on the rappel, not on the balc, and then you sense off along the armory wall, which actually will, you know, Warden can't see through the sense. And at that point, you can decide, do you want to jump through the window and go at the CC player? Or do you want to surprise them, because most people expect that, and you run through the sense wall at the Warden? But, yeah, it kind of looked sloppy. Kind of looked like a, just, let's just walk at them. I feel like that's kind of how VP's been using shields a little bit. Like, it feels like they're a lot more loose when they're on shields, just kind of sending it, if that makes sense, playing off each other, instead of set plays.
The demos for denying the drones, the walls, etc. as well to make it more safe upstairs. This is a great round for it because again, it's the first time. It's an adaptation.
I don't think you'd want Fnatic to win this according to your points.
You don't have the demos. This is the play right here. The live drone in main door with no.
Here we go. Opened up main door. So we're looking for that. Is this fence? Yeah, so we're looking for that soulless. All the previous rounds, Shepard was playing in custom side. He was holding under the CC window. So Sarks has a mini play for him. He's not there though, however. We see him actually in workshop. Now there's a drone in workshop. They're looking for the site player here. Dope call goes out. Shepard should know he's being hunted here. Unfortunately, no one's on the top down for him. That's a great opening pick. Now they're going to be looking for him in sight. That pressure enough was good enough. VP is going to be extremely bunkered worried now. Does Fnatic shift to the top floor clear now, or do they look for a lower plant? With no Warden up, they could easily plant workshop in the grinder spot if they just rotate flashes to AC. They also have no flashes. Never mind. I take that back. Ruby, 0 flashes on board.
VP, they hold the map control. They have the vertical advantage. But Fnatic, they got numbers advantage. They can send more bodies against the problem upstairs, but it always equalizes down to a 4-4.
It's a great pick there from Always. And another one by Joystick. We're falling apart from Fnatic. We had a good opening early plan, but this mid-round is very, very sloppy and not well thought out.
Been worth his weight in gold despite dying early in the round. He's helping the rest of his team pick off Fnatic one by one, who are now trailing behind in the man count and getting desperate, having to retake this top floor.
Big investment. Dokkaebi is dead as well. They got 1 call of value, but that was really it. 40 seconds. Where's the gap? Where's the opening? Fnatic, they're approaching the side directly with no smokes, no nothing. Can they really do this?
Yeah, so he's going to go for that grinder plant that I was talking about, which I think is the best plant spot, especially if they had flashes, but they don't. Oh, he's got a different hole for it. Wow.
numbers still in favor of VP.
VP was ready for that plant spot with a different hole than I think Fnatic was ready for. And that's just that experience on the bomb site there. VP end up closing it out. But wow, was that a good game. That's 2 back-to-back banger matches in the EML League. Fnatic can't be upset. Like, I know it sucks to lose 8-7, but they got a point on arguably the best team in the EU League. Like, that's impressive. If they just had flashbangs, I think they could have won that. Or even a smoke. Yeah. No flashes, no smokes in the lineup. That's just unfortunate. Any piece of util there, because that guy could plant in the smoke. Or flashes could rotate to AC window. Anything. See it from like that plant from the archives? Maybe, yeah, maybe. Can't remember if you can or not. I just know like that plant spot has been used for a while. I saw that liquid like many years ago. Because a lot of people go for a vent rush, but what they do is they'll rush in from like passport or customs and immediately hit that plant, combined with flashes from AC. Because your warden's usually on the armory side, right? Almost everyone stacks their ward and armory side for the vents rush. So that grinder plant's what I call it. Once you deal with the player on the first floor, you go for the grinder plant and you spam flashes archives because no one's usually warding there. Bomb almost always goes down. So I love that little mini play. But anyway, we didn't have the util there. Yeah, it was a good showing for Fnatic. Again, can't be upset. What's up, Aspirin? How we doing today? What's up, Eaton? We need predicts paid. Yo, mine the gambling addict. It's like, thank God I can gamble. Thank God I could gamble. Finish my editing for the day. Hell yeah. Well, Aspen, we're kind of waiting on some of these other games. But that was a pretty great 8-7 Fnatic almost taking down VP. That could be a game to watch for tomorrow. The other game was pretty good too, but so far this could be the game for tomorrow. But we'll see. Maybe STOMPN. I'm just kind of low-key hoping STOMPN drops 20 on Wild and, you know, easy content. What's up, Dizzy? VP won? Yeah, they did win. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny? My team can never scrim, so I think it's done. Oof. Asper, I didn't know you kind of played. I saw your clip on Twitter the other day. And Gav commented, never in my rank stack though. You're low-key popping off. Empire's my favorite team for such a long time. Same. Kind of a fanboy of those guys. And honestly, the video of VP has done the best so far on my channel. So maybe I gotta lean into some more VP, you know? We were talking about it earlier too. I think probably dropping another match replay POV pretty soon, because that actually is my most successful video on the channel. And at this point, I think we're just gonna go with the ask for forgiveness, not permission strategy. And if they're working, I might just keep doing those for whoever you guys want to see. What's your take with people fraud names? Bob.m80. M80. Do you feel like it's slapping face to org display having the official fraud names? What do you mean by fraud? Like people just kind of putting M80 in their name, or like putting like aspirin.dz, like you're not on the org, you could just kind of put it in your name? Is that what you're saying? I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem at all. Like if anything, like that's just fans, right? Like if people wanted to put turtle in their name and go into ranked, is that not just like good, not advertisement, but you know what I mean? Like go for it, you know? Bum, 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 bum. I'm here to press you. Are you ready to coach against me tomorrow? Tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Apparently not. What's tomorrow? Wait, we got a blitz game tomorrow? Oof. Oof. Hayes, if you're here, I'll have to send you the, hang on, I think we're getting some stuff scheduled if I look at the calendar now. We got a blitz game at 6 East.
Welcome back to the EML desk. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Alfama
Versus Shubes.
Another victory for Virtus.pro. However, they're no longer flawless in regards of points.
And I'm like trying to go to the website. Like I don't even see where this is.
From Virtus.pro to bringing this into overtime.
Do we start off praising Fnatic or do
We also have a Titan League game. Jesus, so much stuff happening. Where's this at?
Until they threw 2 5v3s, they were genuinely excellent. I thought they came into this with a good game plan. Sorry, I think on their defense, they wanted to get aggressive. They wanted to get in the face.
Bad publicity is good publicity? Yeah, basically. Like, look, back in the day, you don't think a lot of people playing like Call of Duty and just putting like Optic in their name, you know? Just because like they're wannabes, like they want to be an Optic, but like even if they do something bad using the tag like Optic, you can obviously like go look up the official roster. Like who's actually on the team, right? You would see Joe Schmo.optic. It's not actually on the team. You're like, oh, okay, just some fan. I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, you guys want to put Eaton.turtle? Go for it, guys. Spread the gospel of the turtle. Hayes did ask. Yeah, Hayes did ask. I thought Shubes is tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, did I not say that? Sorry, it is tomorrow. If I didn't say that. Shubes is tomorrow. The Blitz game is tomorrow, yeah. How did you know that before me? Sheesh. That is tomorrow. And apparently we have a Titan League game, I think, but I don't see anything being scheduled. We also possibly have an SGC game today, but they have not... Oh, hang on. Yeah, they haven't responded. We asked yesterday at 10 o'clock at night. We asked again, 10 a.m. this morning. We added them, and the person that we added is no longer with the team. So, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they are forfeiting or what.
They are, and some of the time, rookies that we don't know. You know, I would say Wizard 6 months ago playing for good intentions, we weren't aware of them. You know, like, he showed his potential today. We've praised him already. He was with Starks and Jegs, one of the main characters of
15 and 10 after dropping, what was it, 14 last game? Wizard looking pretty good. And 2-0 on the entry. I think we saw him 4-0 in the entry. So far, total for the season. He's now 6-0 in the entry. 87% cost. It's a good debut. Pretty good debut.
And last match, he was already the MVP. 2 MVPs in 3 professional matches.
It's really exciting for Fnatic fans that, yes.
We might need to put a... Maybe we don't put a... Actually, I was going to say, maybe we don't put a STOMPN POV out and we put a Wizard POV out. But I'm also a little scared of all the comments and people coming in and saying, Wizard's cheating, why are you covering him? I don't want drama. When does G2 play? Last. Ooh, thanks for reminding me, by the way. Now we have Falcons Gen G. Let me change the title.
Literally, the only reason why Virtus.pro won in this matchup is because they were able to win in 5v3 situations. That's it. And it has to happen in some rounds that the experience is there for it. And we're going to take a look at the Teller's bomb site here right now. They're attacking the Teller's bomb site. And they're in a 3v4 situation. only 4 players are defending it. And look at the position. 1 in tellers, 1 in customs, 1 in bottom metal. So effectively right now, you've got 3 players that are watching the tellers bomb site and a single player in workshop watching the only safe plant spot. Because you should always know, guys, if you're attacking this bomb site, you need to plant in the bathroom side. Now, if we take a look at what they need to problem solve, first of all, the workshop player, second of all, the player on site. Let's take a look at the real footage. Look at the position.
Hardest team to repair for as a coach and player. Like ever. I mean, usually it's like a Brazilian team, like FaZe, just because they just have such a deep map pool, and they've had such a deep map pool for years.
From the vert above workshop flashes the only player that could see the drop, and that way Shepard can drop and start planting. As soon as he's done, Joystick looks at that player and he locks him down. Boom, first kill. Now the second
Wizard isn't cheating. Oh, I know he's not cheating, but people don't like Zim on YouTube. I seen the controversy it caused Fet. So at the end of the day, though, bad publicity, good publicity. So baby, I don't think he's cheating at all. So I think looking at his POV is totally fine. Zim is cheating. I agree. I mean, I do agree. But he's not. He's obviously not using his Zim now. Because yeah, he's not cheating because we're on PC now. I do agree though. Zim is 100% cheating.
Really impressive stuff from these players, especially to turn that man disadvantage around. It keeps on bringing them towards these victories and pulling these rounds back in their.
If they don't respond, I think it's a forfeit. Sick. Well, hopefully we get the forfeit then, Hayes.
Good evening. A close match, but you get the points in the end. How are you feeling?
It was so tough. I really like hate this map, Border, so when it's picked, like it's really hard for me, but...
He hates Border. Ooh, they're going Border rest of the season, boys. They're going Border rest of the year.
Losing 3-1, I guess, or something like this. So, like, in our mentality, we need to come back, so... Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, you mentioned you hate this map. Well, something we noticed over the years that you don't like as well is the high ping. A big change for you guys.
Yeah.
Boot camping in Serbia, 20 ping. Talk to us about how important it is for you guys to play on such low ping.
Honestly, in Rainbow Six X, I don't know, it's like registration of the bullets is better than before. So this is one aspect, and the other that we have like lower ping, and it's really affecting the game so hard. We feel it so much. So we can like feel more confident about our gunfights, not to be scared to, especially holding in angles, because when you're holding it with a high ping and someone with lower ping picking you, he has advantage. So yeah, that's how it works. We are just more confident in gunfights.
Joystick, how did you deal with some of the...
He's actually got pretty good English.
Fnatic obviously came with a very clear game plan for you guys on Border, the Nomad ban and the Smoke ban in particular.
Honestly, we thought that with the Nomad ban they will play more aggressive about like
yeah, that's what you would think, but they did not.
The stairs doors, but they didn't. I don't know what
they played bunkered.
But maybe they want us to bite and to waste time to control them. Actually, I don't know what was the point on this ban, because they didn't do anything aggressive. In my opinion, we were like expect more from them.
Joystick, you've just mentioned it. You guys were led 1-3, and then I don't know if you saw the breakdown I just did, but you guys once again turned down the situation and managed to win that round. When you're in this man disadvantage situation, who takes the leadership? Who makes the call? Because this was perfect.
I think we will like we were trying to understand what we can do as a team, to understand what we need to do to kill the people or to plant the bomb. So if Shepard with the plant, he understand that we can plant easily. He droned the like master side, server side, and understand that there is only mirror. I said that I have flashes, so we just like communicate and throw flashes, and it was like perfect. Yeah, I saw that you show it, and it was like amazingly perfect timing.
Yeah, that's the synergy for you guys. I mean, we just saw it, but honestly, it was a masterclass.
Thank you.
It's amazing to speak to you once again, and thank you so much for your time, Joystick. I think we can all get used to a little daily chat up with Joystick after each game, because it's been going really well for you guys.
I said to Pasha that he need to go to interview, but he said you will do interview until we lose. So
we'll see you the whole
That's
season.
Funny.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I hope so too for you. Well, thank you so much for your time, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good evening. Bye.
That's awesome. Well,
I'm just sad we didn't.
He's been playing rank for 10 years on stream. You learn English when you do that. You know, that's actually crazy to me that that's actually a thing. Like,
he won't do any mistakes again. great.
Yeah, who knows?
Where else did I hear that? I think it was Spirits. Spirits learned English. He knew Panbazoo before, like, everyone was a pro, I believe, and they used to play together. And I'm pretty sure that he told me, like, that's how he learned English, was just playing in the rank stack with, like, Panbazoo and others, and they taught him English. Like, that's just insane to me that that's a thing. I just can't fathom, like, if I played with 4 Russian players, that I would learn Russian. I just can't fathom that. Yep, we got Falcons coming up next versus, you would think I would know because I just did the title, but, what do we got? What do we got? Genji, right? Yep, came to me in my mind, chat. Genji, Falcons versus Genji. And the last time I watched Genji, if you guys saw it on the YouTube, was Genji versus VP. They did not look good. Like, defense, their strategy looked pretty good. I think I complimented them a couple times for some of their clubhouse strategy. They went 3-3 against VP on club, but their attacks, they looked pretty much what I expect from a brand new team. They looked completely lost. And I need to see them improve, and I don't know if we're going to versus a very strong Falcons team that just pretty much destroyed match code. Did somebody teach me how to say this? But yeah, we're going to need to see an improvement from Genji on the attacking side, primarily. It just looked like they lacked problem solving. I think even their coach called a timeout and talked about it a little bit. They weren't really problem solving very well. And on a map like Clubhouse, which should be theoretically easier to problem solve, we'll see what map we're going to get when they go against the Falcons. Stop and learning that Portuguese, I guess. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. Doki's Scottish, right? I want to learn that. One of the basics, if they don't try to reschedule it, then it's a forfeit when the game's supposed to start. Heard. Well, I think it's supposed to start today or tonight. So we'll see what happens. I learned how to play CS when I lived in the EU, and I still default to the broken English when I play CS now. Wait, really? Was CS just like massive over in EU? I feel like it would be. Matchco? Okay, heard. Got it. I'm prepared for the Matchco game later. STOMPN learning Scottish. That'd be sick, bro. That would be sick. Dun 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 dun. It is? That's what I feel like. Yeah. I feel like CS is just EU's game. Like, obviously we play it and have played it a ton over here in NA, but I feel like it's really died down in a sense. Like, you don't really hear anyone trying to get into, I don't know. At least I don't anymore. As much as I used to. Like 1.6 era, like, I don't know. My older brother was obsessed with it. Like pretty much everyone older than me, I just knew kind of played it. And I wanted to get into it, but I just sucked. Are US good at any esports? Guys, help me out here. What are we good at? Shit. What do we got? Rocket League? Please tell me we're the Rocket League champs. That sounds like our kind of game. Cars. Soccer. COD? Hell yeah, we're nasty at COD. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. Madden? Of course we're nasty at Madden. Of course we're nasty.
welcome back to the EML, where in a moment we'll set you up for our third game.
They all went to Valak being banned from match pick. Oh, that is true. I heard a lot of the yeah. That's actually a good point.
In general, what a time it is to be alive as a Siege enjoyer with all the reasons that we've got going on in the world.
Yeah, the Sonics PUBG team was like the GOAT team. I actually used to love watching those guys. That's kind of my sleeper game that I still love playing to this day is PUBG.
Been very fortunate to watch DSL with Jack. We have, and honestly, we've seen some absolutely crazy moments. Look at this guy flanking. He kills a player. Look on the bottom left here. Who do you see? A smoke. And he doesn't see him. For some reason, he thinks he's injured because one of the other players is called being injured. And so he just walks by his side.
What?
And then look at
what?
He doesn't react. In perfect trigger control from the Argentinian IGL on the very last round.
How did I miss that?
Yeah, and then this game, ENX against Black Dragons. ENX managed to win this round, but Sexy Cake, I mean, he's not rolling back the years with this one. He whiffed 3 different times, but then look at this clutch.
This I saw.
And absolutely incredible. Gets the shotgun, the double kill, the collateral. SAL for me has been such a fun region. Like, obviously, Brazilian Siege is the best Siege.
It was week 1. Okay, that makes sense. I missed week 1 games, unfortunate, except for the VP game.
Yeah. South America
Did watch that one.
Offers us some high quality footage and then some and then some really entertaining footage for some reason. The gameplay over there is just amazing, and you can catch that every Saturday and every Sunday.
Yeah, I feel like the quality obviously in Brazil is amazing. It's not without a reason that they've got the most recent event winners coming from that region. Obviously, if you're looking for the more entertaining gameplay, I reckon you watch the APL as well. I mean, last week, what was it on the co-streams? I saw a clash in a 1v3, winning out a post plant by just ninja-ing the diffuser.
All right, this is a good time. We can use the bathroom real fast while we're waiting for this Falcons match. BRB.
So they're up everywhere. It feels like every time you turn on Twitch or YouTube streams, there is something Siege related going on at the time. So I highly recommend you go check out other regions that we have here as well. Yes, we love EML, but yes, we do also enjoy watching all these other regions and what they have to offer. But back to the EML for us here though, because we have a game between Gen.G and Falcons, and we like to call this one our big proving grounds for both these teams. For Falcons to prove that they are in fact the #1 team of the EML, and for Gen.G to prove that they can repeat what they did in Stage 1 last year when they took down Falcons.
That was such a huge upset, by the way, 1 year ago. Imagine this team, look at these players, most of them were there. 3/5 of these players were just joining Tier 1 for the first stage, and they upset the big ones, BDS at the time, the real dominating team, and they're looking to prove they can do this again. Now in Stage 2 last year, the most recent head-to-head, they got absolutely destroyed, 7-3. Now is the moment to prove they can beat these guys and make it to the playoffs.
There's a lot of growth to be had on this team, I think it would be fair to say. I think they've started last week. They haven't looked particularly hot, you know, losing their games last week, did pick up an overtime against Matchco. But I think realistically, this is a team that we expected growth from. We expected to be talking about them right now as how they've grown, not they've still got growing to do. There's substance there. They've beaten this team. They've beaten Falcons before when they were BDS. They've caused big games. They've caused big upsets, but we've not seen them string it together consistently. It feels like another Fnatic story for me. We need to see that consistency out of them.
And let's be honest, I mean, it's something we saw similar from these players in the last stage, where they had a rougher start and they managed to pick up pace as soon as the stage ended. They did really well in the
Homie busted out a Sunday best for the stream, a black t-shirt.
They were not achieving that. In the end, they were all the way.
I guess so. Maybe it's Gucci.
Never reaching that ceiling. And I will say one thing. I think this roster is looking miles better. I think the players on him, Aza, I think he stepped up massively. By the way, I think Azox on the very first game was stellar, dropped double digits.
We bought him in. The Grim killed Smoke. I thought it was Mew. But he didn't see the guy? Or did he just think it was a dead body, maybe?
Looks like they have one big strategy and they follow it. They look better. Is it enough to break it to top
9-3, huh?
But at least
nice.
They're maturing and they're better than last time.
Nice. 9-3 for Gen.G.
I actually really like this. I love the jerseys of Gen.G.
Have you been paying attention to anything Leo said?
They do have good jerseys.
They're so clean. I love a clean jersey. The color scheme. Yeah, big fan. Big fan. If the team could replicate great performance, yeah.
I mean, we're so used to seeing all these Falcons players as well in the t-shirts that they were wearing in the last stage, but they have got completely different jerseys as well. Can we get a jersey review on the Falcons players?
Oh, it's really good. Come on, white and green.
It is actually quite clean. Yeah.
Right
the color scheme is good. Yeah.
And the star because they were.
Maybe we need to do a jersey power ranking. Oh, I'm doing that. Next stage production. Doing it. Not next stage. Next week.
We'll make sure to get our eyes
Jersey power
ready for that,
ranking.
or fashion senses to get that going up.
I don't like the white jerseys. I like their blue ones. I think a little bit better.
Again, from Falcons, they need to prove themselves that they are in fact the #1 team in our region. A rough start though last week, and they took it
Like a fact, 6-14. Hey, you don't see that very often.
I'm back into it, but look at this Falcons roster. We know of their quality. I don't need to talk about their quality. What I do need to show you is the stats on your screen. Shaco, not positive. Leaky Fact, 64 EPS. This is not stuff that we're used to seeing. Sure, you know, we're used to it. All 7 users do well, but realistically, I think it's still a rough week. Even last week, they managed to
Doing a vibes power ranking, we definitely do a style one. Oh jeez.
So we're still looking for growth from
Oh,
the Falcons roster,
jeez.
which again isn't something that I thought I'd be saying. They've got the quality, they've got the fraggers, they've got the IGL to put it all together.
Shaker's on his phone. What's he doing? Is he watching the stream?
What I like to see is the
Nice.
straight as of the victory in the interview of Yuzus after they win. What did he say? The loss versus VP, they were better than us that day. It's okay. We kept all cool. We're gonna bounce back, and we expect these guys to not drop a single match. That's just not gonna happen. They've never had an undefeated stage, and it's the champions' mentality to just go, okay, that's fine, move on. Today's
Audio up a little? Where are we at?
if they start losing
Normally I go to
against
30.
a team that is supposedly much weaker on paper,
It's already kind of
yeah,
blaring
they're
in my
gonna start
ears.
to ring the alarm bells.
I would expect them to come into this confident, know that they're better than Gen G, and then just carry on and put in a real statement. That's what I want to see from Falcons today. It isn't just a victory, it's a statement victory.
Yeah, and some teams also really like to have that setback loss at the beginning of the stage or at the beginning of a tournament, so they realize, oh, you know, we're not invincible. We need to bounce ourselves back from this. Looking at the map veto as well for this best of 1, we'll be heading to another Lair. The second time we're seeing Lair this evening. I see you looking a bit puzzled, Leo.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me because I don't think it's a good map for both of these teams.
Lair. This is interesting. When's the last? Have we seen
Heavily banned.
Falcons play Lair?
4 that they play usually. We've seen Falcons play it recently. They lost it against FaZe 8-6, I think, in overtime. So not a...
They played it at Reload, huh?
Means, right? But just not a map they play very often. You're going to get in these situations in a BO1 veto where you're banning all the best maps of every team. Obviously, Gen G banning Bank.
Yeah.
The one and undefeated map for Falcons. We land in there.
Last time they played FaZe, they played it at Invite?
To start attacking against
Wow, they played it at
What I would
Invite.
say is when you're an underdog, and especially when you're going to be starting on the disadvantageous side, as Gen G were doing, they got to choose the map, but they weren't choosing the starting side. The one thing they can control in the map ban veto is being a little bit unpredictable and maybe trying to throw Falcons off. So yes, you're taking a weaker map maybe for yourself than what Club
I think I might have watched that game then, I guess. I must have, because I usually watch all Lair matches. Must have not been very impressive.
Well, all about the mind games that we might be having in this upcoming matchup. Did you think, was this one of the upsets that you potentially had? That sounds like a very rough game, I guess, then.
I was hanging my hat on Wolves and they've let me down.
I mean, obviously, if they do actually turn around and beat Falcons, we need to clip it.
I mean, this could be a good map for Gen G, because again, I don't think the Falcons are super comfortable on Lair. I think this is the newest map to their map pool. They were avoiding it for a while.
Potential upsets, but it seems like it's going to be a really difficult match for Gen G ahead, though. It's time to bring our casters.
However, there's been a ton of Lair played. My God, my nose is itching like crazy right now. There's a ton of Lair that got played at SI and even prior. So now teams, if they haven't learned Lair by now, they should easily be able to learn it. In fact, I think it's a VP map. I'm surprised they haven't learned that map yet. Surprised they're not playing labs yet either.
Teams in the world, sure, let's give it a show. I want to see what Gen G are capable, because Falcons, they do bleed, right? They got absolutely walloped on day 1. And like I think everyone here has said, the pressure is really on them. Falcons need a statement win.
Wait, did I pull up Meta Lair? Or I'm sorry, did I pull up the Meta Falcons?
Okay, if I'm looking at this game like
Oh, you're right.
4 months ago, maybe
You're
2 months
right.
ago,
So then what are we talking about? Why did he say versus FaZe? You're absolutely right. They didn't play it at Reload then, huh?
This roster, like this core joint BDS with DKFAC, I think this could be like a 7-4 for Falcons, but there's
Yeah, I missed that. I completely missed that.
Feel like we might be at the start of a, you know, pictures before disaster happened.
Look at BDS.
Keep on talking like this, so before we put ourselves in any danger of being exposed.
But like again, that's still going far back. Like we're still talking like.
Thank you very much. And yeah, look, Pengu, it's quite a contrast here.
Like we're still talking 4 months ago.
Everything in Europe and just could not find a major, could not find a 6 Invitational trophy.
Like that's a long ass
They
dab.
got picked up by one of the biggest organizations in the world. 81% of you guys at home are banking on Falcons to take the win here. In contrast, we've got Gen G. of course, formerly ENTS, 3 of the 5 players.
Like, that's back when I was still with Unwanted, and if Falcons or BDS would have played us on Lair, I would have taken them any goddamn day of the week.
No doubt, a lot of these players are still very green. Falcons are the clear favorites here, but with their current form,
Maybe they're hiding it. I mean, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how good they are at it. Furia recently pulled it out at Reload, right? Furia was also banning Lair for since it came out. They pulled it out at the Reload. Actually looked pretty good at it. Added it to their map pool.
This guy, sure, he's the IGL, he does stratting, he does the calling, but
Let's see how Falcons look on this.
Is that he will do all these things while being an entry, while being a flex player, while getting kills, and he is like, in my mind, probably like one of the most perfect players all around the board. He has just not really woken up this stage so far. Yes, it's only been 2 play days, but it's so unlike him as an individual to have this big of a slump. So I'm gonna just really lock in here. League of X Shaiko, they gotta go positive this game.
All right, we're in the game. Can we please get in the game? I want to see bans.
Can't do it against.
Yeah, very much the case.
I think we're reinforcing right now. What's happening?
Them to have a little slip up on play day 1 against
What's up, Val?
Especially after, let's be real, I think Reload, which was their first tournament under the new banner of Team Falcons.
All right, we completely missed the ban phase. Falcons taking out Doke. Blackbeard. Usually on attack, you have more freedom to kind of get rid of what you want. You'll see a lot of shields or some cheese ops getting banned out. Genji taking out the Cade Clash. I think we saw that earlier as well. Bandit is up, but we're not going to see it. Could try to force them to go like Mav or something, which is a little risky on the mask wall. But we're just seeing a mute. We are seeing...
still a tier 2 team. They've only just broken into tier 1. We need Falcons not just to be beating teams like Match.
We are seeing the Azami though, which is a really good power up on this. Want to see how Shaiko's going to use it.
To the top teams in this league, and they need to be gunning for more championships because they are yet to raise any silverware since they got picked up by Falcons.
Sure, but also kind of
People don't know you can throw the Ace charge from the roof. People not the king.
Almost any other team in the world achieved. So, you know, okay, winning aside, big deal. Making every single final is almost equally good in my mind.
I don't know, bro. Like, I mean, you've stood there on the stage, you've raised trophies before. Would you rather win a trophy, win 1 trophy, or just get so close and miss your chance time and time again? I think I know what most players would prefer.
With SI, you want to have
Can't see the landing spot, so it feels stressful to throw. Yeah, just practice it. That way you don't have to worry about someone from bridge peeking.
Because consistency, in my own mind,
Okay, we are going to see a bridge take. They have that buck under in briefing right now. Gridlock's also covering the flanks. So normally you're just trying to get the guy out of storage, and then do not let him reinforce off the wall. So right now the smoke's backing up. Are we going to see the buck underneath? We are. Oh man. We saw Gridlock holding flanks. Everyone is taking that Doki spot in EU. Looking through the green wall there. That holds the hatch drop. I've seen every EU team try to copy that.
To go down early, but thankfully Shaiko, the man himself, finds his. Genji, bloodied.
Did they get the wall reinforced off or not? They did lose the buck. That's a good pick. Now they don't have to worry about any underneath pressure.
Still not looking so good.
So now they are able to play in that R6 maps room in Tetris. No real ways to get you out of those spots except for they do have 2 nades on board. Okay, 1 nade on board now. They are nading Tetris. Ooh, good pick by Uzis there. No one is on the left side of the room though. Monty can cross, but the guy needs to cover Tetris. Or tank. Have to just go for picks. It's got to be over at this point. Yep. Like a fact. Like a fact for 2. He needs his kills. Got to improve the match GG here.
Yeah, again, this is Lair. They're playing defense. I mean, they have every single thing going in their way to make this a one-sided matchup. And I would love to make this a, oh, but Genji, they're good, and they can win, and they can all these things. But the matter of the fact is, this should be just a Falcons in full control. I like how it started off. You know, Genji get the opening kill, they make their way in, but then this right here.
For some reason, Lair reminds me of Favela. Really?
Really, it just means Falcons.
Favela? Favela's a maze.
Left alone, and their round completely falls apart. Gen G, they need opening kill.
This map is not a maze. This map is...
Step by step. I mean,
this map's Clubhouse, literally. We just saw default defense versus default bridge take right there that we will see copy-paste across every single team. A lot of echo coming out from Falcons here.
He will. In this round, Brede has impact grenaded himself down to 75% HP just to give Gen G more of a winning chance in this one.
This map is not Clubhouse. Nah, you're trolling. This plays exactly the same as Club.
He is such a good lad. I mean, classic Brede 0-0-0. You know that was a good round for Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, I just realized this is kind of like the most French game of Rainbow Six that we kind of get at the tier 1 level, isn't it?
Like, you can literally predict exact takes on this map.
Gen G are the all-French roster. Poor Solotov and Users are sitting here like, hang on guys, can we...
This is a garage take. They're going to take with Montaigne. Glass is going to poke into stock.
The funny thing is,
the question is, sometimes there's variations with this garage take, where if you bait everyone to go back to site, you can take map.
Now, the more we hear
And that's exactly what it looks like that we're going to see with the knock. He's going to lurk top floor down as there's site pressure here from the Montaigne, from the Ace, from the Glass.
time where you and I were casting Falcons, where someone said, hey, League Effect, like, let me call this round. I got the perfect counter strat. So while I am praising League Effect as being like this great IGL, it does come, of course, with the support of his other teammates like Solotov, who is a very vocal player.
Gen G making their move into the building.
Dead shot. We typing? We cracking our knuckles? What the heck was that? Alright, we did some pooling. Now we're taking map. Everyone is back into the basement. So Falcons did end up giving the map.
Users loitering on the first floor blue stairs. He's so close to falling back to site. For the most part, this is a full anchor-centric setup. And there's not a lot of vertical game here on the attacking side. So I do have a bit of a concern here for Gen G. How are they going to dislodge these players on side?
Well, you're all right. You definitely want some vert here. Also, not a hard destructions. The
Wow.
Ace is dead now. Zero hard
Ace goes down. Like effect, good shot through the floor. Still keeping the Azami on board.
break apart the entire floor.
And this is a good defense from the Falcons. We saw who was it? Mowgli's team. We saw Secret. Yeah, Secret give up the map, and Wolves had a really good execute on the site. However, we have a Echo, which I do think can cause some problems for this filter take. We also don't see as many execute ops out of Gen G. Like, they're going to have Glaz hit stock control, prevent anyone from going stock, and they're going to try to probably just get a smoke down. No smokes besides the Glaz, so just going to try to get a Monty plant down somewhere. Good aggression from Shaiko. It's over. Two good defenses from the Falcons. Gen G got no value out of their lurks there. Bringing the knock, kind of no reason. Would have liked to see, again, better sight hit operators. Grim, the Aurora.
And Shaiko and Leakafak will easily mop up a flawless round for Falcons.
And it looks pretty casual on the player cams here as well. Just a small smile there from Shaiko. I think they know that they should be in the driver's seat, and they are. League Effect and Shaiko both very much awake and alive in the server, hitting their shots, getting their kills, doing what they should be doing. So it's just all around. It's just a great game for Falcons. Not much to talk about. Gen G again, lose opening player, lose the Heartbreacher, don't have the verticality, and when Blast and sprints on in and dies to Shaiko on the locker's door here, that's round over. Like, that's where you lost your final win condition. Falcon also utilizing a very overpowered yet underrated part of Siege. Holding F on a barricade. Barricade all those three doors on the flank.
Bunk site, and we have Warden up. So this is pretty good for Falcons. They can just play above, and they are going to bring the Bandit.
It's great to do when you don't have like a Fenrir or an Ella or those trap operators.
We need to see Gen G find the Bandit and get on Ace if they're going to want to go for a sight hit. Okay, or the Mav. And they are going to bring the Mav on Deadshot.
This is a good start for Falcons. This is what we were wanting. This is the domination.
This is going to be open the wall and a sight hit. EMPs are probably going to be for Warden or any BPs. And we're probably going to see him do that sense play through the main door like we're seeing a lot of teams do ever since I saw OFG do it the very first... is that the first week of NAL when Yogg did it? We saw it in the previous game too, in that Wolves Secret game. It's a really good play to ignore the Warden.
Love me some Maverick tricking here to get open those walls. A big change with Siege X. Electrification is once again neutral.
Alright.
What I mean by that is the electricity...
How easy is this wall to Mav?
Destroy attacker gadgets and defender gadgets. When you're trying to Maverick open the wall right now, if a defender were to throw a C4
He's missing something.
Maverick,
He's missing something. He's struggling. He's struggling. Alright, wall open. How are we opening this? Bravo or Gridlock out of shotgun. So Gridlock ends up taking top and will just throw his tracks, so he just holds the green stairs. That's the only job of this Gridlock here, is just do not let any defenders go down and flank green. Now we should see Sense and everybody else take bottom green here. As they drone it, it's clear. Bravo to hack any BPs in sight. They should have, looks like 2 BPs.
He does manage to sneak around a lot of these tracks.
This is the difficulty of trusting AI.
Looking for BPs. He just saw one, but it's useless.
If the AI doesn't shoot back, that's the issue. It just makes a noise. So with the right timing,
Got the only BP that mattered. All right, they're good. Now what's the execute? We're just going to see a sense wall. He's going to plant directly left of the door. Sense wall's out. Here he goes. Directly left of the door. Bomb going down. Falcons should have nothing to stop this.
Yeah, but are you going to be able to throw a C4 when up above? This is just a blind shot.
Falcons looked at... Yeah, I mean, it's a really good take again. We see so many teams doing it. You just have to contest something. You can't let them do that.
Response on their defensive side when
Looks like they didn't see it coming at all.
A very in-fashion attack. It's an easy lockout of the final couple of kills, and everyone
Good take.
falls on the Falcons side. What an abysmal defense from them when met with a very beautiful execute from Gen G.
So the thing of the C4s is that you can obviously not necessarily C4 the planter from up above because that's kind of complicated, but you can throw a C4 down through the beams to destroy the sense projectile.
I think I just saw Lycofax say Maverick. I think I saw Lycofax say the word Maverick.
You can then see what the planter is planting at. And
Maverick. Wow. W lip reading. W and Echo's banned. So now they could maybe abuse Bandit here.
Blindly shoot through the sense wall, and if you guess incorrectly, which there are a ton of different locations, right? The plant will go down. So it felt like Falcons had more tools.
W lip reading.
And it's a very default take. Just today, over the course of this and the previous lair matchup, that is the 4th.
Yeah, and there's the Bandit. We see Brid running it.
We've seen that execute. And the reason why I'm saying that is that Falcons.
Now they can't go around this. They can't just EMP an ace. But it is definitely more annoying.
Yeah. We literally saw that exact thing happen.
Fluent lip reader, hell yeah. He also said mince to go. Yeah, I saw that too, Francisco. I just didn't want to say it, but like I figured you guys all saw that part.
Yeah. I mean, you should definitely be a little bit prepared for that. It's become on meta.
10 seconds to go.
Falcons, if anyone, should be prepared for it. Regardless, that's just one small mistake. It gets Gen G on the board.
This might be the same exact take. We got the Buck to go under. We got the Monty and the Gridlock to take Bridge side. We might be running it back, but let's see. Also, I just realized Shaiko and Lycofac are the only ones with kill in the Falcons. That's insane.
They did the right thing. They had everything covered that they needed. And the post-up was clean. Now, that's a tertiary attack, however. That is, quote-unquote, statistically the easiest to attack. It's the one that defenders have the least priority on. Operator bans.
We are seeing ghost pressure on this side of the map, but it looks like Monty is trying to take this bridge side right here as they start droning it. And they are setting up flank cams for lower green. Buck can go and take that.
Heavily for trying to plan. This Monty is not a kill Monty. It's not necessarily even a map control kind of Monty.
Usus has one? Wait, Usus has... Oh. I am a blind streamer. Okay. I was like, Usus has one what? My bad. Wow.
Here, that's gonna hurt. Down to
Played
the
aggressive on the buck.
little gap on the green stairs, little hatch drop. That's a bad early death. And
Hey guys, Solotov got one too. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Solotov also has one.
Wait, maybe some of the Goyo canisters, if you can like.
I did say kills. Yeah, thank you. I did say kills.
A lot of value lost.
Yeah, and it's a known one-way angle as well. That's not like good team play from Falcons that got them a kill. That's just guys being a little bit unaware. And unfortunately, he wasn't quick enough.
Yeah,
to
you
realize
predict bans coming out. Chat don't care. You missay something like
what just happened there.
about kills. Chat's quick to rat you out, man. Streaming's tough.
Make a cheeky play, take a step.
I'm literally telling you what attacks are coming and everything.
Yeah. League effect 4-1. The two guys
Chat's
that I
rough, man.
mentioned
Chat's
are
rough.
Showing up in big time right now. It's not even that Brede and Solotov and Yus haven't really shown up.
C4 underneath, no lurk.
They'll have their moment. We saw a C4.
All right, so because the buck died getting under green, this is a full pivot. They're going operations side of the attack.
Genji's timer right now, getting
Don't have anyone underneath, so yeah, that C4 could be pretty bad. This guy's holding the angle in the door. As soon as he sees Montaigne around the corner or this gridlock, he's going to call for the C4. This is a good little mini play here.
how they're gonna problem solve this one. Just because
Boom, 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 boom. Call the boom.
That's the thing. There's no way
A little late.
should be able to make this one work. The C4
Good damage though in the gridlock.
doesn't get a kill, but it does do a lot of damage to the very healthy gridlock here, who's now on her last legs.
Do have EMPs, but they should not be able to open the mass wall. Bandits playing on the wall. They have to look for kills. They have to go around the site here.
Deadshot trying to push in from R6 room meets his demise, and Falcons, all they need to do is hold on to their very safe positions. Genji are just baiting for kills outside of the map. You've got to get in, son.
Good C4 from Brid. Brid's in a power spot. Yep. Good early pick from Solotov there, and obviously good usage of the ban phase. Banded up there, gave him a little bit of problems.
As they sit back and relax, waiting, wondering when on earth are Gen G looking to get into the building.
And it really goes all the way back to what happened when Buck died. You lose your step
On that meme of Wolverine laying down, a picture of mid morning cosplay.
to enable the heart breaching, to enable the munchie, to enable
Oh,
the
chat. Oh,
That's
God.
gone. They're walking down the hallway to crossfires, utility, plant deny, and also in numbers disadvantage. And because Buck died downstairs, it's not like they sent the gridlock instead. When Buck died below, they never retook it. That also gave League Effect free reign for that C4 play, to run around, come back up a staircase.
Who plays after this? Who's left? Matchco and
Vertically, horizontally, and when it comes to information. So Genji again, linear isn't bad.
G2 and Wild are last, so Matchco and hang on, I'll get there, chat. I'll get there. Hang on. I'm going through my tier list. I'll get
That's
there.
kinda what happened with the Buck dying. And it was a silly, as you said, it was a silly death. Dying to a one-way angle. Yes, they probably didn't know sort of was there.
I won't get there.
Did expose yourself to the possibility of dying.
BDS. Oh, Virtue. How did I not know?
First, and then he kind of didn't know
My
where that
God.
angle was coming from. He thought it was from the stairs. He
Mr.
turns,
Jake
stuff moving,
Virtue.
He stays in that position, whereas if perhaps he'd realized straight away, then he would have just been able to sprint past it and take a lot of damage, but survive. Now Gen G looking to get very aggressive, very quick into the round. It's the Blitz making the first move. Straight into the building. Double shield lineup this time around with that ram as well. It's going to be a bit of verticality and a bit of brute forcing with these shield operators. Falcons typically going for the full basement turtle.
All right, double shield.
This time around, they've got
Taking the map control that they need. We've seen this Aurora take a little bit. You can kind of shut some of the flanks off.
using that scopers.
And then on execute, you can shut the stock door.
I do like this though.
So I do like
Much more
this.
Fast, aggressive, can take the roam clear, skip the droning stage, just ran in, kill the jammers.
They got the map control they need. Now they just can't get flanked.
They got Raw to close off lines of sight once they reach the bomb site. They got Monty for the plant. Twitch can kill the Goya canisters. This seems like to me, Genji finally have all the tools they could possibly want to get to that final destination of going for a plan attempt. But one thing that could really be a problem is League Effect on the scope post. He can team back to side and help. He can go for a backstep. Right now, it's him versus Twitch watching the flanks. It's all down to timing on the drones. You see right there, there's drone being flicked on to the left as his crosshair, and Twitch 2 is right watching the angle.
All right, they got everything they need. They still got 2 ram drones though. Like, are we gonna ram a little bit more? Okay, now we are seeing it come out in lobby. They're making a little bit more pressure. We haven't seen Deadshot use a single roar yet, which is interesting. Usually you see that door right there get used or onto the yellow stairs. That's a interesting ram drone. We just kind of threw that down.
You go in with Monty, down the staircase, you're planned by the cabinet. The question for me is, where does Blitz go? Are you gonna backstep with the Blitz, cause a distraction, run in that locker's door, for example, because Glass tried that previously, got shot in the head. It's a lot tougher to shoot a shield operator in the face because you got that protection.
All right,
so if you
smoking off the door. We got Aurora stock here, yeah?
Vertically above, covering everything from the verticality. That should
2 more smokes to come out.
only counter right now. 1C4, 2 Toxic Babes with 35 seconds. That's doable, but time will be like 5 seconds left or so.
Okay. So we just shut off the stock door. Now we're just holding low, baiting out plants. Got 1 more smoke to come out. Rid doing a good job not just throwing his smokes. Now he's got 1 more. He's holding. He's getting it ready. Boom. Smoke out. This is going to be a last-second execute. But the flank from Lycofak. Wow. Good timing on the flank. Good utility usage from Falcons, too. Destroyed him with that bunker.
Nothing to be said from Gen G. Utter domination.
Such a good flank as well. Doesn't go for the hatch, doesn't fight the guy holding the flank, goes down the staircase and goes straight to the source of the problem. The guy planting and the guy covering horizontally. It's beautiful. Also, small thing, Useless was just ripping that C4, just ripping that tape the entire time. And it bought them like 10 extra seconds. And 10 seconds overall might not be a lot, but there were only 25 seconds left in the round. So instead of just throwing Toxic Babe, and you know...
Goyo's just sitting here to stare at me.
They're throwing 1 Toxic Babe, and it's pre-placed on the door, and they don't pop it. They start ripping the C4, and Monty keeps walking away. Then they pop the pre-placed Toxic Babe, plus they have a spare in pocket. So they pretty much bought themselves artificial time out of nowhere by just playing the mind game. They're saying, hey, here's a threat, and then Gen G are respecting it because you're up against Falcons. You have to respect them, right? And I think that's the problem. I think Gen G needs to disrespect Falcons a little bit more. They're playing very, again, sheltered positions. They're not taking risks. No one's making a hero play. They're saying, hey, we want to plant, we want to cover, and just, you know, play perfectly. But you're up against such a good team. You can't just play these very predictable rounds. Hit them with a curveball somewhere. That's what I'm missing from Gen G.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing enough. Like before the map started, I'm still not seeing enough from these Gen G attacks. It seems like when they have any kind of problem in their way, they're not able to problem solve and come up with something else. They're just stalling out on some of these attacks. They lost the buck under. They try to pivot to a different side. They just completely stalled out.
A team that has everything planned out before they even
Not sure who the IGL is for them. What's the experience level for Gen G, but that is what I need to see them improved for them to compete against some of these top teams.
Now, there is no sense to speak of, but the Monty is still being shown, as is another C4 prime downstairs. I love this use of verticality. Does it hit the Monty? Valcam is shot by the IQ, but Monty goes down. That is a perfect C4. And now, you just said it. What happens with plan B?
Is an IQ behind you?
Skies falls after that gridlock. Is this just round over?
Is IQ not right there? Oh, oh, guys, found the Valcam. I used my util. What the hell are we doing? This is the Falcons that I hate playing against, by the way. Every time I play the Falcons, they turn into this defense. I don't know why no one talks about this, but they turn into this really bunkered defense with Valk. I don't think you can get these guys Valk. I think they use it better than any other team. They give you the map, and they are so good at playing for C4s. This is usually a play style they like switch to halfway into their defenses.
Find Brede, who's just waiting with this C4 pre-rips. Don't think it will.
So good with util or with the intel ops. I play these guys. I mean, DZ, they always do this and they destroy us. They play late rounds. Unwanted, they did this, and that's when they ended up beating us. If you watch that border game back, they gave us the map and just played super bunkered off intel.
Make that a 5v1. It's going to be another flawless round, is it not?
Good defenses from the Falcons. And that's 5-1. Gen G should be a little bit more impressive on the defense, at least strategically, but this is where you're going to see the experience of Falcons. On attack, they're obviously going to be very good as well.
from Genji. One round to speak of, and this could be a very swift finish.
The irony of Monty dying to a pre-play C4 and a Valcam when you literally have IQ 5 feet behind him is also one of those. It's tough, right? Because let's say IQ had just checked with the scanner. Hey, Asset, there's no C4, but there is a Valcam. 2 seconds later, now there is a C4. Like, we don't know the exact timings, but seeing that happen when you literally have the perfect counter always hurts me a little bit. Because Asset didn't do anything wrong necessarily, because you're going to assume that you can't die to a vertical C4 in a Valcam because you have IQ. But we all know from our rank sessions, sometimes it doesn't work out that way, and that C4 was literally perfect. Also, siege timing, oh my days.
Yeah, and then just a micro overcorrection there from Deadshot, missing his angle.
Dinner in 30 minutes. Are we in dinner at 4 p.m.?
Falcons leading, not a single player on Falcons
Wow,
has died more than
we do have a
twice.
grandmother in here.
You look back on Genji's runs so far. Week 1 for them, it was a very tight 7-8 that they lost to Matchco.
I'm only kidding. I eat dinner at 5. Don't yell at me.
Very rough 3-7 against Virtus Pro. It's only getting worse now. They've only found a single round on their attacking side. Now, thankfully, they can move on to defense, which might bear a little bit more success, but I just have to admit, I don't have a lot of confidence for them, Pengu. I think this is going to be likely their worst result yet. And for Falcons,
I'm only messing.
It's a bit awkward, right? Because on attack, you can choose to go for plants and play like a passive round. When you're defending, if the attackers come to you, you can't run away from the bomb.
All right, Genji getting rid of Fenrir.
But Genji's players,
Or sorry, Falcon's getting rid of Fenrir Clash.
We're talking 1 kill, 2 kills max on the players, Acid playing shields every single round.
Genji getting rid of the Montaigne Ace.
Like micro misadjustments on the tight angles and gunfights, I fear.
Interesting to see Brid play Mav.
Because of how one-sided it's been so far. As Sami
that's an example.
Single bullet and dies. Again,
That is a really good. I'm noticing more and more that people don't know that Repel exists, which is crazy to me. Window kind of opened. That shot has to be careful. Someone's not looking through that window angle.
He didn't die to a headshot. That had to be 3 bullets landed by Solotov to get that down and then confirm the kill. That is Azok swinging far too wide, far too aggressively, far too early in the rounds. The Falcons, they barely had to work for their first pick. Now they can just convert their advantage.
It also means if, unless there's any keeper barriers pre-placed on the bomb site itself, which I don't think there is because there was like 2 or 3 inside the ops room, you don't have any kind of fortification on the bomb site. Which means
this is how you play IQ.
You have like the reinforced or the soft walls by the side itself. You have no, keeper barriers, castle barricades, deployable shields. You got what you got.
All right, operations attack.
And again, with numbers advantage, you can now just apply pressure on many different...
Right, we're going to see someone run up the rocket stairs and execute. But we are seeing a little bit more from the Falcons. Looks like they had an option to hit Pebbles, but Solotov is rotating over to Brid to take operations here. Uses bathroom windows. They have Lycofact ready to run up the rocket stairs and collapse. That's kind of the next stage of this operations or meeting attack. There we go. He took the rocket stairs. So they have like that side of the map. They have all of Mez, bathroom, hallway, everything. Genji playing extremely bunkered here. Oh my god, he almost hip fired him. Now it's usually clearing the mask spot, which he's got Mav for. And also the guy playing behind desk. Oh my god, his audio was off. His earbuds were on backwards. He thought he was Maving the other wall.
That's finally the way to cut open the site. An angle deep through.
No one is playing in that spot. And they only have 1 smoke out for plant denial here. What's the XC going to be? Okay, they're going deep because they know they can't just go for a mass plant. So as we're going for plant, they pressured. Good job of using the numbers for Falcons.
It's match point here for Falcons. It feels like we've barely even started.
Yeah, and I really think that round a lot of it comes down to, again, mechanical skill. Like, it's just gunfight difference right now from Falcons. They get the opening kill, which you put out very well. Was a bit of a sell from Genji, over swinging unnecessarily, had keepers in pocket, like all these.
What's up, Jess?
And later on, Falcons just walked down the hallway with 2 players. They trade each other positively, and because they already had the man advantage, the round just kind of ends. This right here was kind of funny to watch. The bandit got that C4 kill and then swung the exterior breach, thinking that he heard a Maverick. And he would be correct, but the Maverick was in the internal wall. So he turned his back to the hallway and got shot, I think, from Shaiko or somebody else. So it's a bit of an unfortunate situation there for the bandit player. Great C4.
I didn't realize that was what.
Wait, is that a new keypad?
Good insight from you there, Penguin. I hadn't actually made that connection. How much do you think these
Oh no,
guys
it's a
have been
keyboard.
affected by the improvements to how audio
Sorry, I thought
works
someone
in
added me in
Siege?
a
Obviously,
new
it's
keypad.
so much more realistic now with the audio overhaul coming into Siege X. But I've no doubt that for some players especially, it would have been quite an adjustment period.
Yeah, I think the biggest kind of public feedback that I see is that
Alright, not going back to that top floor site. Going lower.
just say, oh, I don't like this because I don't understand it. When
Looks
in
like a
fact,
pretty
I would say
default
it's very different
archive room here
system. I'm having a great
with
time
Ella.
the audio system, but I also understand
Probably
that
have the
you've
Ella
been
shield in
towards
yep,
9 years, which is like the length of the game, right?
in the armory position.
Massive change for your ears to adapt to, and you're not gonna like it, you're not gonna understand it, and therefore you're gonna think it's worse. You're gonna just have a hate for it, for example.
We're gonna see Falcons with that garage take, and again, this is where the variations come into play. They either go for something quick here for garage if they think there's a lot of roamers off site, or they just pull pressure
And I hope most
and then
people
take the map.
experience is mine. I hear more sound cues, I hear more things, repels.
But I think what we're gonna see more so here is they just think they're better mechanical skill. Like, let's just stack as a team, play kills, play trades. However, Nako with the first kill on to Solotov.
Angle though from Nako. Solotov a big one to take down early.
They're gonna fall back now and give up garage control.
But good progress nonetheless from the roster as Users makes his way forward. With that Blackbeard,
Shaiko's in a really good spot stock. I don't know if they know he's that deep. He is in the actual stock room. If they can pinch one of the purple players to fall back into him.
I feel like this would have been a genius vertical round. Of course, that required different operators, you know, verticality, roam clear, and there is a very big roaming presence, 3 defenders right now. If Falcons can find the pick on the side, there is only one other person nearby that can stop them. They can overpower this, but finding that first player is going to be difficult because we can hear that shotgun upstairs. Verticality is being made. They're holding the doors, the paths in vertically. What are you going to do now, Falcons? It's going to be almost impossible, surely.
Well, they're trying to open up angles into sight. A nade about to be tossed on out by Users. It's actually perfect as well. If Leakerfax holding this angle might actually flush out the...
They should expect the stock. I agree, but just the fact that he's already so deep in the room, right? Sometimes people don't expect that he's actually in. Vertical's kind of hurting Falcons here again. They're not really sending anyone up top, but okay, it almost doesn't matter. We're just killing people through the vert holes. Rid finds a spot, able to get bombed down here. And they're going for a retake, Genji? Oh my god. How... This is not even a good take from the Falcons here, in my opinion. It just literally like going head on into sight. Using the Blackbeard, using the Grim.
Really baiting it right now. He's walking around. Shaco has the cover. 2v1.
And that's wraps, huh? And that's just wraps. That's just mechanical mechanical skill at the end of the day wins. That was not even a strategic take. Anything like that. That's just pure and simple. Falcons are the better team. 7-1. GG. GG. Genji did not look good on attack. In their previous game, still did not look good on attack. And I think that kind of proves they're not really that close to being a top 4 team quite yet. But they are newer into the league. They are kind of a thrown together team, I believe, right? What's the roster again? Okay, yeah, it's like Ents players / Wolves players. A little bit of an identity crisis, trying to figure some things out. What a close game that was. I think we all had to know. That's okay. We got BDS versus Matchco coming up. Maybe that'll be a match. You know what I'm saying, chat? Oops. Where am I? Where am I? There we go. So many goddamn screens.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's gonna complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way
He drops the GG on Twitter. Is it already up? Damn. Damn. Wait, you know what I'm just noticing, by the way? Huh. And sorry to everyone that's watching on fucking YouTube. But for some reason, my multi-chat's not working today. I just pulled up my YouTube chat. And I just realized there was a ton of people over there talking. But why is it not showing up on my OBS Studios right now? It says it's synced. Interesting. It was working yesterday too. Technical difficulties in the mint stream, as usual for anyone who's usually here. Always something wrong. Always fucking something, huh? Huh? Some guy in the YouTube stream said, "You seem like a big chip kind of guy. No shade though." Like what the? What's that supposed to mean, buddy? Am I gonna make a basement lair attack guide? Eventually. Let's see. I don't even know how long ago some of these questions were. Someone asked, "Can I help you?" I don't know. Can I? You know your teacher back in school said that shit. I don't know. Can you? Oh, okay, now YouTube chat's working. Okay, we're good. What's up, Zella? Hey, I just had to unsync it and sync it, I guess. I was gonna say, because YouTube, the multi-stream over on YouTube was actually doing pretty good compared to yesterday. Like, we had like 50 viewers or so. Maybe people don't want to watch Brazil games. Nice stash, boss. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hey guys, get used to the stash, or don't get used to the stash, by the way, because this shit's gone in 3 days. 3 days. Haircut, stash gone. I'm gonna look like a dude. YouTube videos are gonna be like so weird. Everyone's gonna be like, "Who the fuck are you?" Who the fuck are you? What makes more money, Twitch streams or YouTube streams? I have no idea, bro. I actually have no idea. I got no clue. I just know that YouTube is good because it saves the VOD, right? And some, I don't think it's the Shopify owner, but he used to be with Moist. Oh my god, I forget his name. But Ali actually linked me a video. And I do know the one good thing with YouTube is, like, in general, YouTube does pay a little bit more per view. But I mean, I'm not even at that point yet. We're not monetized. But the streams are also helping me with watch hours, which will help me get monetized eventually. But yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Go edit. I did my editing. I don't want to. I'm demotivated. Well, Aspirin, yeah, I don't want to tell you what vid yet until all the EU games are over. But right now, it's probably that Fnatic VP game. But again, hey, we got King coming up. But I'm almost kind of thinking next videos might be that Fnatic VP one, and then I might do a Wizard POV, maybe the same day dropped. That'd be kind of sick. Like maybe the game early, and then the POV like a couple hours later. Am I gonna make more guides like the Lair one? Eventually, yes. It's just kind of a timing wise at the moment. But eventually, yeah. More so, it might be like in downtime.
this is kind of what we wanted to see from Falcons, that statement.
I literally spent the last 5 rounds waiting for the call, the tech timeout from Genji. It never came. They just,
You can't wait for the mustache to be gone. All right, come on.
He didn't call the tech timeout. He knew that was done. Not even close.
Not even close.
If you were to pick a 6-man team, 5 players, 1 sub, 1 coach, with countries, not orgs. So what, am I picking an NA team?
That's exactly what they did today, unfortunately.
I think I am talking about critical, yeah. Yeah, I think I am.
Genji got 12 kills. Hey, you know, this scoreboard's not going to read well. 12 kills in total. If I can do my math correct, I can.
You meant to tag me. Yeah, I was going to say you meant to tag me. US based?
You just write it off. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. You just write it off if you're them.
I will say that's okay, right? It happens to every team.
Yeah. And Falcons can do that.
I'm going to be biased. I'm going to go...
Falcons are exceptional. You know,
hang on.
We asked for a reaction. I
flip a notepad.
Asked for a statement win. They came out, they provided that. They were dynamic, they were aggressive.
NA. Let's make an NA team here. I'm going to go hot and cold as my IGL. Extremely biased here, by the way. I'm going to go hot and cold. Because we're taking NA, right? So Troy's Canadian, he's out. We're talking US. Hot and cold, easy pick, IGL.
Players over on the side of Falcons, they were underperforming so far. I mean, what was that all about?
Yeah. This is not going to look good, is it?
Well, we did say they needed to step up. What happened?
They stepped up.
Exactly.
It might be a hot and cold Gavin. Ooh, this is tough. I'm gonna have to go Ambi actually. I'm probably gonna have to go Ambi as like first entry here. We'll go hot and cold, Ambi.
Even last week they managed to get over the line.
Can't have spirits. This is a shame here. I'm trying to think who to put in that kind of shield meta role.
They've got the quality. They've got the fraggers, they've got the IGL to put it all together, but something hasn't quite clicked in week 1.
Well. Just how some things turn out sometimes, how that turns.
I need to look at rosters. I need to look at rosters here. Liquipedia, NAL, stage 1. One sec.
I just love it when players just you know, they tell us to shut up.
Because like Gav's obviously up there. Can't pick Kino, huh? All right, I guess we're gonna go off the flag here. Newers is obviously a goat as well. Ashen, like there's some really good players. Mailbox wise, I'm gonna go NJR. Sorry, that one should have been obvious. That's my mailbox. That's my cuts player. That's my anchor. Who else?
Overall, Falcons are back.
After round 2, Shaco and Leakyfuck had a combined 9 kills. The other 8 players in the lobby had 2. That's how much impact they had at early doors to set the scene.
I think you'd be really happy to hear who's joining us for the interview, because we have Leakyfuck joining us. Good evening. 3 welcome points once again.
Hang on, we got Leakyfuck coming up. Let me keep thinking. Let me keep thinking about it.
I get that, and thank you to show this, because I mean, like you said, you're right to judge.
Let me keep thinking about it. So far, I'm liking how this is coming along. Like, I'm just trying to think about everything that I might need. Because, you know, very easy to say, like, Gav here.
First week, with VP
you know, Ambi and Gav duo maybe could be really good. But I'm trying to think of like what I need role wise. Like again, like Matt could play the cheese stuff if needed. Matt could play the shields if needed, but you kind of need another support player. And it's like in that case, am I gonna go like Surf or Rexen maybe?
Do you feel like you've learned from the mistakes? Do you think that the off-season has helped you, you know, look better in scrims and fix all of this?
Because Matt could play the cheese. Like, he could play the cheese with the bomb. But, like, so could, like, Surf could play that. Some of it.
And we are the kind of team who need time to use the new game. Even like...
Yeah, also flex-wise, or sorry, lurk-wise. I mean, Ambi could lurk, Gav could entry. If need be. If need be.
And the reload was the best thing.
Me when I watch Minpick Houghton, yeah, you're right. You're actually right. I'm 100% being biased here, huh? About to put Pamba up here real quick. About to put Pamba. Yeah, full NA.
So, how much does this game mean to you in terms of playing against your fellow countrymen?
As far as coach, I'd put Call Out. I just think if it was like a World Cup team, Call Out's gonna have the guys like NA, like motivated in the gym, like rah rah, like. I got Call Out for sure.
Today is 7-1, the most dominant score so far in the EML.
Sub, it's like you need someone that can play all roles, and like Rexon kind of has been playing every single role now.
Well, that was, I mean, so
right?
I had to ask him.
If you're asking like a sub, like this guy could play entry if needed. This guy's playing support now and doing a phenomenal job on it. He's playing flex. Like I think sub-wise, maybe Rexon.
When he's doing poor, because we expect him to be that good. Yeah. And so he recognized that their first week was poor. With a win, by the way, he still said their week was poor when they won.
Yeah, great national team coach, exactly. Newers got to be on there. I'm thinking about it. Like this spot is like Gavin Newers for me. And I'm really thinking about it here.
But Falcons as a team looked at the level that we would once hold them to. Even last week, even when they won against Matchcode, they didn't show that teamwork or that level. Obviously, they didn't show it against Virtus Pro either. So for me, I'm very happy with that statement win for them.
All right, awesome. Well, it was very good to see this from Falcons here. They've really sped us up to be a bit more on the schedule, I guess. So it's already time for our fourth game of the day. After the break, we'll have BDS.
But yeah, I still feel like we're missing someone to like hop on the Glaz. Like NJ could do it. I know Gav could do it too. But like, you know, the Glaz, the Ying. Is that Lion's gun?
All right, what do you guys think?
Isn't that Lion's gun, not the DMR? Is that not it? Anyway, what else? Let me think who else. Because not to have any SSG players might be criminal here. Like Matt could play the shields and we could have Ashen. Because Ashen's pretty good too. I don't think you went J90 just because NJR. You already got it. You already got Nicholas Jr. And then Foltz is kind of what Matt's been playing. It's kind of hard here. Maybe Ashen, maybe Newers, obviously. I'm even considering like Surf, because I think Surf's a really good a good support. Man, who was I thinking? Who the heck was I thinking for the Glaz and stuff? Ashen? I don't know. We're doing this. We're gonna go like that for the final. All right, might be did. Oh, we're unmuted now. Okay, I think that might be my final. We'll see. I think it's got a lot of fragging power. We got some lurkers in there. Ash and Amy can both lurk. NJR can play whatever. And Rexon, I think, really good sub, obviously. I mean, that guy can play literally any role. I almost just put him in the lineup. Because the way he's been playing kind of like support-ish for Shopify now, I think one of the best players we have at NA, for sure. Oh, man. No, I am not, Jam. No, I am not. Like, if I could only pick Ambi or Gavin, I'm picking Ambi. Like, statistically, right now in this seat, like, he's been amazing. Not even just this season. You don't have to say names, but have you ever had a player on your team, coaching or player, that you absolutely opposed but got overruled? No. Nah, that just wouldn't happen. Like, there's been players I haven't want to dropped But like, if it was a team decision, I went with the team, right? But that we actually signed, and I was like, no. I would say, like, for the most part, I've always kind of had it my way on teams. Just because I was IGL captain of every single iteration. All the way until I stopped playing. So pretty, like, I don't want to say everything kind of ran through me, but like for the most part as a player, like everyone kind of listened to what I had to say. And as a coach, yeah, pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. And then obviously Troy came in and we trusted. And how can you not trust Troy? It's about gap for Rexon. That's fair. That's 100% fair. I think Rexon's been playing very, very good. I hate Gav. Yeah, I hate Gav. Rexon NA top 10 for a couple years now. So much pro experience. I just think he's, I don't want to say slept on, because like everyone should know Rexon's a good player, but like he doesn't get talked about. He's been consistently like solid for years.
Players, we've seen the future stars, the current stars of the league.
Now you see the real stars.
I was gonna say, yeah, we also want to see.
And he's been shifted around roles now for a while too.
Leo, you've managed to put your fellow tele members through a big challenge where you've had to let them guess.
Dream Team have only retired pros.
They're hearing.
Yeah, I mean, if
are we saying the retired pros in their prime?
You should know.
Like, what are we talking about here? That one's hard. I gotta like remember who the hell's retired at this point.
You just need to know your sounds. That's all I'm saying.
I was gonna say, I have a feeling Jack doesn't want to talk about this, but that's fine. We're just gonna roll the clip anyways.
All three of these guys to try and find the exact weapon that I'm gonna fire. We're gonna start right now. All right, what do you guys think?
I don't have a clue.
I thought it would be a DMR, but it was automatic at the end.
It is automatic.
That's
oh, Fuse LMG, like Russian LMG?
Nope.
I think it could be Thermite.
Nope.
No.
Good experts, by the way.
Lion! Lion!
It doesn't ring a single bell. I don't think the operator, I don't think.
Okay, I can start. Maybe I can start the gadget.
Maybe I'm wrong. I sound confident. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, only the weapon.
It must be an AR because that's a reward after like 30 rounds.
Do any of us play the operator? Would you say?
I was a main of the operator in 2018.
Oh, it's not Thermite.
No, I was not a arbiter in
2018. Was that the Atlantic City one? Is that not Lion's AR?
Capital.
Nope, nope.
No, it's not Capital. No.
He's
What is that gun called, by the way?
Of course.
Feeling good about your progress? No, you're not feeling good about your progress.
It's French. It's not Doc. It's not Switch. It's not Sledge.
Rock Sledge is
It's not
British.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I thought. I actually don't know.
Wait, what? French?
You guys are officially resigning.
Yeah.
You're not gonna.
No,
you have
I
no
actually
clue.
don't
No
know.
clue.
Lion.
Oh, yeah, of course it is, yeah. The Vector. It's the Lion AR.
I
Game confirmed for
love that
SGC.
moment
Let me
of
look.
silence after Leo said, "It's Lion," and you're like, "Oh yeah, Lion was French, by the way."
I mean, Pengu thought Sledge was French. That's all I'm gonna say. No.
There is nothing to defend. Come on, everyone was playing Lion back in 2017, 2018. Everyone was maining that gun. The V308 is iconic. I hope the guys in the chat found it. I really hope someone found it in the chat.
I will say for me, this series does not get any better.
It's okay. I mean, you know, honestly, I think I'm at the point now where I can guess like what operators it by like the sound that they're making when they get hit. But
You think that? No. It's really hard.
We
There was
should test
pressure
it.
in that room.
I think,
I'll
yeah,
be honest.
I get it, but like that's the thing when you're doing these challenges, right? You're like, oh yeah, I noticed like.
All right, SGC game is getting played today
because you forget what's
at
happening.
8
It's like
East.
any culture show. When you're in the spotlight, it's not the same.
But okay, so now I want to talk about something. I've seen this.
And it is versus Nix R6
We need to talk
on
about the
Team
elephant in
Virus.
the room. What is going on with this Intero on the couch. What? Hello?
We're just missing him.
See, the thing is, Anne, it's very cool, right? Because they've recently added a lot of esports skins into the game. And Intero was fortunate enough to get his own skin. Well, not his own, he's got his own charm in the game.
I was kind of hoping we didn't have a game, too, because
At the 6th Invitational 2022.
I don't 100% know I can make it.
And we love Intero, so we wanted to bring that to the studio as well. This iconic quote that he's got.
What a beautiful new piece of furniture added to our studio. Honestly, like, it's been super comfortable on these couches with the cushions. I think just another addition right there. Perfect. I love it. Sure, you don't have any more surprises for us, right? This is the only thing.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
This is the only surprise.
Is he staying with us for the entire stage, or just today?
I mean, you can have him on your sofa so it evens it up, because there's 3 of us over here, Anne.
Yeah, he's also got to go back to NAL at some point, right? Cool.
Yeah.
We'll see how Intero does as a second host. I think that'll be very fun to see that for the remainder of the evening. But of course, we have 2 more games to go. We should get back to the serious business down here in the EML. We have BDS and we've got Matchco going up against.
Somebody said, "What do I think of Wild so far?" I'm a big Evan fan, right? Evan's in here all the time, but it's kind of what I expect to see from the second best team out of Challenger League, right? Like, they got a lot of uphill battles to overcome.
Equally happy, I think.
Right now, it's just about building and gaining experience in the league against some of these good teams, good players, figuring out, again, their identity, how they want to play the game. It's an uphill battle. They're going to be
It's the moment where you're
they're going to be the underdog in every single matchup.
Appears to be at a similar level as you are.
And today he's versus
that's the moment where you need to steal those points away from that team, because that's when
the
you
king.
guarantee you're going to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I'm actually really encouraged.
Good I mean, hey, good content opportunity for Evan right now.
I'm actually encouraged by both of the losses that they had. When BDS lost to Secret, other than a very slow start, they were very competitive with what looks like one of the best teams in the league. The same for Matchco, who have been promoted to this league. Their game against Falcons, but for Solotov, is a lot closer in terms of the way they controlled that game as well. So I was actually quietly impressed with the 2 losses that they suffered, and of course they both picked up a victory as well. I hate to say this, I'm probably in agreement with Leo's power rankings as well, that they will be around that 5th, 6th spot in terms of fighting for the playoffs.
He hates to say it.
What?
I hate to say it.
He hates to say he agrees with me.
Yeah.
It's fine. We'll take this as a very wholesome moment.
Guys, new Julio tweet dropped. We need to check out the Julio tweet, of course. If you guys haven't seen these are classics.
Hello again. We won against Gen G 7-1. Really good result, but I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about one thing. I want to see what are your opinions on this. They lost 7-1 and the coach didn't pause. So for me, there's 2 reasons. First, the comms were good. They had everything planned out, even though they were losing, which is fine. Second one, they're probably talking everything on WhatsApp, which is really bad. And I'm not throwing accusations, because I think it's good. Because right now, Blast is putting listening. For example, if I pause the match and I talk, guys, let's do this, this, and this. After 3 minutes delay from the live stream, the other team can hear everything I said. So right now, even if they did that, for me, is the best solution. I already spoke with Blast, remove this. It's really good for the spectators to see, but for us, for the teams, it's so bad. I'm not gonna pause and say, guys, let's do this, this, and this, because after 3 minutes, the other coach can say, okay, they're gonna do this, this, and this, and probably not baiting, right? Like he's serious about it. And he can just pause and say, okay, guys, Julio said this, this, and this. Let's counter this way. Like, for me, it doesn't make sense. So, I'm not throwing accusations at Gen G. Just to give a point that this listening is so bad for the competitive integrity. So, yeah, just this. I want to hear your opinions on these, guys. Thank you.
What do we think, chat? I know coaches have hated listeners for a while, and obviously, being on the coach side, I've hated them in the past a little bit as well. However, I do think there are some coaches that hate them because they're a little bit fraudulent and maybe don't say the best things that they probably should be saying in timeouts. And I'm not saying that about Julio at all. I think Julio is one of the best coaches that we have in the scene, and specifically, like, strategically, I think I look up to Julio a lot. But I do get his point. Like 3-minute delay. Like you can even just have the assistant coach kind of on their phone, watching, right, and listening for that. But I mean, Siege is like a 1-round adapt kind of game. Like even if he does tell his team to do, even if he does tell his team to like, hey, go to the site, do this, then do that. Like, I mean, if you kind of have a read that maybe they are trying to counter, I feel like you should be able to adapt in the round anyway. Like that's kind of the whole point about having good IGLs and things like that. I don't know if it really hurts as much as he thinks it does, but I definitely see the point, or I definitely know what his point is. Like for full competitive integrity, and especially like other leagues don't have them. I think that's the biggest point too. Is like other leagues should have these as well. Why is it just these EML teams, right? Like if you want to talk about competitive integrity. So yeah, maybe we do only do it for LANs, right? So it's more fair. Because online is kind of rough. He's also like making the point about like they are in Discord with you listening to comms, but nothing is stopping. Like no one's taking anyone's phone away online. Nothing is stopping. Let's say for me, for example, as the Turtles, I could have my group chat open, and as the Turtles are playing, I could technically, if you guys saw me on my phone, I could be putting things in chat like, hey, go to this site. Oh, they're not running this operator. Do this. Oh, they ran a Valk, and last time they put the Valk cams in this X, Y, and Z position. Like, technically, you can do that. So, I don't know. It's hard to police online. It's hard to police online.
Well, it's a French map, first of all. So the French are going to take it. No,
so maybe the only fair thing to do is to take them away.
Have played that map 4 times. Jack, how many times have they won it?
4 times.
They've won it. They've got a 100% win rate on it in the recent months. It's a very comfortable map for them.
Do I think Fett was good at timeouts?
But they love it.
I don't know if I remember hearing too many of his timeouts, to be honest.
They banned it only once. So it appears to be high preference map for these guys.
But yeah, I mean, Fett's like one of the other knowledgeable coaches. Like I tried to have Fett join DZ with me. I know Fett knows his shit. For sure.
Alright, well, awesome. I think we have all the details and everything we need to know as well to make a pasta, I guess, to get us ready for this match.
It's just like the involvement of a coach in a timeout just depends on the team chemistry, right? Like some teams are already strategical and they don't need a coach to come in and give them strat notes, but some teams maybe lack that or lack the ideas, and maybe they need a coach to come in and give them the ideas.
Yeah, I love Japanese food. I can't pick a side between
It all depends on the composition of the team. Anyway, we got Consulate, guys. You guys said this is your favorite map last time I asked in chat.
We are going to France for the map. Consulate is it the French consulate in a different country, or is it actually in France? There's a little bit of a siege law question for you.
I don't know.
Any player in their prime, but they have to be currently retired. I would really need to think about.
Fact check this right now.
Because we're talking any retired player. You're not even going to be a region-based. Also, players back then, if they were in their prime, I hate to say it. As an OG player myself, I hate to say it. But like, I don't know if Pengu, one of the goats of Siege, I don't know if he could, in his prime, compete at the level of some of the players now.
Okay, I'm gonna do the true finder in all of this and set the record straight. Well,
we were playing plumbers back then, back in the day.
Which is great statistically looking from a top-down perspective, but what did they beat exactly to be 5-0, right? That's the first thing, because it just made it into tier 1. And 2, when you've played a game or a map rather 5 times and you've won, you're gonna get studied down to every single micro detail.
Bolo, yeah, Bolo could still play for sure. Like that's easy.
Most likely. So unless they can
Bolo could easily play.
What their approach is gonna be, I'm expecting to see some target bans, some specific strategies.
Pick any operator.
Or just seeing them looking very well prepared because they got the votes, that's for sure.
Tachanka.
Well, it's nice to see Matchco playing a different map for once. In week 1, it was just Clubhouse. They played against Gen G and Falcons.
I don't think I've ever picked Tachanka. Oh, I was hoping to look down and see a Tachanka too, because we're on Consulate CEO, and you'll see it on this one a good amount.
BDS, of course.
You sound like the guy the other day said Troy beat plumbers in his SIs. Don't get. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I did not. I'm not taking away anyone's championships. I'm just saying, if you took Someone asked me, like, pick a team of retired people to play right now in this current game, and they were in their prime. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not taking away anyone's championships.
After stage 1. So basically when stage 2 begins, I feel like
But the game is, like, there's a lot more shit happening now.
I think you need some time to gel and get things situated.
Like, ego aside, I think I was one of the better players in the league. I mean, I played for a really fucking long time. Most people do not have 8-year careers. But the game is still, like, it's a struggle to me now. Like, not thinking about the game strategically, but, like, there's a lot of shit happening now, and people are way more mechanically skilled now.
Seems like a bit of a stretch. We literally don't know.
There's a lot of fucking trap operators in the game.
Almost only impress us. So that's also a good thing.
A lot of shit that we didn't have to deal with back then.
On that roster of BDS. As for Matchco, well, if you've been following the tier 2 scene, they will be no strangers to you.
Fast CEO window tick. We got those 3 EMPs going down, and we're baiting that we're planning pro right here with this Blackbeard. This guy's purely bait. Bomb's gonna make it down CEO. I don't think he can get out. Gotta go for 1. That's okay. We have 2 people on the window now.
An Italian up against the full Italian roster, but guess what? Dora down below with that shotgun makes quick work of P4. Is there going to be a chance for a counter defuse here? Dora's straight up. It's double shotguns here from the attacking side.
No one's on the CEO window.
BDS now looking to try and make use of those keyboard.
And they used the Kiba to block the under guy. That's a really good retake for BDS.
To make sure that Robbie can get the plant denial off.
Wow.
BDS
Yeah, Thatcher Shoddy was a choice.
after a very fiery start from Matchco.
So good. I mean, the second that bomb went down, I'm thinking, yeah, that's the first.
Do I know why Eclipse quit? After DZ, I know he was offered by some of the lower tier pro league teams, and I believe he tried out for them. But I believe the money was not very good. Like, the money is very, at least in NA, I don't know how it is in other regions, but it's very top heavy. If you're not on a top 4 team, you'll make more going back to school and working McDonald's. And someone like Eclipse with a ton of experience, it's not worth it unless you get a certain amount of money. So I believe that's why he stepped away.
The aggression, the confidence, Match was saying 3, 2, 1, let's go for a plant. They found the gap. Yes, they lost a round, but they were in full control almost all the way through.
Yeah, and look, I want to give credit where credit is due. Matchco doing some cheeky little different things as well. That was double shotguns. It was Thatcher and Amos. Shotgun on the attacking side. Very rarely do you see that.
Just Blackbeard jumping in a window, getting side control. I mean, it looks so easy, but sometimes you're gonna have like 3 keyboards in pocket and think to yourself, what am I doing wrong here? Why didn't I use my gadget? But at other times you're thinking, boy, I got 3 spare keypads. I can completely fix this like bad situation.
Yeah, and the important one was the one actually on the floor as well.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget Freck finding both of the kills to cover Robbie at the end there. Very impactful. Freck, the only positive player for BDS.
Like, it's no surprise, right? He's like literally having like the greatest performance of his, I think, career so far in a stage. Like the first 2 play days, he's been phenomenal.
Just scrimming against Eclipse and Mo. Yeah, they're around. They're on a. If you guys haven't heard, I mean, they are a team. I think they were in the Element Quals too. I was trying to get a scrim against Eclipse's team.
I mean, let's be honest.
Thought that'd be a fun one for people to kind of watch.
A few glowing moments. Freck's now found his home on greener pastures, and he's really found his own.
So always the big question is not where players start, but where they end up at, given some experience and some time to grow. Robbie, a different kind of name, as mentioned by the desk, was a big player in the previous Falcons roster, having some individual insane performances.
Tajanka turret or
international events.
Shumika launcher? I think it's called the
one at the very least.
Oh.
Right now, bit of a slow start for him.
Do the launcher.
Of course, played a big role
What's up, Hike?
round. Right now, holding upstairs is he in meeting room, awaiting 2 different attackers now, Blackbeard as well as the Thermite, but he's got backup right behind him. Oh,
See ya, Robbie. Nice nade.
Perfect. Robbie taken out. Really well played from Matchco. Lolo now looking to try and continue marching on forward. He's going to watch the flank while the rest of the team repels on his side and starts to...
CEO window pressure. Needed to time that better with people coming across the top floor. He was kind of isolated there. Now Fenrir can fall for free. They do have top floor control with no vert ops besides maybe a bailiff. This is why piano is my favorite site to defend. Because if you don't trade out properly, now they have 45 seconds left, no vert, and you can't just drop patch and plant because you could just play around benches or lower yellow. You can retake top floor. You could have a C4 in the basement. Like, there's so much to think about.
30 seconds, Lolo diffuser. Does he have the right read here?
Wow. Claymore kill indicates we were doing a little bit too much on defense. Because now we gave it back to a 2v2. This should still be defender-sided.
Both of their fair share of experience made a name for themselves already. Let's see if they can hang against P4 and
Drop.
Dropping down into sight. What a shot from Teb. It's all up to
They did retake vert, though.
See if he's worth the hype. He's up above. He's
And he knows where they're planning. Go.
now. Forced to plan, but guess what? We're into red
Oh
zone.
my god, that was way closer than it should have been, and that was an insane shot. Yo. Alright, Freak's cold.
And a shrug. That's all it takes for Freck to clutch up for BDS.
That's incredible.
Coaches' salaries, how do they compare to players on top teams? It's usually pretty equal. At least all teams that I have been on, usually you make the same rate as the players. However, and this is where it depends on the org and the team, as far as your prize money cut, the thinking on DZ was the players are the superstars, so a coach shouldn't make as much of a cut as the players. So the players got like a 15% or something like that. Coaches got like 10. So it was a little bit less. But I know, like Fett said when he was with Beast Coast, everything was equal. Everyone's putting the same amount of work in. So yeah, it depends.
Because even numbers always more favorable on defense, especially when you gotta get down that diffuser. One guy covering, one guy planting, up against two guns.
I mean, yeah, sure, but also Freck diff, man. Like, that was a 3k on the round, a 1v2 clutch. There was a little bit of Freck diff in there.
It's true, and when a player like Freck is popping off, you know, the first two play days, now 5-0 in the first two rounds, if they don't slow this guy down and start killing him...
All right, lower sight, and we're going to be playing heavy vision ops. P4 on the pulse, Freak on the Valk. They want to play completely horizontal, give Matchco the map.
And it's going to keep being an issue for Matchco unless they can stop him.
I actually remember in Rio, that reload, we were hanging out at the hotel bar one night.
But I think Matchco is going to go for a direct take here.
Coaches, he came up to us and he said, guys,
There's no Valk on board, so we might be able to see. We have a lot of smokes with Blitz. And did I say there's no Valk on board? I meant to say there's no Warden on board. Matchco obviously took out Warden, just relying on Valk cams and bulletproofs. So if Twitch can get everything, this might be looking at a smoke plant.
An old story, right? You get a new player in your roster, you hype them up, and then they don't meet expectations, and it's a bit of like a, okay, what was that about? The hype is real right now, that's for sure. Matchco for the first time, not quick to the punch. It's been half the round. Oh, C4 goes well.
What was that?
It's okay, Robbie. Don't worry about it.
Let's just not see us see our C4 ourselves up here like Kansan, huh?
Slow one from Matchco. They're going in yellow. Their main breach, a very direct attack right now. BDS controlling the vert up above, plus they have post Valkyrie. Can they simply just plant here? I'm not sure.
He's faking. I think so. This guy's going to be faking that they're going for a pillar plant, and instead they were trying to get a plant more toward the breach. However, he did get taken down from above. He must have seen him run into the smoke. So some bad smokes. This is a really good lurk from Ghost. Blitz is going to get another pick. I'm just kidding. Freak's actually the GOAT. 6-0 while blind.
Now he has to get active. He has to get back to side. Lasmo from up above misses his chance at a kill, and Teb can sneak through the cracks. Maybe look for a plan potential. Freck is low on HP, but Lasmo's found one again. It's Teb and Ghost now in a post plan. All up to Freck. Man of the hour. 6 kills and yet to die. A 1 versus 2 as the Deimos target comes on out. Teb
knows
exactly where he is now.
He knows.
Freck has to
Boom.
There's a C4 tossed out. Doesn't land the kill. Still looking for an angle. Still looking for a chance to make this a 1v1. But he's not giving
Nothing worse than getting Deimos tracked at the end. There's just no chance for you.
And Freck runs forward. 17 seconds. as these Matchco players slink away. They don't want to give him the fight. They're playing this smart. He's found another kill, and there's no time for the defuse. Doesn't matter, he's a monster, because Teb has played it perfectly.
Get off. Fry him. Nice. Alright, good attack. They're actually using the warded ban there. Or trying to abuse the fact that they banned it. That was good discipline from them. Also able to problem solve a little bit, right? Bomb didn't end up going down. They pivoted a bit. We saw the Twitch get a really good lurk on the backside and got a player in kitchen. Blitz went up yellow, got another pick. Actually, he didn't get a pick, huh? He got fried by, but they were at least looking for another pick there. They didn't stall out. Did I see the Cade spot for Visa Hatch? Yeah. We have been doing it. Sorry. Well, we've been doing that Cade on Turtle for a long time. I've known about that Cade for quite a while. I mean, I could...
So well done.
Hello guys, hello again.
Hi Julio.
I've heard about the Matchco name for a very, very long time now. I mean, I remember when they first joined Siege, what was that, 2020 maybe? And that organization, they really came in looking to make a splash straight away. Despite being in the tier 2 scene, they had a big team house, they had a lot of financial support behind them, and they wanted to build an Italian roster.
Like, this was an old strat that we ran on Consulate, and we had the Cade Claw there. It's red because we no longer run that strat, but yeah.
About potentially jumping on board. I don't know if he ever made this public, but you know him, our good friend Brandon.
That has been around for... I'm surprised, like, the casters or the spectators just caught on to that, to be honest.
Yeah, he never actually got on board, but I know... was where I first heard about Matchco. I mean,
yeah, Julio's in the call, guys. Yeah, that'd be sick. Just a couple of blitz goats just sitting in a call together, you know? Just a couple of blitz goats.
Around that time we had the Pro League finals in Milan as well. We had Robbie come to the tier 1 scene and start to make a little bit of a name for Italian Rainbow Six. Now we have a full roster.
I want to say we're going to be faking this, right? No way we're running the exact same attack back with the triple EMPs on the window. No way we're running this back.
It's absolutely cracked. The thing is, like,
why don't you run it anymore? Half the time Cade is banned on Consulate.
Also great for that. But he's on CEO rappel with a pistol in hand because
so BDS is stuffing it this time.
Oh, there we go. Siege X mechanic, go around the corners very fluidly, throws the EMP.
Yo, nice throw. Nice throw. And a tricking. Yeah. A good counter defense from BDS. Again, Robbie's underneath. Pulse is underneath. Goyo's underneath. This is insane.
So that meeting wall should just stay closed.
There's no way these guys just try to run the same attack.
They'll be lacking ways in throughout the building. But knowing Matchco from these last 3 rounds, that's not the problem. They'll find something else and make it elsewhere. Like a Quee taking down Freck.
Boy goes down.
No one take down. It's the guy who's 7-2. The rest of BDS now have to step up. Acqui, very renowned to be a strong fragger. Way back in the day, we saw him at the top level.
We baited all the EMPs? I think we just baited all the EMPs. Got Robbie to throw a C4 maybe? Okay. Now what? What's the pivot here? Ash lurking in from front door, trying to find that kill on the mute.
Through Expo, good angle. A lot of damage dealt his way. Doesn't land a single bullet.
Dangerous downstairs here.
They need to be able to pinch this guy together. He's going to get close with a pump. He's trying to bait him from swinging here. Robbie knows he can't really swing. He's going to swing anyway. Where's the cover? Wow. That was a mistake from Matchco there. They needed to hold his swing. Robbie was stuck.
But it might not be enough here for Matchco. They've got players on the top floor, but that diffuser is not with them. It's a 2 versus 3, but a good shot from Lolo on the narrow angle. Takes down Lasmo. Got to retreat. Got to go get that diffuser for Lolo. But P4 and Robbie are likely still holding on to it. They know about the position. There's no time to get at your gadget, Lolo. You got to get a move on. The diffuser is downstairs. The side is upstairs. Teb is having to sprint, and there's no chance that Matchco making this work. BDS.
Yeah, that was a good counter from BDS. Just absolutely stuffing the take, and I'm very surprised they ran the exact same take back.
absolutely crazy. We're right now in a position where PDS are leading 3-1 in rounds. This could be a 4-0 PDS. This could have been a 4-0 Matchco. It really is a back and forth where it comes down to teeny tiny things. Thatcher having diffuser, dying yellow stairs to a wall bang. That ends the round. If a different guy had it, they had meeting control. They had the bomb side. It was a pulse downstairs. One guy went out of C4, and Robbie getting the kill to.
Who do I think is the best flex player in T1 right now? Mechanically and also flexibility. Flex player. I do feel like at this stage of the game, most players can play most ops. So like flex is like hard term to use.
So again, very small things.
Yeah, I mean,
so many of these rounds.
If we're talking like flex in the sense of flex nowadays with meta operators, then I would say Spirits. If we're saying like he can play Shields, he can play Kali, he can play Glaz, he can play Ying, like the ops that I think are actually kind of hard to use, like flex. Oh, here's that K-Claw, guys. There's the K-Claw. Then I'd say Spirits, but if we're talking flex, like just able to play a bunch of operators and also really high mechanical skill, like someone said Solotov. AMB can play like a ton of ops. Rex can play a ton of ops. Like
Over Gen G, who we know is not the strongest team in the league, was a very tight-knit 8-7. And now they're up against BDS, another top contender, and they're feeling that pressure. Lasmo holding onto his position. Freck baiting for it. Second one almost for Freck.
Matchco going for the early pick on the piano.
Re-aggression though from BDS.
That's usually where you see the early pick come out on this site.
Laterally across the map.
It's like one player extended on this side mostly. P4 just trying to get the heck out of here. He said, please. Ooh. He did make it out.
Everybody taking damage besides Virtue, so this came at a very big cost. It's only been 60 seconds, teams, and almost half the lobby has taken damage, been in a gunfight, and 2 people have died. There's so much time to work with, and Matchco, again, they own the majority of the map currently. They got the Twitch, they got the floors, they gotta spend the next 60 or so seconds just setting up, clearing out utility, and because they got the kill and all that map space, they can do that. They can slow down this round, take a breather, but we know them. The second they are ready, they will speed up, they will re-aggress. All they gotta do is choose, do they go for the upstairs bomb site or downstairs, because this is that split Taylor's Archives.
And when it does come down to that execute.
All right, so clear piano. Try to get the pick there. Now we're going to see him do a horizontal take. I think they need to go with speed here or they're going to get stuffed.
One of the few ways to try and disrupt those evil eyes. BDS don't have to do
Stuff is castled coffee, though. That's a good castle. Kind of like that. I think we're going to see him pivot off that, yeah. They realized not a good idea. So I think they're faking the horizontal take. Now they're rotating back up to the top floor. That was a mistake. He just didn't know Coffee Hatch was open. That is unfortunate. That's going to hurt the pushing power. That's not going to be able to sell that lower take anymore.
One guy downstairs, 3 guys above attack. Then they gotta rotate somebody else downstairs instead for a 2-1. That means BDS, they have numbers advantage on both fronts here.
It's temptation to go for the top floor here from Matchco, which is very dangerous, very deadly position.
Seemed like a weird reaction time fight there. Could have just been our spectator. That's a really good kill. Get a 4th. Nope. P4 did his work though. Almost unwinnable 1v3.
Not a lot of information to work with. There's players above him. There's players below him. The bomb site is just waiting.
Wait, hello?
And there he is.
Virtue, the wall's open.
Virtue caught asleep at the wheel, but Robbie and Freck will be very hard.
Fell asleep there. Okay. Bomb going down. Robbie's got to run down there as Maestro. Oh, he got it. Yeah, all right. Whew, thank God. Thank God.
Time to deny that plant and make sure that BDS don't let that round go by.
Even in a 1v4, it comes down to the wire, to the final seconds, to the 1v1, to it's anybody's fighting chance for a round. Had Robbie been just 4 steps further back, he won't reach that position. Tactical timeout from Matchco.
Abbiamo perso i round che abbiamo perso, li abbiamo persi per stronzate.
Go to the BDS one. Go to the BDS timeout.
Dovete semplicemente tranquillizzarvi, con tantissima calma. Una sola cosa vi dico. Quando hittate tutti insieme. Sono lenti a reactare. Quindi se voi andate, loro non... Però dovete avere la convinzione di entrare. Non dovete essere... Esatto.
Any Italians in here? We got any Italians in the chat?
Perché sono slow a rettare. Quindi se li prendete di sorpresa, loro arrivano 20 anni dopo. Però dovete andare...
He just cut him off. Say,
Keep going.
it is so lovely to hear comms in Italian. It's such a treat. I feel like we hear it all the time, obviously English, we hear a lot of French, and we hear Portuguese.
Yeah.
And occasionally we get to hear Russian. We did earlier today with Virtus Pro. But those are the main languages we get to hear. You know, sometimes Japanese or Korean, but very rarely do we hear the privilege of Italian comms in Rainbow Six. Very cool to hear. Unfortunately, I don't speak Italian. I mean, I can order a pizza or a pasta, and that is about it. I certainly don't have the skills to translate that.
Oh, I'm with you. I didn't get a single word.
Some Italian, shoot, what's the word I'm looking for? Some judgment, I don't know.
Didn't hear a lot of anything, but it sounded pretty nice to my ears. I feel like
He's saying they need to isolate roamers to play at a slower pace. Wait, is that real?
Get it that close, and
That sounds about right, though. That does sound about right.
If they win that, then 2-4, not that bad for an attack on Consulate.
It's really not, and this is the thing, like...
Say specifically that last round. If Twitch would have played a little safer there, that attack could have been a lot better. They could have pressured top at the same time as pushing in lower.
But we quite literally coulda, woulda, shoulda won almost every single one of them. They're doing great. And they should just keep high spirits right now. Get this 2-4 half, go on defense, and win it out. Completely possible, completely doable. Matchgo have looked like the better team, if you will. BDS have been the more clutch in this game so far. Oh, the value. Yoink.
That's big.
Oh, almost. Yeah, gotta look up, look up. Oh!
That's a huge value early on from the Brava. And yeah, I believe you're right. I think it did manage to protect. Oh, hang on a second. It's going to be an aggressive play here. Indeed, the Blitz and the Glaz together.
Wow.
Great shot there. Robbie goes down. Early aggression and straight into the site, looking for a plant. With the Evil Eye denied as well. Now Teb is using it to cover sound. It's just sound cover. Oh, it's absolute genius from Matchco.
Wow. That was actually a pretty cool attack. Just walked right in. Again, they finally abused no Warden, and they had Brava for any BPs. You just walk in.
Pretty much nothing. Lasmo does find his good kill.
Similar to something you would see DZ do, since they've been abusing the Warden bans.
Back towards that diffuser. How is Matchco in the post plant? Oh, they've got the Evil Eye dismantled. 14 seconds. P4 has no choice but to stick this now. Is Akwi and Ghost there, ready for it? He's gonna.
Are we about to lose this, chat? No, there's no time.
I think P4's on it too late.
No.
I think he's got it. It might be a 4K from Lasmo, but the round.
Wow, that was so close. Holy cow. 2-4, not too bad if they're actually pretty good at console defense. Holy cow. Almost through that round.
BDS again. Successful post plant retake in a 4v4. Matchco finding a take out of nowhere. It's a blitz glass, run in, cover the vert, get the bomb down, hack the one single Maestro cam.
Yeah, it is Matchco. That's how it's pronounced.
Could have potentially done damage to defenders as well. It's ridiculous.
I got taught yesterday.
Matchco might be one of the greatest attacking teams of Consulate from a single creativity and adaptation. They're making it look so easy to enter the building, into the side. And
Yeah, Kai basically covered it. One, I don't really believe in like rolls. I think the game is kind of in a place now where it's a lot of positions. Like you'll see Gavin play Thermite outside IT wall, right, on labs, or Mav outside IT wall. It's not because he's hard support. It's just because that is his position outside IT wall. And he's the guy that walks through IT on execute. Right? So it's a lot of Siege is kind of rollless in that sense, but with what Kai is saying, it kind of goes towards like you do need players that can specialize in certain things like cuts. I think you need someone that has like very good mechanical aim, patience. Usually this is not an aggressive player. This is like your most passive player. Hard support, your OBJ player needs to understand the game and executes. And then the others, yeah, just playing flexible and kind of going off of, again, your passiveness versus your aggressiveness. Who's your entries, things like that. But I think easy to understand, though, exactly what Kai said for roles. I think is easiest way to understand it. Without going too complex into what I think.
Literally been up like 5-1-6-0 is absurd to think about. Now, side swap, expectations, regular
Cross trap. Wall open. Are we going? Oh, we're in. We're in chat. P4's in.
BDS are gonna strike back with more aggression. P4 in the breach.
Oh, he knows. All right, okay, he's out.
And then, yeah,
He's out.
You can't get exposed. You 1v3, 1v4. They could swing with all their manpower if they wanted to.
I think he knows he left. Okay, good.
Well played though by Dora. Just going for a quick info peek.
I like the micro play. Maybe catch him off guard with aggression. Doesn't hurt.
Deimos, the perfect operator for it. What's the plan here for BDS? Matchco not seeming to give them an inch.
Yeah, they got the Shanka for plant deny, so no funky strats on CEO or Pal should be possible. Unless you find Sashanka first, or use Deimos or Capital to move him away. We'll see what
I like the Deimos under, but normally you need to pair this with an IQ, because these mute jammers are a little bit of a problem. Unless they're able to just ping him, though. Because he's sitting on a mute jammer, he can't be Deimos tracked, and you need to get rid of this Tachanka.
So they predicted this setup. They got jammers with Tashanka's position to fortify that and just plant deny, plant deny, plant deny. BDS, they quite literally cannot plant CEO window unless they deal with Nadora first.
Doesn't matter if you ban Smoke and Goyo, if the Tachanka's going to get active. Akui elsewhere does find his.
He's more reserved. As far as entry-wise, I think a lot of teams have an entry. I can give some teams as examples. Let me wait till after the round, though. Wow, look at him. You guys see how he hit the flag? Just like Fett's little Twitter video. You think he watched that video? I bet Fett's going crazy in the chat right now. I saw that flag hit usage.
But the positioning, Dora playing it so well. Now the Vert challenge comes through. Freg low on HP, Virtue low on HP. I mean, BDS don't have a way in. That's their problem. They're stuck outside the building besides Freg downstairs. Help him, please.
Somebody needs to help support this. Not sure what the smoke purpose was. Grim Bees come out, doesn't find much. The timing. Finally, Frek goes down to a pistol from Ghost.
Wait, did he not kill that guy or down that guy? Oh my god. 1v1. He's gonna get him up to cover him. Here comes the cover. Get the bomb down. Oh, he goes under. This is the smart play. Ooh, Tab, that was cold. That was the perfect play. That was the perfect play.
What on earth was that?
That was insane.
In absolute shambles. Matchco.
That was a scrappy CEO take.
Today. They're bringing some seriously good siege.
We really are gonna go distance every single round from both teams. They're back and forth, adapting, countering. I mean, they're dancing around each other. And Matchco looked like they were
okay, as far as entry, by the way, you got your first entry and your second entry, which is how it's referred to in like other games. But a little bit more like playstyle wise, your first entry is usually your more aggressive player, your one that's taking space for the team, right? So that's gonna be Herds on Furia. That's gonna be you know, even Pambazoo on DZ.
Unreal.
Right? I'll just use those two teams as an example. And then your second one, or Gavin on Unwanted, if you're Unwanted fans, okay? And then your second entry is going to be more of your... Still a really good mechanical skilled player, but like... doesn't have to be the most aggressive. It's your lurk entry, right? You're one that... He's going to be behind the first entry. He's not going in first. He's more like sometimes on his own, doing his own thing. Deimos a lot of the time as well. And that's going to be like Keys. That's going to be Citizen is technically in that role, that second entry. That's going to be Adam on Unwanted, right? So it's not always like just the most aggressive players play entry. That's not what it has to be at all. But entry is just like, think of it as
And here into tier 1.
Who's going to get more engagements on a map, right? You're going to give your most mechanical, most aggressive player. That's going to be the first entry spot. Like, you're going to probably take the most fights. And then you're going to put your other player, you're going to set him up in those lurk-style zone spots. The Deimos under, getting free kills. Like, that's going to be probably the second. You're going to get the second most engagements. All that's ignoring shields, by the way, because shields are obviously almost your main entry nowadays as a shield player, right? Spirits is going to run at people with Blackbeard and enable Citizen behind him as the second entry. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is now.
They can just keep walking forward and gain this continuous information. Without the Monty, you can't just do this. The Monty right now is just kind of baiting it, if anything. I'm reloading. He's just on the staircase, waiting, getting information. It's actually Robbie across the map making the play.
It's a good nade, but no one's there to cut off. Oh, okay, he is there. Wow, different angle. Virtue's playing the runaway angle, not the normal cutoff there. I like that. That's a good pick, good trap.
And that's exactly what BDS needed. Now, just over a minute to go, Pengu, and Matchco are changing up their setup on site, but look how passive they are. That's 4 players all the way back deep inside, hoping that their plant dial, these 2 C4s, and the Evil Eyes are going to be enough.
And you got the Ram. Add insult to injury. That floor is gone. They got Monty for a safe diffuser escorting towards the bombs. That I mean, BDS have all the tools that they need. Possibly. They can track one player. They can Jaggle ping a second. That's 2 people's exact...
Someone asked, hey, where did backtakes go? I think one of the last consoles we watched. Why do NA teams stop doing backtakes? I think it was actually why do NA teams stop doing them. I don't know why NA teams stop. But here we go. We're seeing a backtake here. Robbie's playing backstab, cage. They actually have the full map, so Virtue's able to play above. I mean, this is a really good take, and I don't know why we stopped seeing this in NA lately. Control locker hall, bombs going down right now in garage. He is going to get Maestro up, but it's not going to matter. They should be able to just play super safe and play the denial.
Feeling that pressure from the Evil Eye, shoots it. And now Ted has to get active with this Alda. Damn, does it pack a punch? He can pre-fire for days, but Robbie takes his head off. A 3K for the Italian. 4 kills for Robbie in the round. BDS are putting Matchco back in their place.
Different round, different player popping off for both teams every single time. Matchco, you said it so well. They're stuck in these very passive positions, security in cafeteria.
Is that Pangu casting? Yeah.
Shoulder, being like, where are we actually being attacked from? There's a Monty behind us. There's a Ram above us. The wall next to us is getting breached open by the Hibana, but it gets frozen. So then, in the middle of all that panic, all that chaos, it just pops behind them. There are so many things going on. Red pings, the Maestro sapping. In the end, BDS, because they had numbers advantage, they just had more ways to brute force that hallway, walking through yellow door, and just overwhelm the bomb site. And sometimes the best counter to a lot of information and utility is to have more guns, because Matchco are busy doing other things, using their gadgets. Catch them at the wrong timing, you get a free kill. And worst case, well, you got teammates behind you to back you up, and hopefully they get the kill.
Left before insertion. Bomb located by attackers. 5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Well. BDS got hands. I'll tell you what, both these teams are looking really solid. I'm really happy, Pengu. This is the kind of siege that I wanted to see. I feel like a lot of the games today, some of the teams have been struggling. They've been finding their feet, finding their chemistry. You said that about BDS. Perhaps they would still be finding their chemistry. I'm really liking everything I've seen so far. And I tell you what, they've got absolutely on-point fraggers to back it up as well. When Robbie and Freck need to make an impact,
Pangu's the best caster in Modern Siege.
Players like your P4 and your Virtue holding down the back line.
I do love that he's an ex-pro. I love any chance we get to have an ex-pro kind of cast on the desk, whatever it is. CS Major, big fan when they brought Dupree out.
Because, as you said, he's the veteran. But the funny thing is, Virtue is also in his own way a young gunner. He totally could play the entry role and just get in there and get the kills, right? So
is he going for this? He's like, I'm going, boys, go.
Dora, are you gonna go for this? A jump
This is dangerous.
Oh, he even wait to
Wow, that was a lot. P4, what was P4 droning the entire goddamn map?
Good
trade by Robbie there.
Refrag though from Robbie. And that is a very fair trade if you're BDS. I guess you lose that hard breach. I don't think it's really going to matter on this bomb site, though.
I think you take it. I think defense, even in numbers, is better the lower it gets. Like 3v3, 2v2. I think the lower you go in even numbers, defenders are going to get more and more happy. You lose Solus, which, let's be honest, gives you 0 real value in the round besides knowing where the plant is going down if there's a drone or something like that. But you kill the only heart breacher on the enemy team. I'm going to say worth for Magico right now. What we also know is that the other, like the rest of the lineup, IQ on the roof scanning for stuff, Nasma and Brava hacking things. You have actually slowed down this attack even more, and it was already a pretty slow attack to begin with. So Magico can sit back right now, await the first move from BDS, and just be reactionary. They just gotta talk right now. What are we gonna do if they attack lobby? What are we gonna do if they go buff? What do we do if they go yellow? As long as they have a plan.
Okay, we're going horizontally now.
They'll be okay in this round. That's a swing. Holy.
I don't know if we needed to swing that. Gonna be honest.
Shotgun just gives a free kill over to BDS.
That was an absolute free kill. They have no one above. We could play all the top-down holes that we want right now, if you're Matchco. Now they're rotating above, which I think is smart, because they just... Siege is a game of numbers. Now they know Malusi's the only one top. They just Deimos tracked him. They know exactly where he is. Once they kill him, they have full map control up top. 20 seconds left. Now they can do whatever they want.
Robbie's the one to get that kill all the way upstairs now. BDS are forming up.
Except drop hatch. You need to wait for Freak. Freak's going to be coming up the yellow stairs right here. Lolo's going to stuff it. Nice. Time-wise, BDS just got screwed. Really good hold there. Time-wise just kind of costed him.
A big clutch from the two of them, a big 2 versus 4, and more questions than answers for BDS.
Really enjoyed Doki on the desk at SI. Yeah, I think Doki added kind of what I've been thinking Siege has been missing a little bit, which is like Tony Romo in football, where he's almost able to predict and kind of explain what take we're about to see, why we're going to see it, that kind of thing. I thought Doki did a good job of that. Just given like the insight from a competitive player.
Hey, this guy's alone. Let's go take him out. So this right now, a little bit of a question mark on the play, but regardless, the clutch is there, the teamwork is there, both teams playing well. Right now, it comes down to clutch factor. Who can be the most clutch at the last 20 seconds of the round? They will get the victory.
Nice. Good job, Hayes.
This is happening because both teams
fantastic post.
so well and both playing at a high
With speed, too. I know we didn't... This literally just got scheduled like an hour ago.
And because of that, defenders just winning, right? It's very much a case of either team is so capable on the attack.
Yeah, even when you look at the clutches that have been happening, sometimes you look at a clutch and you're like, wow, that was poorly played by the team that had the advantage, right? And that's why a player was able to...
First is they'll take space and fight any roamers. Second entry is normally like creating pressure somehow, and they'll find a way to get value in the mid late round. Yeah, I mean, that's why Deimos is such a good operator for the second entry, right? Like, look at Falcons. Solid Top's the first entry. He's going to take those fights. He's not always going to have the best stats, but he creates the space. And then you got Shaiko in the mid to late round with Deimos. And how good he is with Deimos in those mid to late round.
And the caliber of Siege that we're seeing in this matchup today. Now Magico only trailing behind by 1 round. Can they close that gap? Can they look to really take the fight to a team at the level of BDS?
Ying shotgun sighting.
Could this be a distraction game with the Yings who fake and
I think, yeah, where are we going to see this knock? Because we should see some type of yellow hit.
Doesn't get the damage or the kill.
Knock right now is just nading long desk, so they don't have to worry about it. Have to open up long desk. It's such a strong spot to play as a defender. Now we're going to see Knock go to Visa. I was going to say, we need to see some type of yellow hit. Pull everything yellow side here. Virtue's going to hit the back.
But they've done the counter to Nook. They're holding F on barricades and limiting where Virtue can
Yeah, the barricade's a nice touch for Knock.
Yeah, it's actually a really good and simple counter to the Nook here.
All right, opening kill for Robbie. That's going to make this Knock play even better. Virtue does get Ghost. 5v3. You don't want to be alone now if you're Virtue. You give up the position.
We thought that they were prepared for this kind of alert, but clearly they weren't. Now they're caught pants down. BDS have a significant advantage.
Now Lolo's worried about him the entire time. He has to stay around that spot. Caught Lolo going back to his position to challenge Yellow.
Come on, Freck.
Freck with a really good entry there. And this is a free bomb plant now. No C4 on the mute. Beautiful round by BDS.
And BDS with that finally propel themselves onto that oh so elusive match point.
So good. I love these mini plays out of BDS where it's very
Knock shotgun underrated. I agree. I love knock shotgun.
If Virtue gets that opening kill, if Robbie gets that opening kill, you are guaranteed around victory because you get so much control and of course a crazy numbers advantage. But had they lost those individual gunfights or the timing is wrong, it's the opposite. You have P4 with a shotgun stuck on their repellers at the building who can't help his team, but they commit to it together. And, you know, I was skeptical at first saying I think BDS need more time to gel. I recall this interview. I think it was played, I'm not sure it was during Reload or it was before or after, whatever, but I think it was Virtue talking about how the team has actually come together extremely quickly, which he was really happy about, maybe even a bit surprised. And, you know, you always watch these videos and go, but who wouldn't say that? Who would sit there and go, oh yeah, we don't get along, we need some time to gel, you know, mostly you're just gonna oversell and go, yeah, of course we got it. But BDS very much looked like a team that has gelled very quickly together. Maybe they don't need stage 1 as a warm-up, maybe they're just good to hit the road right now. At first I would have said, this against Matchco, of course BDS will be winning. But this has been an incredible statement match from Matchco. Despite being down 4-6, this could have been done and dusted already in their favor had they not lost those rounds to 1 second here and 1 second there.
Yeah. Let's not forget, both teams have got 2 clutches to their name.
Yeah. Could have gone either way. Still can.
I mean, this could be 6-4 in favor of Matchco right now. But instead, it's BDS who have that match point in front of them. Matchco, though, have been fighting so hard in this game. Oh, that was a great read there. Man, you got to give credit to BDS. Oh, second C4.
I was gonna say they got another C4.
Second one. Does get the injure onto Robbie and a lot of damage onto Lasmo, so that is absolutely worth it there for Matchco. Bit of aggression attempted from Freck to try and get around it and capitalize, but guess what? It's
This is a really tough take. They're kind of getting stuffed here. Can't open the secret wall.
Agreed, just a little bit too active. And look at this from Teb.
And now they're getting absolutely pressed. The guy in secret with the wall open, Visa window, copy or break window. BDS just trying to run that back take back. And Matchco with a really good response.
The first C4 counted in red. Second C4 goes
just absolutely stuffing it.
Swings the window. The response, Freck runs in Visa door. The response, Teb rocks out and pushes the breach. Both teams are punching back with adaptation and counter, adaptation and counter. It's ridiculous. It's almost like they know exactly what enemy will do, yet they don't know what the next move is going to be because they don't actually know what's going to happen. Great shot from Lolo. Good night, Virtue. Make that a 1v5 now for Freck, and as good as he has been, as good as he is right now, I don't know about this one, James. No. I don't know at all. Discipline from Matchco is there. They got 1 guy hunting him and 4 guys playing safekeeping downstairs.
I mean, he's already had his stats padded enough in this game. 13-7. Robbie also 12-6. Oh, there's info here. He's going to be good for at least 1 more, I reckon. Come on, this is a freebie. There you go. A 1v5 and a 1v3. Surely not possible, though.
He's feeling confident, though. 14-7 right now.
More information.
As long as he doesn't drop this hatch. Yep.
Doesn't drop the hatch because, of course, that would be a death sentence. I'm stuck in that hipfire animation, but nearsightedness in the staircase also not easy to work with. 27.
Matchco just all fall back. Don't get this guy anything.
But he has to check every single corner of every single room.
Just look at the confidence, though. Time is ticking away, and Matchco give him nothing. But he's so keen, just desperately looking for these kills, and now he's
a little time waste there. Round's over at this point.
Right over here, come and get me.
Round's over at that point.
There from Ghost.
Did I finalize the Sub Wars roster yet? So the update with Sub Wars. What's up, John? By the way, update with Sub Wars is I'm waiting to hear from Dream. I decided because what was gonna happen was I was gonna pick the roster, and it was gonna be a back and forth of figuring out scheduling and who can make what time and who can make what day. So I'm pivoting from that to not deal with that. I'm having Dream give me a day and a time that works for him. I'm waiting to hear from him. Soon as he gives me a day and a time, I will give the people that have already been chosen first priority. I'm going to let you guys know the day and time, and if you can make it, and if not, I'm just going to fill people that can fill or that can make the day and time. I think that's just going to be the easiest thing going forward instead of presenting multiple days and trying to see who all can make what time. So that's where I'm at. As soon as we hear from Dream, he's like me and not very good at answering his DMs.
Now one more round. BDS really gunning for the full 3 points. They do need to make up for having a less than flawless run so far. Of course, they lost to Team Secret. So they're 1-1 at the moment, just sitting on 3 points. That does not sit them.
All right, into the piano site. And if you saw this operator lineup, you would know that Matchko is planning on giving up the top floor. It's just a Mozzie up there right now. Mozzie pesting. BDS, I don't know. Oh, actually, I do know because they brought the buck. They should go for a full clear here, because they should know that they are going to get top. They just need to avoid the C4s. Do not get C4'd. That's a good opening kill from Virtue. But yeah, especially with this door boarded, they should know top floor is full clear. Don't get C4'd. Use the buck. Wow. Aqui is still up there, though. That's actually really good trades from Matchko. But the buck is still alive.
Doesn't overcommit as of yet, though. Sorry, not the site, is it? Yeah, it is middle.
Got 2 minutes to work the vert, and only one C4 up. It's going to be late round on the pulse on Dora.
The ceiling above them is being torn apart. Looks like a lot of these players are going downstairs. At least Teb. 2 on the ground floor still.
2 non-DM answering people trying to get something set up.
Big C4 could find a massive impact. Robbie goes down. Numbers back in favor of Matchko. 1.5 minutes still to play. And Teb's taken down Virtue. Teb's gone big. Another one. Matchko have pushed us the distance.
Good early aggression from Matchko. Again, it made it look like they were going to give top floor, but they actually turned it out to 3v3. That's best case scenario for them.
I love how much intent there is behind every action from Matchko. The C4 from Pulse wasn't just a C4. It was Teb pushing up the yellow.
Anyway, 2 non-DM answering people. Hey, I'm the one. I've been pushing into Dream trying to get this going. I just know, he's busy with practice. End games. I'm trying to get this on a day that he doesn't have a match. I literally told him, whatever time and day works for you, works for me. I'll figure it out with my schedule. Let's just get this going.
It's beautiful again, and again. And I was about to say, BDS in that round if they realize there's a post downstairs, they can just, cover yellow, cover the verticality, and plant on the concrete floor. And then they 50-50 flip the C4, it's their round. But Dora doesn't do the usual post play of, I'm gonna be in the basement and just wait for the plant to go down. No, I'm gonna make a proactive play with my teammate in the 3v3. And I said earlier, when defenders on even numbers and in lower counts, so 3v3, 2v2, 4v4, it favors them. I don't think BDS were expecting a proactive play like that, because in their mind, Matchko were happy with that round. They got the 3v3, they got the C4 below, like, they don't need to make a round-winning play, but they did. And it caught them by surprise, most likely. There wasn't a flank drone, they didn't hear the C4, that was that.
And what a game from Teb as well. We've been glazing Robbie and Freck, but guess who's 16-8 at the moment? Yeah, it's the guy that has been in EUL and in the European Tier 1 scene for quite some time on teams like WYLDE and Na'Vi, but we've never really seen a Teb this brand of potent. I wonder
early entry from Lasmu here.
Language, Italian, that's helping.
This might also catch them off guard.
Back on Matchko again.
BDS has been pretty good at doing this.
Here on Consulate against BDS especially.
Does sound like Dora knows he's there. We're about to see a gunfight go down.
deep. Waiting for something.
Nice little...
Opening kill.
That was a nice pinch from Freck and Lazmu right there. A little Ash Twitch action.
Beautiful.
That's lounge player down.
As well. If one player doesn't kill him, the second player will. That's for damn sure. So at worst, it's a trade. At best, you just get a free.
One site player left.
BDS have been so quick to the punch. They don't slow down.
But that was just a micro play. Looks like they actually want to go for a top floor clear now. Ash for the Mira. This is good. They got all the right operators for this.
They're keeping up the pace and the pressure. Ash starts going out, shatters the mirror window, weakening this position for Matchco. And if they lose top floor, they lose the bomb site downstairs. Matchco don't have a choice.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Matchco fall off. I think Freck just looked away, maybe at the wrong time. Might have caught the guy going toward yellow side. Oh, they're stuffing here. Trying to hide in bathroom.
Very close. These Matchco guys can't decide how long they want to hold on for. Are they really going to hold on for dear life on this top floor? Can't afford to lose it, I guess.
Yeah.
A minute still to go. Lolo decides to retreat.
Wow, Freck almost caught the guy going down yellow stairs. Teb goes down, that's big.
Down on the ground now.
Just one player left on the top floor. Aqui from below.
From Aqui, a C4 doesn't find its mark, but that nade should finish off Teb. Actually,
All right, 4v3, 40 seconds left.
Ghost has fallen back. Teb finally finished off. 3v4 is still so winnable here for Matchco.
Yeah, this is super winnable, especially on piano again.
So Aqui has to go big in this position. He gets
Must have been a drone, because I was going to say, no real way to make vert. Guy just gets wall banged.
There is no C4 downstairs, so this plan should be safe.
Yeah, there's no way to deny this plan.
Sure, I don't even know. Why did we rotate to garage? They're going to plant hard side.
Not the celebrations that we saw, though, in the first half.
Winning an attack there is huge.
Push the distance, and they know that's not good enough.
What's up, Imperfect? Games have actually been really good. I think there was only one blowout, which was the Falcons game.
Feel that pressure mounting.
It's tough, right? Because I think going into this,
but we had some
this should be a
some close ones.
Etc. With your BDS, of course you're gonna respect every opponent, prepare for it. But if you look at your entire calendar for stage 1, you're not gonna go, oh yeah, the Matchco and Wild match, yeah, that's gonna be the hard games to beat. They're expected to win that easily in regulation, maybe drop 2, 3, maximum 4 rounds. BDS going to overtime is to them probably a loss. Of course, they can still get the better of those bad outcomes by winning in overtime. But the matter of fact is, maybe Matchco are just better than people think. Or at the very least, on Consulate, they might just be much better than people dare deem them as.
I definitely wouldn't want to be going... Yeah, they really have. Whereas both of their games so far were on Clubhouse, if I'm not wrong. So if I'm Matchco, I would not want to be... sorry, if I'm playing against Matchco, I would not want to be on a console after what you've seen today. These guys have had very strong form. And even though they are still losing...
What do I think about Wolves in Secret? I figured it was going to be a pretty close game. And it was 7-5. Secret is the better team, and they did end up closing it out. Wolves looked pretty bad on defense. Their attacks looked alright, but they didn't seem to be able to problem solve, and I think that was the difference.
The glass, the blitz, the finger, the grim, it's gonna get messy.
Yeah, this is about to be quite an execute here.
Very calculated from them. It's a good kind of chaos. They thrive in it.
I got a co-stream EML tomorrow. Yes.
Being like, what is happening right now? Opening kill, oh so important. Who's getting the numbers advantage? Who's gonna get that first bit of...
I think the only ones I might miss here or there is the BR League, but I'm trying to be at least full-time watching EML in NA.
I don't know where that's gonna be though. Right now it looks a lot like a yellow skylight. In we go with one single player of Dora on the meeting balcony. That means that it's going to be a very one-dimensional push. No backstab, no flank, no phantom pressure. BDS should know where these players are coming from, because admin side is
just a full-on yellow take, which you'll see a lot of cheese ups here.
Very difficult attack for Matchco, highly risky. But you know what they say, high risk.
Grim B2, there's no mute jammers. This is probably going to be some...
Keep a barrier though.
I like the way
Good
BDS
usage out of the
just
Grim here.
Slow things down. It's fine to detonate to blow Keeper barriers earlier, to detonate Vulcan canisters early on.
Oh, never mind. It's on the pro side. They might be trying to pull pro. Glaz. He is smoked though. Good entry from B2. Freck 18 and 9. He's got a really good spot here. Oh, unfortunately goes down to Akwi. Virtue. Oh, you didn't need a swing again.
Robbie looking lost, but he sneaks back deep again.
That's one. Oh, he can win this. See, they're separated right now. One's yellow, one's CEO. He could just isolate the gunfights here if he wants. I don't know if I agree that they're split up. I think I would stack at this point. Yeah, here we go. Now you know he's stuck in bathroom.
And now a 1v1. Robbie low on HP.
He's gonna win this. He's got case too. Grim, no tracks.
He should be favored, but Robbie's got the information.
They have info on him.
A little bit of a game of chase with him. He's just
good time waste here. He's got case. He's gonna try to run meeting side and plant. Robbie's just gotta run up.
Does he get desperate? Does he get safe? And he looks to
I think he's gonna get case down.
Robbie, can you get back in time? He knows exactly where he is, but the plant will be secured. And Robbie is still the lower.
He just saw him though. What? Why is he looking right? He saw him go table.
After that shot, it is Robbie who is exposed. He can't go for a ninja plant here.
Oh, little misplay from Robbie there.
He's done it.
Smart from Adora to just grab the case and just go for a plant immediately. Wow.
That's right, 15 rounds.
Another 8-7.
Incredible heroics from both players. The jump out the window catches a time.
That was a good try. That was a really good try from Robbie. He isolated the fights really well. Got it to a 1v1.
Gives you protection, jumps to the rotate, dances around the diffuser, and then goes below. I don't even think either person could play that much better than they did. They're both making such good decisions throughout the entire time. It came down to, again, that 1 second. If this plan goes down,
Last sight we're gonna see from Matchco. Garage. They got the K tube.
Well, Robbie arrives a little bit later. It really is anybody's moment. Matchco, I said it. They create that chaos. They thrive.
Takes the fight rather than dropping. Yeah, I think maybe with a little less time, dropping there was good because then that would have forced him to have to plant. You know, in CO, he wouldn't have time to run to meeting side and find that plant spot. So maybe with a little less time, he drops. Maybe he should have just took the fight, but damn. That was a really good one, though.
As much fun it has been, as crazy of a ride it has been, it has to end at some point. Now who can pick it up? Clutches back and forth, individual heroics.
All right, this is it. Last round. Garage. Scary sight to attack as a 7-7. And they're going to go for a full clear here, which Matchco is basically roaming 2 with Lolo and Akwi on the Mozzie and the Solus. So this is going to be a slow clear from BDS, I think. It's going to come down to time, too. Then they're going to need Lazmu to get into piano. They're going to need to work the top down. They're going to be looking to try to get a plant off.
Virtus Pro, even Falcons to some degree, are looking in such hot.
I expect this round to come down like to the last couple seconds. Unless Matchco decides to actually try to fight upstairs with Solus and Mozzie. But I expect them to layer off and just fall back to site.
One of the most quiet rounds it seems so far from BDS's attacks. Half the drones shot already. No one really exchanged any bullets.
So we are taking an early fight here. I don't know if I like this with Blitz. Oh, okay. He didn't get blind at all.
Running straight at the Blitz, head first, pistol out. No ammunition in the primary. Another shot. This guy is insane.
Okay, they just stuffed their TIG. 2 versus 5 top floor. Wow. That you should so easily be able to clear that with the Blitz, and that's going to be GG's.
Oh, Freck, man. You're going to give it everything you've got in a 1 versus 5. He's tried damn hard.
18 for the loss.
Close last time he was in a 1v5. He found 3
wow.
Passes. 2 players already low on HP for Matchco. But when the game is on the line, Freck
I don't think he's got it in him. Pengu, can you believe it? Matchco are about to topple BDS.
Not just topple them, but a final flawless round at that. Risk assessment. They're not going to be passive. They're not going to go down quiet. Lolo's going to fight this to the death. He's in the front lines.
I think he wins this.
Oh, he's been so good in this round so far, Lolo. So much confidence oozing from him with that pistol whip. Freck looking terrified. As C4 finds nothing, Freck is baiting for as many kills as he can get.
Clutcher kick. I haven't heard that in forever. Huge win for Matchco. Huge, huge win. I don't know about Titans. I don't know about BDS being Titans. I think I put him in B tier, aka a 5th, 6th place team. But where does that put them at? That is going to put Matchco with 2 points, 4. That is going to put him into that 6th spot, I believe now, over BDS. Sheesh. That is a good win for them. That is the other Challenger. That's the team that won Challenger Series, right? EML Challenger Series. That is a good win for them to beat some veterans of the game. I know that core of the roster, they've been around, that Italian, like they've been around a while. But yeah. EML, nothing but bangers today.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
All right. Little break. And then chat, we don't want to miss a second because we have the king coming up versus the king of chat here, Evan from WYLDE, the IGL from WYLDE, who promised us content. He promised us the king was going to be dethroned today. But we shall see. Anyway, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and I'll be back in another minute. All right. What do I got NAL pulled up? It in NAL. So are we updated? Okay, we are updated. That doesn't slot him quite into 6th. Looks like BDS still has round count, which is most important. But either way, we're early on. That's a good win for the match go boys. So now we got WYLDE 0 points versus undefeated G2. How do I get match replay files? They're not public. I think it's like Pro League Discord stuff. I thought they were public when I made my first video from it. And then I realized that the ones that are public are not actually being updated. Bum 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 bum.
Which got to witness a very big cook-off between these two teams, but as again the Italians come out on top. 2 points from this matchup.
They're always winning, man.
Due to it being a overtime victory, the full 15 rounds were needed to determine that match go walk away with the majority of the points. But what a barn burner of a game. We were watching it back in the green room on the edge of our seats.
Look at the quality of this matchup. Look at the quality of these teams. Look at the quality of the players. I mean, we're so fortunate in EML. If that's the middle of the table,
yeah,
we're so fortunate. Honestly, like I expected these two teams to go back and forth. I expected that they're going to be on the same team, Jack here, but the level of these two teams on this map was just absolutely stunning. And honestly, this one.
How did he not get blind there?
With a 1v2 almost.
The punch make the shield go left or something?
Was just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fair to say I think EU has been relatively mid, apart from our top teams, for a couple of years now. I think that's a very fair assessment. I will say pleasantly surprised this stage by a lot of our teams. There's not like fundamental mistakes being made. There's not kind of issues. That was a very high quality game between two teams that are expected to be very middle of the road in terms of their league position. Obviously, it was Matchco that came out on top, proving that Italy is actually better than France. Leo, I think you'd agree with that assessment. Okay. And actually, I think Matchco it could have been better for them. I will say. I think it could have been a regulation win. They've been a little bit upset by some of their
door frame covering the flash. Yeah, probably.
Look at these stats as well. I mean, if we're looking at 2 players or 1 player from each side, we're looking at the MVP once again being from the team that ended up losing here today. We're looking at Tab as well, dropping an absolute masterclass here for his team. But, you know, being Freck here with these numbers, we talked about him being the top player from last Tuesday. You gotta be sad if you're looking at this and you're like, oh, we were so close, but so far.
He's on 43 kills after 3 matches. Do we realize how big that is?
You keep setting me up, Leo, because I think you only got 43 kills in your entire career.
All right, come on, stop it.
You set me up, it was free. No, but honestly, phenomenal. Like, the performance that Freck's putting in was absolutely phenomenal. He's so locked in. I think you said it. You said it during the game. He is so locked in. You can see it in his eyes.
So good. I'm just going to stay like this.
We've got head-to-head. You was doing the salute, Leo. We've got a head-to-head.
Yeah, honestly, looking at these two guys, it's not only a question about statistics. It's a question about behavior.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Tab, you look at Freck. It's the 2 guys that are energetic. It's the 2 guys that are hyping everyone on the player cams. They have taken, I would say, a leadership position in the emotional attitude, in bringing energy to the lineup, in rejuvenating the confidence of their teammates. And if you think of that on top of the fragging power, these 2 guys are the only reason this went all the way to overtime, and that we got to witness such a beautiful game. Look at his reaction, man. Like, you want that kind of hyping up teammates to perform. And it's just beautiful to witness from these two guys.
And on an individual basis, whoever was on the losing side, whether that have been Teb today or whether that it was Frek, didn't deserve to lose. That individual performance.
Teb's from Wild. I actually didn't know that.
Can we both
What was the old Wild? Was the old Wild was Ace's team?
I mean, no, it was
Am I crazy?
a good matchup here from both these teams, and I'm glad we get to speak to someone who's always hyped, just like we saw on the player games just now. Probably also always happy to be winning this matchup. We're speaking to Dora here on the side of MatchGo. 2 points once again. How are you feeling?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Hello guys, hello.
Hello,
Hello guys. I'm feeling good. How are you?
Good.
Great. Dora, I want to ask you a little bit because Teb just went crazy and dropped 18 frags. So obviously he helped you guys massively in terms of fragging power. But I just wonder, what's his role in the team being one of the most experienced player on that roster?
Right now he's playing on the flex role, more towards like the support side, I'd say. But it's like he just varies every round. He does what we need him to do.
And do you feel like his experience, you know, is useful to you guys? Is he maybe communicating on how to handle certain match days to the guys that haven't played in Tier 1 already? What is he more of an older brother figure in the team?
Maybe a bit, yes, but not that much. Like I feel like
not done much.
One of us can handle himself. Obviously, Ghost being the guy with the least experience out of all of us.
He kind of squinted when the guy said his Teb kind of like helping you guys with prep.
Yeah, we just
he was like, this guy ain't doing nothing.
How was the preparation for the game against BDS today? Because it was a tough opponent and it was a good game. And then the second bit of that question is, do you feel that maybe the first half let you down a little bit? Like, how do you feel about the game? Do you think you maybe should have come away with it with all 3 points, or are you happy with getting the overtime victory?
Well, as always, we don't make it easy on ourselves. Had to go to the overtime. But no, I don't think we should have won it on regular time. We made a lot of mistakes. They played a good game. In the end, we were able to come out on top, but they played well as well. So I think overtime win is the right result for this game.
Awesome. I like how you're putting it that way as well. I mean, it was a very hard-fought game from both these sides. You've got a very lengthy game today, and then tomorrow you're playing against Virtus Pro. Not an easy matchup either. How are you feeling about that?
I'd say after Falcons, probably the hardest matchup for us, but we can come out on top against everybody. I think we showed that against Falcons last week, even though the result didn't really show that. I think we can battle with everyone.
What was the result?
That's what we just try to do.
Awesome. Sounds very good. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for
7-3. Okay.
Thank you guys. Have a great evening.
They also had another. Okay, A7 versus Genji.
As well. I mean, only 3 games.
A lot of
A7s. And, you know, having to play these, I guess, rather difficult.
All right, MatchGo. Let's focus on getting the game done in regulation.
Obviously for that, but we're nearing the end of our 3rd play day of EML, but we couldn't let this go without.
Wait, I scrolled up in chat. What did I just read out of you, Ali? What did I just read? My God. They're going to dinner.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Nothing new. True.
They're right.
Did I see Julio's tweet? I did. We already responded. Well, not responded, but we already unless he did a new one. We already watched and commented. Oh, I didn't skip over your message. I wasn't going to repeat myself. All he cares about Matt and Millie. Hey, I got 2 M's in my life. I was responding to your comment about wanting to smash I want to keep saying freak, but it's Freck, huh? We love Julio. We love Julio. We love Julio. Me and him are the Blitz goats. Back in the day. Used to try to emulate a little bit out of Julio. Also talked to him a lot when he was on Bleed, when he was the coach of Bleed. Virtue, GG's Matchco, we take 1 point. Should have won that. So much unfortunate things happen, but still happy with how we are performing. G2 tomorrow. Still got a point out of it. Not a fan of French accents. I'm done, spirits. I'm done, spirits. Virtue's about to school Stompin. Yeah, just like on my tier list when Virtue was S tier and Stompin was F tier. About to prove that tomorrow. Just kidding, Stompin fans. I was on rage bait.
For the
We're
final
kidding.
game of the day, we got myself. My name is Anne. We've got Intero on the cushion, and we've got Leo and
Intero on the
I
cushion.
just mentioned one of you guys' real name of the. Sorry, we got Leo in check. I've been using his names, and I feel like it's been good to get with that on a personal level. So we'll stick with that for today. So we got G2 and Wild as our last game of the day. The number 2 versus the number 10 of the league, as it currently stands, seems very lopsided. However, I think we've had crazier things before in the EML. We've seen weirder things, but then again, for G2, there's a really good opportunity as well. Would they win this game 7-0 or 7-1? They jump up to the first spot in the league.
I'm not surprised.
It's not inconceivable that they would do that either.
Yeah.
We would be best friends if I got the chance.
It's not inconceivable that could be an upset either.
Man, Spirit's always the best friend.
You know, they've had an incredible beginning of the stage. I think convincing win against Wolves, and then they face Secret, one of the highest teams in the power ranking. You know, a team that is full of momentum, and they take away the overtime win against Secret as well. They've got to feel that confidence boost. And this week they're playing Wild and BDS. Theoretically, two teams that are weaker on paper. If this is the moment where they bank on points and they come out of week 2 first ranked in EML.
Let's start talking about Wild and their team, though, because this is only their second week in the EML, practically. They've played that first week close.
Hey, there's our Evan right there.
They just need to get themselves that very first point.
6-19. He's about to go 19-6 today.
And actually, I'm going to reference an interview from a different team here. I'm going to reference an interview with Kendrew last week, where he said the first win is everything. The first of anything is everything. I think Wild are maybe suffering to that a little bit so far. They came in through Challenger Series. They lost both of the games last week. Objectively, it's not looking good for literally any of the players, maybe other than Garen, who actually had a big performance on the play day 1. But the good news for that is there's only upside really from here. Like, you know, they're expected to lose.
Who did they play last week too? Like, they're not looking. I mean,
but at some point they will show us.
They played Fnatic, okay, and BDS, okay. Two of the quote-unquote weaker teams that they kind of need to. They kind of do need to perform against, right? They're not. They didn't play any of the top 4 teams here.
Exactly the system they're in right now. We've seen
so, no, that does suck for them, as far as points. But again, this stage should just be about learning, improving, and getting whatever they can out of it for stage 2. I know they want to try to make EWC and LAN, but like, realistically, that's kind of off the table at this point.
Oh Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if the sound's gonna be mixed like left, right, left, right.
Wait, where's that guy's headset plugged into? Please tell me that's a wireless headset and he's just charging it.
You know, really good. Garen was really good.
Because what was that?
Really good executions also cool by Evan. Some great plans. Things they need to work on. Sneak. The opening engagement. He's supposed to be the entry fragger. He's 0 and 6 right now in entries. That's one of the things. Evan needs to step up in terms of firepower.
Who had a really bad entry on their debut into the stage, into the season, into EML? Do you remember?
And then
and Noah as well. And both of them had big trajectory.
It's a learning curve, Anne. They're learning right now. And when you come into tier 1, you get punished heavily. These guys, they're learning, and it's completely okay.
We gotta watch the plan, give it some water, give it some time. Eventually, it'll start blossoming, I guess, is what we're looking at for these players. Because, like we said, it's only their 3rd game in the EML so far. Not an easy week, and now they have to go up against some former world champions as well. That
No more chilling outside. Mine, I feel like you're always outside. What's going on here? Mods don't see grass.
Wild. I mean, we're talking about them in the past cheering on for G2.
Time to betray Evan, even if he does. Oh, wait, if he doesn't drop a bomb today, mint stocks might go down if the bad players. I hope Evan watches the mod back and he just has a big sad face on, like, oh.
Back in the days, and you know, it's actually funny when you look at this and you think.
All right, time to turn on the STOMPN glaze.
In that second tweet in the middle, we were playing G2. We drew against them. We went to Tokonomi finals and prevented them to go there. And Sneak was
me going.
Sneak was not. Yeah, you were analyst back then. Yeah,
just about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sneak and Goga, why?
But Goga was the only Spanish player back then in Pro League.
And now?
Sneak has replaced him. Yeah. Sneak is now the only Spanish player in the league.
I can send a pic of the setup I got going on.
Yeah. They now have
put it in the pics channel.
We were viewers of the G2.
Oh, you took it down. All right, never mind. You got a storm coming.
Challengers today.
Yeah.
Get the heck out of there.
Organic story, you know, it's a lovely story. These organic tweets from the WYLDE players, you know, back in the day when they weren't tier 1 players, following this team, this organization. Now they get a chance to go against them, and that's got to mean something.
Yeah, it's definitely maybe adding to some nerves as well, but also in regards to the confidence, I guess you just gotta fake it until you make it with the WYLDE players here today, because G2 certainly isn't an easy one to go up against. Because when we talk about this roster in specific, they've had a really good start of the league. I mean, we talked about it 7-0 or 7-1 today, and they jump up to that very first spot in the league. It's been this new iteration of the roster that I
Aura 28 and 15, playing Thermite. What am I? Insane.
In terms of the way that a lot of our teams are playing Siege, it's very fun. It's very entertaining.
That's a good one to highlight right there.
I think what's maybe a little bit surprising about G2, you look at some of these.
I'm not back on the IGL roll, so you know, struggling a little bit. 12 and 18.
Real stages other than maybe Lyra. However, what I will say is there's a big disparity between their defense and their attack. Not a big one, but their attack is a lot better.
STOMPN, guys. Was that Wizard?
We usually pedal for G2.
Did Wizard just shave his mustache?
Because there's so much raw mechanical
That's
STOMPN on this roster that their defense
the
will
king.
good. If they maintain their attacking trajectory, it's going to be incredible for this G2 roster. 2 wins out.
Yo, that guy's got the candles out. Blaz, he's got good vibes only on his coffee table right there.
They always want to have that star player team. Do you think this might be potentially like their best
that
star
laugh.
player team since they won SI? Or is it?
Or that smile. What is it? The meme? That smile. That goddamn smile.
Not necessarily. Even though they've got the biggest name currently in Rainbow Six Esports right now in STOMPN, and they do have him. I think maybe previous iterations of the super team at the time were bigger names for players.
All right, let's get to the map feature as well. We're looking to see where this best of 1 will take us to. It seems like for this final matchup of the day, we're going back to another
a lair. Okay. This could be. I mean,
you've either got to praise the bravery of WYLDE for doing that.
WYLDE could have a VOD though. They could have a VOD.
It feels just from the outset. It feels like
they could go all in on prep.
Silly map veto. And the reason being for that is G2 have played Lair 7 times since it came into the competitive map pool. They have won it 6 times. Wow. They love the map. They've already won it this EUL stage. They've showed their prowess on it. For WYLDE, we've
Laz Masterclass. Versus WYLDE, I hate to say it, we might see everybody Masterclass. I hate to say it. We might see everyone going 10-0.
Comfortable map for them. But the comfortable map for them is
separates spirits and shield play from everywhere else in the world. What I think makes a good shield player is movement, to be honest. Movement and knowing when to take certain engagements, but really and positioning. Sorry, that positioning is the #1 like skill in shields. Putting yourselves in the right spots, isolating the fights, knowing, you know. if you got smokes, using your smokes so you isolate, use your nades. He uses his nades very good on Blackbeard to isolate fights, to give himself good ones. He knows when to ADS, when to take the engagements. He's really good at wrangling calls and making sure someone is behind him, capitalizing off the space he's getting.
As we were talking about off camera
Yeah.
before we started.
That's enough Spirits Glaze. It's STOMPN Glaze. G2 Wild, and this ain't. Why is the map consulate back there? I'm pretty sure we're on lair. What's happening here?
Got a bit of a reputation for sending players to higher places. Now this is the old Wild Academy roster. Now the main Wild roster. They've made it through.
Wild taking out Clash.
They have a task before them going up against the
Unfortunate lair, or maybe a fortunate lair, because last time I spectated STOMPN on lair, which I'm pretty sure this isn't STOMPN, by the way. What are we lying here, chat? That ain't STOMPN. That ain't Alamo. That ain't Laura.
Expectations, you know, looking at the BDS.
Get it together. Anyway, last time I spectated STOMPN, he was just sitting in STOMPN spot, bridge side with smoke. But Wild just took out smoke. We're seeing a STOMPN ban. Are we about to see STOMPN play Tachanka? No way, right? I mean, normally that's what you would replace it with. Is Tachanka on the Lord? Is the King the Lord? We would find out if they would just put us in the game right now.
When it came to just doing all of that work, I do have this small fear for G2 in the current situation of things. If Laura has a mediocre performance,
We are going bunks site, and we see him on Goyo here. He's got a please tell me he's got a Vector in his hands, G2. Please tell me we don't have him on the TCSG.
Yeah, well, if you look at the stats,
Please tell me
the third best player in the league so far.
that we're giving him the Vector.
Of EML. And the next G2 player is 20th best. That's actually STOMPN, who there's been a real hubbub about coming into G2.
Tachanka's low-key taking over. I mean, yeah, we see a lot of smoke bans, and also Tachanka is more time waste. It's just awkward. Okay, we do see STOMPN on the Vector. I like it. I like it. We're not trolling. So tired of seeing the TCSG unless your name is JV92.
Any chance to show what you're made of? It's against a team like Wild, who are just making their debut. Not a single player here has played it at Tier 1 before. They're all fresh. Garen has been pretty solid. 5th best player in the league so far.
Not sure if we can call this a target ban towards
So far, looking like an operations-esque attack. Players outside the rocket stairs. We got a player in operations side. Most of the push is going to come through the bathroom hallway.
Double shield ban for G2. They just don't want to give Wild any easy cheese kind of operators, so they just take map control.
So here we go. Seeing the castle open. We do have all this control. Like to see Wild taking this pretty quickly here.
There's a lot of map space to take, a lot of castle barricades to dismantle, and this is just the top floor as well to clear. There's so much map to clear before you start moving on down to attack the side down below.
Baited the C4 out, but there is a Goyo fire. Evan goes down, Mats goes down. That's the bathroom hall push. They weren't able to push the other side because of the Goyo fire there. Glaz got almost no usage, and STOMPN is going to get one. He's probably going to get two here with the Glaz walking in here.
And they're just waiting for a kill. Stick will find one. Doki sits down and then calls him a bot in the old chat.
Get him, STOMPN. Here he comes. Here he comes.
But the guy that kills him is the bot? Come on, Doki.
Doki was already getting a bit lippy in the old chat.
Blackbeard down. Just this Glaz. That's 1 HP. That was a good round from G2. Wild trying to do some cheesy, quick top take there. Pushing the bathroom side and the pebble side, the bridge side at the same time. However, Goyo, they banned the smoke, and Goyo hurt him just as bad. Slowed down that pebbles push. They didn't have to look that way. All their guns were looking bathroom hall, and they ended up getting all the kills.
That's not every day we see that.
No, but that bomb site is very good. We've seen a lot of teams struggle at attacking that bomb site. If you go for a direct take, you're vulnerable to the...
I'm more curious on like top floor, because top floor we always see him on smoke. I think he could just play Goyo though. Like Goyo was a good replacement. I mean, on Turtles we just played Goyo there.
So young compared to like the Beard era. I don't know. I gotta say.
Beard era and.
All right, but we aren't gonna see that top floor site. We're gonna see lower. We are seeing at the Tachanka.
Dyed his hair. Yep.
Yeah,
We see Doki on it.
It's kind of got a buzz cut now, but. I don't know.
It feels like he hits the reset button every like 6 months. He starts over. You know?
Yeah.
Must be nice to have hair grow that fast.
It's okay, Nick. I love your hair.
We're trying.
Are you though, or are you still shaving it?
No, we're trying. Didn't you see me earlier?
Yes.
The cameraman, I got it is like somewhat grown out nowadays.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I am the most unobservant person. Like, you know how people are like
ever?
They make fun. Yes, like they make fun of people for like not noticing that their like partner's got a haircut or whatever. Like, I'm absolutely that person. Like, I could see you in person after like not seeing you for ages, and you could have like an afro. I probably wouldn't notice.
That's wild. Okay. Well, being observant is a very important skill set, especially if you are a caster or a player, because obviously
thankfully
things happen.
Thankfully, we have observers to do that. You know, we got Stay Farm, we got medics today. We don't need me to be observant. We pay someone for that.
Literally. However, for Wild,
We are going to see Wild try to do the clear that we've been seeing all day today. You just have to clear out this Azami out of Armory. You see him being pinged right now from that Lion. We just need to clear this Armory position here. Get hatch control. They can use the ram, make the top down, go for an execute. Those are some unfortunate Azamis.
Or 0% in this case. You might die because of it, actually. This is tough.
I mean, they know he's here. This is just pure time waste. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see just a nade go out, make him stand up, but either way, it's going to get the kill.
And that's a good opener for Wild. After a pitiful first round, they certainly need that. Clear these roamers one by one.
Where did Doki get that?
Taken out, but Sneak will shortly after die to Doki with no refrag potential.
Doki and Tachanka, huh? Getting active, fire coming out as well. Now you can see the gadget being used. And this is D2 fighting back, holding that map space. They got one player stuck inside our weapons armory. They're trying to get either an escort or just get that kill. Gets the injure, can't get the confirmed. 2 more players waiting for him.
Why did Blaz keep looking at the wall there? Like, you know he's going to the door.
Unfortunately, though, Matt's on the floor. It will be picked up, but Evan, Garen, Matt's 2 of those on low HP. It's not a lot of ingredients to put together.
Nice shot, Laura. Beautiful shot. I am surprised they're still fighting for space. At this point, they could just fall down, but maybe they're worried about the Rambert.
3v2
there we go.
For G2. What are Wild going to do about that? It looks like the defenders are just going to shy away back onto site, forcing Garen and Mats to chase them.
Laura's been disgusting this day so far. It's been unbelievable what he's been doing.
I go sit in the garage with it open. It would stay in the garage.
Stats to back it up, that's for sure. Laura still playing down bottom of the staircase, waiting for the arrival of his opponents. Both very low HP. So
you could just fire off the door the whole time, but I kind of like that the mute's playing aggressive there. Laura with another 2. No reaction at all from Alamau. He's just like, all right. All right.
The first 2 rounds here on Lair. Bit of a chuckle to himself. It's just too easy, isn't it?
Let me look at that picture of mine.
He's still tapped. What is he doing now? I thought he was talking smack in chat again, but who's all tapped. Who's doing other things?
He is still a little bit of an old
Yo.
Talk about hair.
Wait, is that one of those chairs that you can lean back into? Nice. With the fan on you.
Our replay operator just did Alamau so dirty, by the way. I reckon
I like it.
What he really should do, just
I like it.
around for the rest of the team. Maybe just trim his fringe a little bit. Give it to Alamau. He needs it. He's trying his best.
Nah, dude. Alamau grows out that hair so fast. He's fine, okay? He's absolutely fine.
Is that envy I hear in your voice?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, people don't know how well they have it until they lose something. You know, I used to have a lot of hair. I lost it. Now I'm like, damn. I should have really appreciated it more.
I respect that. You know, you don't know the golden days until they're over. That's what they say.
That's what they say. And it's so, as you get older, you really start to realize that in so many things, with friendships, or like that one super nice night you have with like your best buddy. Like, I don't know, so many small sweet moments. So you gotta cherish them, live in the present.
You talk like an old man, Pengu. You know, we're too old for this.
There.
Like, this is the.
He's getting there for sure. Same, aren't we all? Time's a bitch.
We are. I mean, this game is getting close to 10 years, December 1st, and I was there since the beta. I'm quite literally a boomer in these terms. Quite literally.
Can you open the door? Thank you. All right, we're here for an early cheese kill, possibly with the shotgun on the upside down wind repel. This guy just doesn't want to make any noise. Nothing was there. Get rid of the barbed wire.
Try this myself, but I'm pretty sure Ella Scorpion.
So take smoke away from Stomp and he hops on the Azami. I like it.
It's a lot easier to control now than it was previously. I feel like this could impact Ella's play rate in professional play, simply because the weapon is actually a weapon. You're not shooting with a potato anymore. Damage is still low, 27 damage with bullet, I believe, but still, recall is somewhat useful. Usable.
Bit of a headshot machine if you can make it work for you. Some players absolutely swear by it. Also, in the era of very powerful shield operators, those Grishmots are pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Engaging the guard.
I'm out with 2 on the bridge side.
With it before getting traded on back, so certainly vouch for the Scorpion.
Double headshot. Headshot machine. So
that is a really good trades for G2. It's completely neutering this attack now. Yes, they have this side, but they lost to Deimos, so they lost the underneath pressure and the Dokkaebi. Now, sure, we can get wall open, but we have no nades on the Blackbeard, no real way to get people out of those spots that I was talking about. Tetris. We see Blaz playing in Tetris right now. Stompin covering. Laura's set to C4 the display window, which is, you can use that as a retake. You can C4 and then run into the maps room and stop plant as well. This is looking like a G2 round. Here we go.
Inside, he jumps in, C4 goes out. That's awkward.
Yeah, but he wins it anyway.
Still won the fight.
There you go. That's what you expect out of
I mean, we got 4 Candelas and his whole team's dead. Like, can we use those? Can we do something with them?
Another very comfortable round for
G2's bored right now.
Doki looks almost bored.
Look at him. He's falling asleep at his computer.
Like Falcons versus GNG also played on layer.
Oh man, guys. I don't think we're getting any content out of this one.
Defensive starting side, and you can just mechanically outplay their opponents. I mean, sure, G2, they play positions well, they have the crossfires, but they're just winning these gunfights so dominantly that...
I mean, those Stompin have a gunfight. I mean, at this point, just 1v5 them, man.
Because a 2K round is quote-unquote over at that point. WYLDE don't really have a full way back into that one. And then when they get to the bomb site, guess what? 4 other G2 players will just swing you and kill you right then and there. It's that simple. There's one. Oh, he traded this trade.
Wow, that's a actually fantastic trade there by Alamau. That was a crazy one. We've been seeing a lot of those today. That guy's just baiting his Yang. 4 Candelas. Please. Please. Back to bunks.
Put them at bottom position on their power rankings coming into the stage.
I mean, you have to, and it's no disrespect, but we have to be realistic. We're ranking WYLDE up against all the other teams in EML. And going into EML, they were quite literally, and again, no offense here, the worst rated team. They lost to Matchco in the quote-unquote grand finals when they were both qualified for the stage, and then Matchco just destroyed them in the final. So just from like a regular non-biased seeding, they come in dead last. This for them is experiment territory, figure out your path, and just take every single match, and despite winning or losing, take as much away from it as possible.
Which region's looking better in your opinion? I was gonna say, I think it's pretty top heavy, Matt. I think the top, I think NA, it's pretty easy to tell the top 4 teams. EU, I know who like,
of the Challenger series.
Actually no, I think it's, yeah, I think it's pretty easy to tell who the top 4 teams are.
The league, they also lost that one. And
It's pretty top heavy.
Obviously,
that was a real one.
Game. Yeah, and you know, let's not forget as well. You know, Matchco have had players in Tier 1 before. Even, you know, Wolves, obviously, which hasn't looked too hot recently, they have had experience in Tier 1. It's WYLDE that are the clear odd ones out, as this is their true debut into Tier 1.
He's just tapping the shield. Oh, Loira. And he's dead. Okay, that's a bit of an ego swing. But I feel like if you're Loira, you're allowed one of those. You're 6-0, you're up 3-0.
Opening pick for WYLDE. They could actually do something. You know what I really want to see do something? I want to see this Ying. throw some goddamn candelas. That's what I want to see.
Doki is also playing an aggressive angle at a
No
window.
Warden on board.
He's going to fall back.
And it looks like they might give you top floor. Oh, wait a second, Ying. Oh, he was thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Wild will likely get
Come on.
intimidated, and that's the way that G2
Come on, Garen.
really love to bully their opponents when they can.
Dokkaebi call going out. Thermite charge going out.
On the exterior to get that wall open up. 2 broad canister in response to slow things down.
Ying moved over to the display window.
Play happened here. 17 bullets, very limited.
What's the play here? You have no nades. Are you just going to walk at this guy, Evan? Evan, oh! Oh my god, that was scary. Wait a second. 2 candelas out. 3 candelas out. Oh my god, would you look at that? We used some utility.
2 versus 4. The first chance we've had from Wild to really look keen at putting around on the board.
But we still got STOMPN on board.
Just Doki and STOMPN stand in their way.
STOMPN looking for a play. The roommates, as we can say, to live together.
Ooh, the roommates. I like that. I like that a lot. And he's got the Vector ACOG. This guy knows ball.
Has a good read in the first player.
That's an absolute freebie right there. Garen, what are you doing? What are you thinking? What are we thinking? They know there's one top, one site. Doki with the 2 PC4. Oh my god.
And the script is flipped. It's up to Matt in a 1 versus 2. STOMPN takes him down.
An absolute clinical round out of the roommates. Almost too easy at that point. Wild looked like they didn't know how they wanted to end at all. Had no idea the STOMPN just walked upstairs.
Wild not getting full top floor control.
And then he's getting C4'd in sight, and Evan kind of was like, should I push through? Should I not push through? Oh, man.
They'll call a tactical timeout from Wild.
2 things I want to bring out. First, Sneak is absolutely right. We need to go more hybrid. We want to split. Yeah, that's fine. But then we are able to reset afterwards. We need to set explicit steps and objectives to follow for everyone. Take this space by splitting execute on it, and then we slow down when there's in the situation, when there's in what area is clear, what we have to go for, and then if we have to split execute again on the side, on the verts, we have room for it. Once again, let's try to play a bit more hybrid, alright? Let's try to reset and understand the situation, because we had advantage, we lost it, it happens, it's fine. You got...
Okay. What was that?
I'm just having a little chuckle. I love it when they get directly cut off. Like, halfway through a sentence, and then, no, your time's up, buddy.
I don't know if that's really telling him anything or what to do there.
Yeah, you got your tactical timeout, and then you got to move on. Next round.
You know?
So I personally am not familiar with the Wild guys that well.
It's like, you know, to Julio's point, let's say G2 coach listen to that timeout and in 3 minutes can tell his team in WhatsApp what they just talked about and counter him. I don't know if there was anything to pull out of that to tell your team and try to counter.
They're trying to figure out what exactly can they do against G2. Very specific pieces of advice there, Pengu.
Yeah, I mean, talk about like there was one term I couldn't quite figure out. He mentioned split bomb site or split take or something like that. And I don't know if he's referring to we have 2 options, we gotta figure out which one we go for, whatever he's saying. But then he's also speaking about like playing more hybrid, which again, I mean, they've been playing very linear, very simple siege, which again, it's not a bad thing, it's a stylistic choice. But obviously against G2, you gotta...
This is looking very similar attack that we saw, man, I can't remember who played Lair earlier today, but with the Grim, with Aurora, Ram, they're again just gonna try to get that armory room. That's it. Get the armory room, block off flanks with Aurora. They have Grim for the execute, take filter. But last time they went for this, G2 held their ground. They lost most of their bodies trying to take armory.
It's a challenge. Like you said, they're going to get outclassed mechanically here.
Yeah.
Strategically, you know, G2 of course have more resources, more experience.
So they got to get Blaz out of here.
Wild have got a lot of
They also have Alamon to Chonka. It's just going to completely fire.
After losing 4 rounds in a row, especially that last
G2, good enough team where you just attacked this way. The second time they go back on defense, they're countering, right? They brought the Tachanka. Now they're just going to spam fires here. Wild, you have to adapt. You have to do something different. What are we doing different here? Looks like we're taking the exact same space.
So they made the right call, as the coach said, unlucky, we should have won that, it's fine. Great prefab for Snick, takes out STOMPN.
Unfortunate for STOMPN there.
surely
on ADS walking down the hallway. Maybe not the great idea. Good kill from Blaz.
Is this still just a roam though from G2, Pengu? I mean, you've got a Tachenko of Alamel hard holding in Armory. Meanwhile, Bonside is down in Lab.
I'm all for it. Blaz injured, no crossfires.
I don't know how Blaz went down, but that's a good kill. Doki up the hatch again. Isn't that how he got the kill before?
Yeah, that is gnarly from Doki. I mean, G2 are just supporting each other, even with...
These are good trades for G2. That would have been even better.
Eventually, Alamau does go down, and guess what? We've got
Now, are we going to see Laura hold on to filter position? I almost feel like in a 2v3, yeah, maybe we should. But in that case, Wild, they need to just flood Doki in sight. Use the numbers.
Here, covering the cross. Banshee.
Wow, good shot from Evan.
What a shot from
All right, Wild.
Laura's shut down. It's all up to Doki now.
Just won the fights.
He does have the ability to change where these dread mines are active as well. He's got some info.
All right, potential for a clutch.
They know exactly where he is too.
Will we see Doki? Ran back in a straight line. AK-12 too strong.
Wild are on the board. They finally have their first round, although the score is still in favor of G2 4-1.
And the side swap is still not there, right? They got one more round on the attack. They're really gonna try and aim for that 2-4 half to buy themselves a little bit of wiggle room for the side.
Sneak looking pissed. Got some words.
That's match point. The goal for Wild ultimately is to play as many rounds as humanly possible. I know, like, that's the goal for every team. It's like you want to get to 7 first.
I like that castle on the backside door, though. Forcing them to walk down the stairs, wall reinforced, almost have to go to the rotate. That makes having that shield there very, very strong. That's like that's a very good power position to have. I'm a big fan of that.
The benefit of the second half of a setup here is you've already seen what
I can also pay out, Ali. Have a good dinner.
Previously, and you try again. Last time it was Alamaudiela jumping out, not jumping out, in the hallway getting 2 kills. I mean, that makes your round that much more difficult. What we didn't see was the Blackbeard getting active early.
What's going on, Obi? Not missing too much of a game. But STOMPN's winning. That's important, huh? Our glorious NA import. Best import ever. NA greater than all other regions. Okay, that's all I can really say.
When you've had the Monty and the Blitz band out, you got to do something, and people can get.
Yeah, smart way to keep the Armory and Blue Stairs guy connected. No, it really is. I'm a big fan of that, and I don't think a lot of people are gonna have something to nade or get rid of that castle. Most of the time, you see like an NA wise, I feel like most of the time you see like a Dokkaebi over there. Even if it isn't nade up, still possible hard to nade it.
Wild isn't going to find these early advantages, and they're not going to have a way to convert. Even then, even when G2 are giving up early picks, Wild is still struggling to convert numbers advantages.
Also very important that they respect the Ela pick here. LML once more has kept 2 Grizzlies in pocket. It's the perfect Blackbeard counter. One of those will just, knock back the shield. That can be Blackbeard dying. So if you're gonna go where LML is, you have to respect it. Either drone it out, Twitch drone, or just have, a gun behind him very close by to trade him. Because he will die if he missteps.
I like this though. We're finally seeing a little bit of verticality out of Wild.
Malik, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Candy Jar W sub.
Different ideas. Alamau is Grismont to detonate. Second one goes out.
This Ella's really, really good for these shields pushing here. STOMPN with 1 on the mats, and he's playing Mez.
Another X Factor eliminated from Wild. Evan clears out that Grismont and starts to make his way forward. He can find one. But
Wild just going for a green take, and they just got green powered right there. Here comes all the members of G2. Boom, C4. Oh, last bullet. Evan does manage to get the C4. That's okay. These guys are absolutely stuffed. Evan, what can you do?
They've readjusted. They know both of these players are from Wild.
Here they come.
Let them forward. In fact, they're so tempted to get aggressive.
Boom.
Oh, he got abandoned? Sneak onto the roof? Oh man, poor Evan. G2 right now just limit testing, seeing where their own limits are, that hallway swinging, fighting.
I'm surprised he got left, and then now Sneak is coming back, and I think they know. That's one.
Down the Stokey. The Sneak expected more. He knows G2 will ego peek. They can throw one more bite at this problem, surely.
Bit of damage, still no headshot. How long is STOMPN going to peak for? Looks like he's falling on back. It's barbed wire in an awkward position. Well, Alamar does have the pistol out.
Oh, and there's a three-way swing. Sheesh.
And G2 5-1 on their defensive half. Oh my god, that is some
How hard are games like this as a player on G2 when there's a clear skill gap and you feel bored? It's the rounds where you're up at man advantage that you know, there's the potential to throw because you're gonna peak like that. Like would they do that against another team? Maybe not. Although G2, probably.
One tap, and then Sneak starts one tapping, and then everyone sprints around pre-firing with a full magazine, right? It's one of those like, are you one tapping? You're not one tapping. What are we doing?
I worry more in best of threes though. Players getting bored.
Classic Doki.
I still remember CAG when we 7-0'd CAG or 7-1 CAG or whatever it was, and then next map we got 7-0'd on Consulate, and then it was like a wake-up call, like, all right, third map, guys, lock in, please.
I've known Doki since he was like, I don't know, 13 or 14 or something like that, like way back. Yeah, he played on Vault Breakers back when he was like super young. He had a YouTube channel and he uploaded like montage and kill videos and whatnot like that. Yep. Way back. Let me check
the old chat then.
Let me check how old he is. Wait, Doki Wikipedia. I want to say he's turned 25 or it will be soon. Yeah, he is 25. So yeah, he was probably like 15 when I met him first.
That is unreal.
15. Yep.
Well, G2 looking pretty untouchable here.
G2 on attack, getting rid of Cade Bandit. All walls going to be absolutely free.
Taunting Wild in the all chat than playing the game. Wild, come on guys, like don't get baited into that. You know it's Doki. You know what he's like. They just need to focus up.
Curious if there's any lore, you know? I feel like I'm missing out on some lore knowledge here.
Not that I'm aware of.
No, same. Not that I'm
I mean, you look at these Wild players; they're very young. Obviously, they're making their debut in. You can see on their faces. I mean, obviously, STOMPN also a bit of a youngin'. Let's talk about STOMPN for a second, by the way. You know, I know that Europe has often looked down their nose at North America for all of the Europeans that have been imported. You know, Spoit, Citizen, many more to name. But how about this? STOMPN turns 18, and it's G2 who are importing him into Europe. An American player imported to the EU? What's going on, guys?
Successful Undo, big name, big brand, and pretty decent performance so far. I will say from me watching the first two G2 games, STOMPN so far in EML has been an attacking-sided player. He's 5-1 right now on defense, by the way, doing great. But usually pops off on the attack playing ace. That's where he shines. Laura in fast, shotgun in.
That's a quick entry with the Ying. We've seen Citizen do that on DZ with Finka, but with the Ying,
Damage on a Garen as well. What a crazy
looked like an absolute missile running through. And now we're going to see fast plays display window. This is just a rush onto site. This is disrespect from G2. They don't even think they have to show him a default take. 1v1 Doki versus Garen.
Eventually, he does. It's Garen versus Doki. After the chaos is done and dusted, Garen already low on HP. Doki is actually just going to open up
free bomb plant.
Avenue for him to plant by closing that gate down, forcing the rotation.
Ooh, what a shot from Doki there. Not even impressed. Not even impressed. Wow.
It's so funny. It's just cool, calm, and collected for G2. They make that round very quick. Just Candela off, STOMPN backstepping upstream. He got his kill on the entry as well. Everyone kind of did their job. Comes down to a 2v1 into the 1v1, of course. Doki comes out victorious. I saw the chat box was open there for a second, but I couldn't see what it's saying. But there's a lot of laughter here.
Doki's.
Can we please show the chat?
Anywhere else. It's what we expect out of G2 these days. I don't think I've ever met a team in Rainbow Six that likes to get in their head as much as G2 do.
Oh man, almost got two there too.
For sure. And right now, I think G2 they're winning it. This though, that's such a sad way to go out. You kill the smoke, but still down to the gas. Unlucky.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't think G2 will be too upset about that one, especially when Doki made a play. I mean, it's very rare that we get to see the Rayora actually have a big impact, aside from some very specific set plays, you know, your cafe cocktail executes. That was a nice
at the end of the day, I mean, this is a job for these guys. So, like, they're going to do what they got to do to do what they gotta do to win. But yeah, there's different switches for sure. That you gotta flip, but they're up 6-1 at this point. They're just gonna be having fun. I would expect them to not really show that much on attack here. Okay, we saw a quick play from them. Now we might see one of these garage kind of pokes. Where you're pressuring garage, trying to get defense to fall back into sight, and then you got stomping on Jackal, able to take some vert. Blaz is going to take some vert with Sledge.
We have, what, close to 60 operators or something like that nowadays in Siege. It's great to have some operators that just have their niches, some that are good always, and some that are good often.
We do have 3 offsite here.
But I'm not a DMR
Interesting
player,
that you
so...
say... Yeah, fair. Interesting you mentioned...
If they don't end up falling back to sight, again, Siege, number game, I would expect G2 to flood. Blaz is around outside stock. Stompin's quickly around there as well. He's outside rocket here. They could always flood sight if need be.
Use the shield like every other shield operator, you know. She
we need to stop doing that. No. First, Blackberry rework, now the Clash rework.
G2 looking good, or is Wild looking Schmiedes? Yeah, I can't believe I read that one. Wild... I like Evan. He's in the chat a lot, but they're not looking very good. Not looking very good. And this is a second place challenger team. I think they're just a little outmatched here. But G2 do also look good. I will give G2 their credit. Last time G2 played this map too, it was looking pretty good. Stompin got a kill. It's a 4v3. I expect G2 just flood full numbers here. Grim going out. All of Wild getting pushed back. They might look for a plant if they're this far back. Just got to get diffuser.
Finding these locations and using that crowd control. Oh, this is a perfect setup from G2, isn't it? You've got the vertical above from Blaz as well with the Sledge.
Just missing intel. The Jackal ping got a big nerf in Siege X. Only one single red ping comes out when tracking those feet. So Blaz can't make much work out of it. Instead, it goes down to a...
They did beat Secret. And I think Secret is the other top 4 team. I think it's Falcons, VP, G2, and Secret. And they did beat... again, they did beat Secret.
Alamel holds his. It's a 1v3, and he falls to sneak. Wild just keep their head above the water.
So, they did play a pretty good team so far.
7-1 defeat. They find...
I don't know how the map's letting it go through, too. We were just talking about that. Where Lair, they played Lair 7 times. They won 6 of them. Don't know why we're taking G2 here. But I also don't know what Wild's map pool is. And there was a VOD on G2. Like they could have studied and could have prepped against them.
All the issues and learn a ton from this. I mean, you know, being a team like Wild, it can be difficult to get like the best teams in the world to scrim you, because they might not deem you good enough.
Stompin loved Lair before? I mean, yeah, he's got a call out, does he not? I heard some team call the hallway for Pebble's door King.
You yourself get good experience.
And to be fair, that's usually where he is with Smoke.
The teams too much that you deem that can beat you, because then you're making them better and you want to be better than them. So there's this awkward balance of scrimming teams that are good enough for you.
We just call it stomp and rotate? Exactly. See, you guys have a call for it.
They can end up learning too much about you and then become your arch nemesis.
That's the King call? Yeah. Because even on M80X, that guy was always around there.
Maybe there's scrim demons, we don't know. But there is also a world where some good teams don't really want to play against it because they might not give them enough of a challenge, limiting Wild's progression of growth. So there's all these things behind the scenes that you may not consider when you're looking at teams in professional play. It's difficult sometimes.
Yeah. And we're not just fighting for the prize money and for the pride and the placements at the end of the stage, but just to prove yourself.
Yeah.
To yourself and to the rest of the ecosystem. You know, of course, if any particular player on this roster ends up having a standout performance, they'll also get offers. Let's not forget, you know, Freck was on the old Wild roster, and now he's on BDS, and he's
The slow bait playstyle works well. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good fit. I'm happy. Very excited to see G2 versus, you know, Falcons or VP.
No use of those Twitch
so I can tell a little bit more.
down very early on.
But no doubt they'll be at EWC.
Trades and crossfires the last 2 rounds from G2. A lot of individual play. And of course, again, mechanically they are superior. They can go for it.
All right, Hateful. I'm not a huge fan of call outs as
Loki and STOMPN.
players, yeah.
No jumps out the window, looking for an angle elsewhere.
But sometimes you got nothing else to call something.
Looking for these free kills. I saw a laser on the wall, giving away that position. Naughty lasers.
All right, this is the take. Literally, I'm seeing every team steal this take. In fact, I did it in a scrim with the Turtles one time, just on the fly. Take bottom green. The sense wall goes out. It completely ignores, even if there was a warden top floor, it completely ignores all the holes. You plant immediately or directly left of the door. They have no idea where the bomb is. They can't spam it. Bomb's down. Garen on 1 HP. This is completely over. And STOMPN with the last kill of the game. That's what we wanted to see. Alamo absolutely bored. Good match for G2. But you know, a little bit of a snore fest. I can't lie. We need to see them against some of the titans of the league. Don't know why we saw them on Lair.
Yeah, it was quite a game from G2.
Hey, leave this screen on. Laura nuclear? Wait, where did Laura go? What did Laura go? Kills wise. Either Mint or Hogan can pay out. I can pay out. 1 second. Let me open it up. Boom. Look at that, chat. Paid out. You greedy, greedy gambling fools. Your exploit video did really good. I think if you made one on STOMPN, it would literally go nuclear. So here's the thing with that. Also, thank you, by the way. And I did notice that with the exploit one. However, I actually recorded STOMPN's very first Pro League game. I did it on stream, but I did a match replay of his very first Pro League game, and I thought that would do good just on name value alone. However, it was a very, very boring match to spectate because he was playing in the STOMPN spot, the stomp and rotate, the king spot. However, the team he was playing against kept going the other way. On defense, he did nothing. It was literally watching paint dry. He did nothing. He didn't even get on cams. I made that comment like 10 times, but whatever. On attack, sure, he was ace. He had a couple good rounds, but like, I would have made that video. It's just, yeah, unfortunately, there was nothing to see. So I'm waiting on doing it. I'm waiting for STOMPN to go absolutely nuclear so we can spectate POV the match. But yeah, that's where we're at on that. I think the next POV or the next spectate I'm going to do, I think the video for tomorrow, the best match of the day, in my opinion, today, I almost think the best match that I watched today was this VP Fnatic one. And Wizard had, what, 14 kills, almost like MVP again today, almost enough to take down VP. I'll probably do a Wizard POV. Because he has been popping off. He is in a little bit more of an aggressive role. I think he dropped like 15, whatever it was today. So I will probably, video for tomorrow will probably be this whole match of React. And then a couple hours later, I'll probably drop the Wizard POV. I think I'm going to do that. And then STOMPN, I'm going to wait. Have I considered doing a YouTube video on role changes, like how they can change a player's production? So I have, John, and I think there's a lot of really good ideas in my Discord. But the thing is, a lot of the stuff we're kind of asking for is niche. And with me trying to grow my YouTube at the moment, I'm trying to give the people what they want to see. And I feel like, yeah, like that niche video, I just know is not going to do super well with roles. Like majority of the people don't really care about roles. So it's like I really do like doing that kind of content. I just think some of that stuff, like even my strat videos, is gonna have to wait until like there's more downtime in Pro League matches. Those kind of videos also do take a lot longer for me to record. A lot of takes, a lot of like planning of like what I like, video footage and stuff like that. And like time is obviously an issue. I'm streaming a ton right now and focusing on streaming. So, but it's definitely in the works because I love stuff like that, John. I personally do, and I do think it's a good idea. Boop, 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 boop. You have to wait a few stages before Stomping goes nuclear. Yo, I'm clipping that. Clipping. All right, someone asked about the turtles. So there is a turtle match today. We actually play Nyx R6. It's Nyx's rematch game versus us in the SGC League. That game is at 8 Eastern, so 2 hours from now. And the guys are practicing right now, but to be honest, after 6.5 hours of streaming, I'm pretty beat. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is probably take a little bit of a break, and then I probably will stream the virus game and just come back on around the game. That's probably what we'll do. Tomorrow again we have a blitz game. Tomorrow's probably also a longer stream of watching EML. And then pretty much right now I'd be flipping to the guys and we'd be watching the blitz game versus Shubes. So a little bit of some longer days.
In the bag once again, 7-2. I think they should
About to cook something? Yeah, that sounds great. Like I need to get some food in me. I didn't even know we had a match today also. Like I was kind of planning on not streaming, so I kind of do need to check with the lady. Because we were going to go see a movie tonight. That was kind of the plan. So I'll need to make her understand about content. And how important it is.
Really well played by the individuals on the side of G2. Yeah. My biggest problem right now is that I'm not seeing Wild.
Do a BR tier list, place Liquid at F tier. I think it's just too late to do a BR tier list though. Like we're 4 weeks in. We're not 4 weeks. We're 2 weeks in. 4 games in.
They don't have the level to do that. You know, they won't win by playing default.
Let the turtles know. I'm standing them in Blitz stream. Milo was bagging on them about getting swept by Shubes. Damn. All right. for being a bandwagon fan. Nice.
And I think it ended up being the latter. I think Wild really, got it handed to them inside of this game, and that had a big part to play. I thought maybe the timeout from Wild, I don't think it was the best timeout either. Advocating to play split.
I'm sleeping on the couch tonight, probably.
Love to play against that.
Exactly. In my mind, if you're gonna give G2
probably. Hey, joke's on her though. Couch is actually pretty fucking comfortable.
Isolate, move on.
W setup series, can't wait. Love the King G setups he did hella ago.
It was
appreciate it.
There's not too much more to say.
I am working on a bank basement one, but I'm in like the research. I recorded the intro in the beginning, but then I paused. I think I need to see which ones were done in the past. Figure out how I want to format it.
Unfortunately,
play together.
But I did start recording the next strat video.
To each their own, each your control, and then you trade each other. That's enough to win. That's our game plan today.
What up, Peak?
Can't blame them for it.
King Wendell 8-3. Love to see it. Yeah, it was almost too easy for the King.
I guess we need to bring someone in to keep us talking for a little while.
Oh, that's not stomping.
Good evening.
All right.
Another 3 points.
Sorry. 3 points in the bag, and I said hello. Said hello.
Hi, sorry.
No. Hi, sorry. Yeah, no 3 points in the bag. Yeah, good. Happy.
We've just spoken about it. It seemed clear that you guys had a fast-paced, aggressive, I guess, playstyle coming into this matchup. Can you tell me more about it? Why was it part of the plan to play like this?
I mean, it's 11 PM. I was just wanting my bed, mate. I just absolutely knackered, to be honest.
That's it?
Nah. We watched their lair. I don't know why they're playing lair against us. Like, I think we've proven over the last 3 or 4 months we're one of the best lair teams in the world. So, a bit confusing for them to take us there, but I don't think they had much options. I don't know. We're just really comfortable on the map, and like you said, we didn't show anything. We just played defaults and just won our gunfights pretty much. So yeah.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. I've got a serious question and a not so serious question. Which one do you want first?
Let's go serious. No, let's go not so serious.
Not so serious. Okay. I've seen that you went to Nando's today, so I want to know what.
Ooh,
the
Nando's.
Bro, I took STOMPN to Nando's for the first time, so he's never been before.
Oh, really?
He never been. So he got 4 boneless chicken thighs, right? And I got the double chicken wrap, hot. But this is where the magic comes in. I ordered 5 extra hot wings, and they actually gave me only 5 hot wings. So I was kind of pissed off, but you know, it's fine.
Okay, all right. Into the
Gotta get some cheeky Nandos. I miss the Nando sauce.
You know, in reality, it is what it is. There's different levels between the teams. You're operating on different levels. How do you guys keep your concentration during that game? Because obviously you let a couple of rounds slip.
Yeah. To be honest, that attack on basement we lost. I literally just said to the round after, I was like, my bad guys, I just ego peeked them because I was feeling myself.
So you don't keep the concentration is what I'm hearing.
I was literally like, my bad, I really wanted to kill one guy and I didn't kill him, so I was like, my fault. No, but on a serious, like, we had a clear game plan. The game plan was working every round. If we lose a round because the game plan wasn't working, just go next round, we have another trick up our sleeve, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. It was a pretty serious game. Of course, we're playing serious, but we're having a joke with each other. Carl's mum is waiting for him at the airport in Belgrade, so he was messaging me saying, "Oh, we need to finish the game quick because I need to go pick up my mum from the airport."
Oh my god!
Priorities in the cheating camp. You know?
Well, they did finish pretty quick.
Now, of course, we've all got places to be, but Doki, let's serious talk. Now that you've won this game 7-2, you're shared first with Virtus Pro in the standings. Did you honestly expect yourself to be here after Playday 3, or did you maybe expect some more struggles?
No, I expected it after 1 week of scrims with STOMPN. We've just been playing really good, so...
Pre-plays for top floor.
Just gotta keep the level.
Yeah, Bank is one of the best pre-plays maps. Again, if you guys get your hands on the match replay files, it's almost always some of the same drones. That Furia Phase SR one you're talking about, VP's been doing that forever. Yeah. Match replay is so good for drones. Almost felt bad with Spoit's POV. Because I'm sure his job is that kitchen drone, and now he's going to have to find another one.
So that's what's the task at hand at the moment.
So, Leo didn't put you guys as the very first team in his power ranking, though. But would you say differently? Do you think you guys are the best team in the league right now?
Would I say we're the best team in the league? There's lots of good teams in the league, I think, right now. I think the top 4 in us, VP, Secret, and Falcons, there's not much.
Ooh, I said that too. That's easy, though.
A win against Secret last week was huge for us because I think I rate them pretty high. But I think the real games are going to be shown in the best of 3s in the playoffs. So just waiting for that.
All right, well, awesome. Well, you said you were knackered, you want to go to bed, so we won't keep you here any longer. Enjoy the rest of your night, and good luck for your game tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Doki, always a good interview.
Make sure that someone gets their,
I think he does always fantastic interviews, and I actually really did.
of course, very important for these players, especially if you got a whole.
Doki been watching you, man. Wait, why do you say that?
Honestly, like I said before,
what was I gonna say though? I did enjoy seeing Doki on the cast. So I wonder what he's gonna do after he's done. Although he's got a long time to play.
After this week, they will have had 4 wins in a row, and they will be at the top of the leaderboard. That's what I'm expecting for G2. The real question will come when these guys...
How do you think I'm going to get a match replay? Yeah. Sorry there. Maybe I should keep milking these match replay POVs because you guys don't have them. So that's like perfect for me.
It's more about what position in the playoffs do they enter? Is it that top 2 position?
Oh, he's got the mint take on the EML. Oh, yeah. Heard that. I think it's pretty easy to see who the top teams are in the leagues. The only one I'm like really unsure on is Brazil, who the 4th best team is. Because you got Furia, FaZe, W7M. Who's getting the 4th spot? I don't know.
Full overtime game. games. Yes, we have. And then
Is it Black Dragons?
And then the 2, 7-1, and 7-2. Just to quickly get.
How does one get the files for the match replays? You can go on the Ubisoft website, but it's the old ones. You don't have the updated ones. Updated ones are only in the Pro League Discord. And luckily for me, I'm still in the Pro League Discord. They haven't kicked me out. So I guess I need to quickly download and abuse them as much as I can.
Couple of blowouts, but that Secret Wolves game was really entertaining. So I think we've had a really entertaining and generally excellent play day, with the exception of Gen G and Wild.
Yeah, I think BDS Matchco by far my favorite matchup, with loads of intensity in that last round. That last round was just crazy.
Look at the craziness of this as well. Speaking of crazy, top 2, exact same points, exact same scorelines, exact same rounds won, exact same rounds lost.
Yeah, and the more we advance, the clearer we see the standings, and the top 4 that we felt was the real top 4 in the league. And then we look at the rest, and the middle of the table is fighting, which will be BDS Fnatic, Matchco, Wolves, and Gen G. And then obviously Wild, who's still looking for obviously a first win on the table, or just maybe just a point.
Put me in the disc, 20 gifted. Nice, dude. Nice.
I don't like to compare too much.
Yeah, you guys just gotta qualify for T1. You'll be good, dude. You'll be good.
For your sins, it's only the 6th place team being Fnatic at the minute. You had who? Matchco? Other than that, it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's getting closer, but you know, I'm just always right.
Yeah.
And there's still plenty of playdays, of course, as well. And we'll look into the next one because it's coming very close.
Do all the teams have access? Yeah, all the teams have access. That's why, like, you know what? I was starting to feel bad putting it up, because they're not public.
Somebody's got to win.
But at the same time, all the teams have access. So like me putting like Spoit's POV up and like leaking, you know, his drones or whatever, it's like, if you're playing Spoit or you're playing Shopify on Bank and you're not going into the match replay file as a coach, you're trolling. So it's not like I'm leaking anything competitive wise when all the teams have access.
You know, and overall, we might just get really close matchups tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I mean, it's been a close set of games today for the majority of them. The 7-8, the 7-8, the full regulation game as well. Two big blowouts then, I guess, for the other teams or the other matches. So I guess we're hoping for a similar today tomorrow in regards of how close and how competitive things have been. It does close out things here for our first day this week of the EML, but don't you worry, we'll be back tomorrow within less than.
All right, I missed the schedule.
We'll be back here with more action.
I missed the schedule. Okay, tomorrow.
Start around 5:45.
All right, stream over. Well, that stream over, but this stream's about to be over. But tomorrow we got Wolves Falcons. Okay, that should be an easy Falcons. We got VP Matchco. That should be VP Secret Fnatic. That could be a barn burner. I think that's why that's in the middle of the day. Fnatic put up a good fight against VP. Secret is a top 4 team, but Fnatic is a dark horse. Could upset them. That's going to be a really good match. G2 BDS. That could also be a really good match, but G2 should be able to handle them pretty easily. And then Wild Gen G, like they just said, one of them's got to win, right? Both last place teams. Content in itself. Okay, that is going to be it for the stream for me for now. So the Turtles do play. If you guys are interested in the Turtle gameplay, they do play a little bit later at 8 East. I will most likely be streaming it, so I'll most likely be streaming again in about an hour and a half. I'm going to take a small break, get some food, hang out, and then we will start doing all that. So yeah, if you guys want to watch, come back for that. Otherwise, yeah, I'm off for a little bit. Go get some food, guys. I'll see you guys soon. Because I said you were on Twitter. I hope so too. I got to go, ask for permission and stuff like that. So, Anyway, good stream, everybody.